Mr. Tahi?
Chair, yes, this is roll call for Resource and Development Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, regular meeting Wednesday, December 22nd, 2021 at 10 a.m. Roll call, Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Rick Nez is present. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels.
Good morning, present.
Herman M. Daniels on the call. Honorable Mark A. Freeland.
Good morning, Freeland's present, Crown Point, New Mexico.
Mark A. Freeland is present. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. is present. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Chair, you have 4 members available, which constitutes a quorum. Back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. Honorable Stewart, could you do the invocation? Honorable Stewart?
Chairman Keel is online.
Good morning, Honorable Begay. Thank you for letting us know. Mr. Tahi, Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. is also on the call to answer roll call for the record.
The chair members for RDC, I have Mr. Key Allen Begay present.
Thank you. Honorable Stewart, could you do the prayer for us?
Question, Shana. I can do that, yes. So we'll go ahead and start with our prayer this morning. Heavenly Father God, we come to you this morning, ask you for your blessings upon us today as we begin a new day, or began a new day today. Ask you to bless our agenda today so that we discuss all the matters at hand the best way that we know how and handle our situations in that way. Heavenly Father God, give us guidance, protection each and every day during this holiday season. Heavenly Father God, Jesus Christ, Heavenly Father God, that we celebrate, that we community members on the reservation and off the reservation. Heavenly Father God, I ask you to continue to keep us safe, Heavenly Father God, from this new variant out there. Heavenly Father God, I ask you to keep us in your hands, Heavenly Father God. Give us the strength, the wisdom, the courage to continue on in that way, Father, to be positive, Heavenly Father God, in that way, Heavenly Father God, and to continue to watch out for our elders, our children, our loved ones, Heavenly Father God, and take care of each other in the best way that we know how, Heavenly Father God. I ask you to bless our livestock as well, Heavenly Father God, and I ask you to bless all your animal kingdom, Heavenly Father God, from the smallest creature you created to the largest creature you created, Heavenly Father God. I ask you to bless them at this time, Heavenly God, and all the wonderful colors, Heavenly Father God, and the vibrant necessity that we have, Heavenly Father God, and I ask you to bless those, Heavenly Father God, that are suffering at this time, Heavenly Father God, either with a hardship, Heavenly Father God, or the loss of a loved one, Heavenly Father God, or with an illness, Heavenly Father God. You bless them for me at this time, Heavenly Father God. Heal them, Heavenly Father God. Heal their hearts, their minds, keep them happy in that way, Heavenly Father God. Let them recognize that feeling of joy again, Heavenly Father God, and peace, Heavenly Father God. At this time of the season, Heavenly Father God, as we go into the new year of 2022, Heavenly Father God, like that, Heavenly Father God, I ask you to bless them like that. Bless all of our practitioners as well, Heavenly Father God, our medicine men and women, our Native American church roadmen, Heavenly Father God, and all our pastors and preachers, Heavenly Father God, bless them in their songs or prayers, paraphernalias they use, and they pray for us in that way, as leaders from the chapter level, all the way up to us as council delegates and county and state and federal level, Heavenly Father God. They recognize us in that way, Heavenly Father God. Help us to continue to do the work for them, Heavenly Father God, and to represent them, Heavenly Father God. Help us to work together as a council as well, not only as RDC or different committees, but as a whole council, Heavenly Father God, to come together and to put our differences aside and can remember that this is for our nation, Heavenly Father God, our communities, those individuals living way out there. Help us to continue those thoughts in that way, Heavenly Father God. And each and every day, Heavenly Father God, forgive us of our shortcomings, Heavenly Father God, and our shortfalls, Heavenly Father God. And Heavenly Father God, I ask you to bless me, Heavenly Father God, and forgive me my shortcomings. First of all, as my brother has asked me to say this invocation this morning, Heavenly Father God, bless us like that, Heavenly Father God, and keep them safe and their families, their children, their loved ones like that, Heavenly Father God, and my mom and my sisters as well, Heavenly God. These things, Heavenly Father God, I say in your Holy Son's name, Jesus Christ, amen.
Thank you very much, Honorable Stewart. Here in Hudson, again. Okay, now, announcements, Mr. Tahi.
Good morning, chair members of RDC. I'm just letting you guys know that Maria Khanna is out today. So Ms. Dana Barbaroff is going to be juggling both HES and RDC meeting today. She'll be on and off the call. If there's any legal question that needs to be asked, I will text her and let her know that she's needed on the call. So this way we can get her legal opinion and guidance. There is no meetings for tomorrow for RDC, and for next week, we only have one meeting, which is scheduled for the 29th, which is our regular RDC meeting, which will be held by teleconference. That's my announcements for today, Chair. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tahi. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any announcements?
Mr. Chair, this is a delegate from Daniel.
Honorable Daniels, go ahead.
Good morning. Kudota, Shanat, Shaniki, Kudo. Yeah, Kudota, Sutalia, Kudo. Citizen, the Haines, Kudo, yeah. I don't know, Kudo, RDC members, honorable members, Kudo, yeah. I don't know, Kudo, staff, I don't know. I saw Gesto Kudo. Odo, Nazeta, Banda, Altekido, Nana Kudo. Nagay within my region, Kudo Nagay Nagay Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, yes, I distributed food to elders Nagay within my area, Kudo Nagay Old Jaco area. Nagay, it's odd Nagay elders that live in rural areas, remote areas. I don't advocate and I added Khadija. So Nagay Haji Dasha Mathasan need on boxes of our food. Nagay Namasida that doing the change that boxes of a year of Hasan Nico. I go a Yahetan Sanako Nagay Dam. Bishwas and I go a hand hit at Neko. Out of the RDC the Hodo, I say hand hit at Neko. Nagay Dam. I work closely with them. One of the business owner here in Monument Valley, Monument Valley, the View Hotel. They provided the food. So she laid Khadija, then he got the which it noise so in the elders with Khafaya. Nagay the Krishi Oya a lot of these elders. They have no electricity. I don't know, no running water at their homes. So that elder here, but the so I see them. Well, he had them. The Nakodo, I didn't Nakodo them. Kashmish, which are hold the Shiki Kodo, with Nashakodini. Me hit the shot on Anakodo, Okeda. Even get couldn't hit the shot. I had a question about Jahas, see, Donana. Two elders, I spent like over an hour. I sat down with them. I updated them on what's going on in Winter Rock. I see I hate them. So idiot on his husband. So I still have like over 30 more boxes to distribute to elders. So idiot I could all his husband. So what Ashman is Ashla Kokodo. So, Mr. Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels, for the work that you do for your communities and the Great Navajo Nation. Adakoro Resources and Development Committee. Thank you very much. Honorable Freeland also is going to be making some deliveries today, so he's going to be Santa over here at Eastern. So I should be in here for all. Honorable Freeland.
Chairman, thank you. Colleagues and staff, good morning. Thank you for that prayer. It's always good to put things back into perspective, especially when we come together as a committee. And I really want to thank you, my colleagues and the staff, for all the work that we've done this past year. And we're a very good committee. I'm very thankful for this being a part of this committee. And yes, we do have our differences at times, but we work through them in a fashion and a manner. And we all have each of us on this call have something to be thankful for. And I'm very thankful for a lot of things in my life. So thank you. Ado Shana, thank you, Honorable Herman Daniels, for your work, and all of my colleagues for your work out there in being humanitarians. And I'm so thankful to have this opportunity to see that as well. Talk about grassroots, talk about the Hogan level, talk about seeing the conditions that our people live in and the challenges, but yet they remain humble. They may remain resilient. They remain thankful. When you hear things like a council delegate's never been to my house before, or it's uplifting and it makes you want to do more. My area today, and I've been doing this for the last 2 weeks. I'm not like my brother delivering food. I wish I could do that, but in my case, I'm delivering toys, and I'm going to be doing that again today. I have a lot of toys I need to get out by tomorrow. And my LDA and myself, we have 8 chapters, and I'm finding a lot of families out there that are in need. Single parent families. I have stories up. I have so many stories of lost parents, fathers and mothers right now raising their children alone. And those are the populations that we're trying to help. Thank you to the Eastern Navajo Office of Dene Youth for assisting with this and assisting with these vulnerable populations. So yes, today I'm going out towards Standing Rock. I'm going out to Nahadishkij. I'm going up potentially up north tomorrow. Remote areas, like my brother said, my area is going to be Chaco Canyon, north of Chaco and Naizi chapter. I'm also going to try to get some firewood out there too, to an elder. But it's anything that we can do in our capabilities during this holiday season, Shantai, that makes us strive to help our people, even if it's with the simplest things, food, especially. No one should go hungry. No one should be hungry, especially children. And I just want to say thank you, colleagues and staff and everyone on this call, for everything that you do. This is a special time of the year. And if we're able to give back in some way, we need to do that and offer it back to our people, especially those who are trying to make ends meet, and especially if there's kids that don't have Christmas gifts, or if they lost a family member to COVID. Those are the populations we need to hit. So, Eria Chairman, thank you very much. God bless you. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. I look forward to a great 2022 and finishing out our term. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Chairman, good morning. Ado RDC member Nasenegi. Ado kudo sudah behind sigi syahadini rode. Kudo as far as announcement, kudo bayar dak jo the chapters bandek say. Ado kudo shadow sudah doing what they can to help some of our Navajo people. They're unfortunate to have access to some of the distribution activities in certain locations during this Christmas time. The same situation that myself and my family are doing on Christmas Eve. I sent you a flyer. I believe I sent that over several weeks ago. Chinichiki is our focus. We're fortunate to have a lot of donations of toys Ado apples, candy sack, and so on. Kudoshi and not just whoever comes over to our Christmas light display village tapin. Ako ising kudo ang handa itato na tatat in the evening, but following the CDC guideline, nobody gets off the vehicle and everybody's wearing masks. But I could on just for their enjoyment and the nan lindigi sato. Like I said, they're unfortunate to have a good Christmas. Kodo ba siya hinsendo Italy do atle kishi ben na siya kodo. Kodo ba ilna to desa.
Hi, sweetie.
So anyway, I'll stop here. Like I said, I always somebody usually interrupts me, so I'll go ahead and stop here, Chairman.
Everybody on the line, please be respectful. Please put your phones on mute. Mr. Tahi, there's folks on there interrupting. Just take them off the call. Thank you. Honorable Begay, let me go back to you so you can complete your report, because I really would like to hear more about your announcements at many farms.
Chairman, like I was saying, I mean, we do our best, and I do my best to do what we can to be as well in the capacity of being a Santa for the community that we represent, and do what we can to help those families. Ako shinit tanet o kayoy shitesi. Ako kadon kitnan kashin dinigi toy chota dodni to ado estese testa chota dodni ado masanda sato ishi kados families for shita yostaki could not no. So last year was a first one. We had an average about 300 to 400 people driving through the event. We're anticipating more this year. So again, if you're in the area of the mini farms, it's 5 miles north of mini farms. I'm sure you won't miss it. It's a huge display of Christmas lights in the area. So it's just a matter of driving through, enjoy. But I encourage a lot of young kids to come over on Christmas Eve. We're just praying for good weather. Forecast is that it's going to rain that day, but nonetheless, we can't control Mother Earth. But nonetheless, we ask our Creator to have a good, polite weather so that our kids can be able to enjoy what they'll receive. So, Chairman, so everybody's invited, RDC is invited, but nonetheless, Chairman. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Begay, for your announcements. I don't know how much money we have in the RDC account, but perhaps we could buy you a Santa suit. What do you think?
I think my family already pitched in to buy one. So, Chairman, I appreciate the consideration, but thank you very much.
You guys are doing a good job out there in your communities. Yeah, the nation. Honorable Stewart.
Oh, yes, it's not Chairman. Yes, Vice Chair. Shanaki, I'm so sweetie and don't need any. You should have said yes. My announcement, Chairman, is that this evening, Sawmill community will be doing their first annual Christmas parade. So we have 12 entries, and it'll be a night parade starting at 6 o'clock. This past week, Crystal, New Mexico had a tree lighting on Monday evening. It was nice to see all the little ones and grandmas and grandpas and parents out there. They had hot cocoa and cookies as well, and goodie bags. That was Monday evening. Yesterday, the Sawmill community had their drive-by community dinner, which was good as well for those community members that came out. They served over 100 community members with that, and so we're looking for a good turnout. Unfortunately, with Fort Defiance, they had to cancel their activities for the holiday, but the other three communities did do that, and so we've been going out to support them, and the community members are very happy and appreciative of what we've been getting from the staff and whatnot. Red Lake also had like Shania did, giving away his Toys for Tots. That's what Red Lake did as well yesterday with the Santa there in the community. And so we've been going out there, and so it's really neat to see all these children with their smiles and being happy to receive all these gifts, and the community members as well, the food and whatnot that they get. And so, as you stated just a while ago, Shania, it's good that, we're out there doing the best that we can, even during this pandemic, to at least bring some smiles and joy to our community members and also the nation in that way. So again, good morning, each and every one of you. Shania, thank you.
Thank you, Shatila. And it's good to hear that the committee is doing a lot of good things in their communities. Thank you. Ado kache eyaha nasnana dole recognizing. Please mute your phones. On the agenda, we have recognizing guests and visiting officials. We'll have introductions for all, starting with honorable members of RDC. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, are you on the call now?
Yes, sir.
Introductions, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee members, staff, visiting officials, other members of the council, our colleagues, and the different offices that are on the call with us this morning, programs and departments, chapters, local chapters, chapter officials, other elected officials that serve our people across Navajo Nation. Thomas Walker Jr. To the Twina and name. Nana Hassan, Teko, Gid, Yatas, and the Libertadores, a Banasha, or Banashish, a Quadeco, a Hasink, Ado, Done, Shenigi, Shinhinch, Twin Bashish chain, Twin is a Cheda, Edo Sedish, National. Quadeco, Edo, Nana, the Indies or the teacher. And you had kidnapped the teacher at a holiday, at that evening. At the need installation or at a London holiday on the range. A paho, here at the Lebanon, a creature, or the Mona or place in the Ada lunch. I did echo the Sheva Jensen echo. And she another on the question more not or like give me other gen down Shina vision the Hanaho equation now of Irako lunch it's that it in the thank you for this time.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chair Walker, Adok Ashena Snana, Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Begay.
Chairman, I apologize. Kudoshi Dachi, on the one hand, and Slonky on the Dashi, the Dashi, other this to Dashi, Coco, Slout, and that, Lepata Shaki, Luman, Kachibu Gap, Talani Canwood, Nazlini, other mini funds, I Kudoshi manage instance. So everyone else here in the store, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to everyone. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I don't know that. It's not honest. Let me get with our colleagues. Yeah, I don't know that. Herman Daniels Jr. is Suzy. I don't know any but any. Till it's changing that Suzy. I don't know that. I don't know that Lenny. That should say. Or that men's ho. Na great not of an or jet or shant towards a big can a banashness. But I need to doubt the middle. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Honorable Freeland.
Chairman, colleagues, Adoshnant, Yananate, Ado, staff, Matlenigi, and everyone on this call. Good morning to one and all. Shay Mark Freeland, the Shiedo. Ado Doflenigi Tutsoni, Shnodok Kio Ani, Ashaje, A Bushes Chin. Ado Sanjikine, A Dashache, Ado Tsana Bentley, A Dashanali, a Conti, it's also Kadis, and I shall have 8 chapters out here. Eastern Navajo, but also as an RDC representative, all 31 Igi, so the 23 others as the Eastern representative of Koingi on this committee. The 8 chapters that I represent on Navajo Nation Council, Gi Koingi, it's also Kado, Nahadishkish, Ado Tsehe Ahe, Ado El Gaido, Tet Gaido, Jada Aditindo, Hanadlegi, Do Nayeze, the 8 chapters that I have out here on Eastern Navajo Agency. Thank you, Chairman, and staff. I hope you all enjoy your time with your families and please get some rest. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Honorable Stewart.
Shana Chairman, Nez Arosha Vice Chair Walker, Aroshanake, Do Mr. Tahi, Do Shumajaka, Arunda, Nikonasonigi this morning. Arun Navigation employees, the Yat A. Arnold. My name is Wilson C. Stewart Jr. So that Nasha. I couldn't district area could the bill dealers in Nasha. Arrow for Defiance, so Dopic Alchi. Red Lake Navajo, Twins Crystal, Nihichi Samuel, Batkadasha Arun that represent for Defiance Agency with the Resource Development Committee. Happy holidays to you and your families and our Navajo Nation as well, those living abroad and our military boys and girls as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart. Shaya Rick Nez in the Shia Wasanan or Zay Kachini, Bashes Chain Tanabit and the Shado Kia Ani Edashanella. Chicago chapters one Nashige, Hogback, San Juan, and Anizar, Upper Fruitland, Burnham, Dole Newcomb. Welcome everybody to RDC meeting. We also have one of our colleagues on the call with us this morning, Honorable Chairman Otto So.
Good morning. Yeah, I did members of the Resources Development Committee. Auto so in Shiedo, not quite natural hit Lenin Schlip. Nanish as a top area Bashin. Look at the night that should shade out Sena Jenny Edashinella, eight Nenschle. I don't did the 20 nests the area. The basements uninschle the Nedashin Yale population base with our shade. Partners in the I represent one of the one of the largest community in the Navajo Nation. So it'll yeah.
Honorable So. We also have on the call with us until Lopez Honorable Vince James.
Yat Etan Nale Chair Ne Auto RDC members Auto Shed Kahasi so it's not like Yat Benin Hidini Dolly Shide Ya Kindachi Baganti Ilti Kahoye Jedito Aj Benat Apan Snow a Convatish Hortish Lenko put out a each at house sleep Dolly.
Thank you. Nale. Welcome. Aro Torto Sabesh Mahasa Ananat Ani Nes Abdane Chairwoman Charles Newton.
Good morning. Can you all hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
So, Chair Naz, thank you for allowing me to introduce myself this morning. My name is Eugenia Charles Newton. I am Bitahni, born for the Ashihe. My maternal grandfather is Ashe, and my paternal grandfather is Topahe. I do represent the Shiprock community. I appreciate the work that the RDC is doing, and I look forward to hearing my legislation or having my legislation heard today.
Thank you. Let's go to RDC staff. Mr. Tahi.
Good morning, Chair, members of RDC. My name is Rodney Tahi. I'm the Legislative Advisor to Resource and Development Committee. I'm Kia'ani and Senchikine, and I'm originally from Steamboat, Arizona. I'd like to wish everyone a Merry Christmas and a wonderful New Year. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. Ms. Woody.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Ado RDC members, Nikiro Anos, good morning. Ado Kehash Yaz, Niron Hotarinzan. Ado Yant Eshi Yaz, Mr. Sodo, Shanaledo, Mr. James, Yat She Ya, Teresa Woody Eta Shajanedo, Le Steamboat, and a Shahoyet, Kapaha, and Shon, the best in the Bashin, Kian Eta Shachedo, Najaneta Shanala. So thank you for joining us on our meeting. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Mr. Chair, back to you.
Thank you very much, Woody. Miss Barbara, are you on the call with us? No? Ms. Khan is on Christmas break, and therefore we only have one attorney to share between RDC and HESI. So today she'll be going back and forth between the two committees, and for your information. Our staff, we want to wish you a Merry Christmas. You've done some fantastic work for the committee, Resources and Development Committee, traveling with us and being there with us. Mr. Tahi, Ms. Woody, also Ms. Khan. Thank you, and God bless each and every one of you. Mr. Tahi, we're on number 3. Well, let me, is BIA on the call? Anybody from the President's office? The Filford? Ms. Siako, Speaker's office?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Good morning. Thank you. This is Melinda Vicosiaco, Legislative Staff Assistant for the Office of the Speaker here in Window Rock, Arizona. Thank you for having us on the call. Thank you and good morning.
Thank you, Ms. Siako. Do we have Department of Justice on the call? DCD, Dr. Yellowman.
Good morning, Chair.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Chair Nez. Good morning, honorable members of RDC, and to staff and my colleagues who are on the call. DCD is on the line. We'd just like to wish everyone a safe and happy holiday. Merry Christmas to all, and continue to be safe and continue to take care of all of our elders and families this coming week. And we appreciate the hard work of all of our staff and leadership. Yeah, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Yellowman. Mr. Dominic Bial. The Bial. Press *6. Okay. Dr. Shabala. Honorable Senator Carlisle Begay.
Merry Christmas and happy holidays, Honorable Chairman Ricky Nez, Vice Chair Thomas Walker Jr., and members of the Resources and Development Committee, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council and staff. Good morning, Shay Carlisle Begay, and Shay Toswani and Shlinky Ani A Bashishchin. Thank you, Chairman, for allowing me to be on this morning. Thank you, Honorable Stewart, for your prayer and reflection. Merry Christmas to you and to the committee and to the council and to your families on this holiday season.
Thank you, Senator Begay. Mr. Darrell Bradley, NDOT.
Thank you, Chairman Ricky Nez and members of the Resources and Development Committee. Darrell Bradley and Shetz at Najini and Shlint, what a cheatney, but just chain, Sajikin, Dashanella, Ashin, Dashiche. I am the Principal Civil Engineer with the Navajo DOT and would like to wish everyone a happy holidays and be safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bradley. Same to NDOT from RDC. Happy holidays. Anybody else on the call that wishes to introduce themselves? You can do so at this time.
Good morning, Chair Nez. My name is Rosita Kelly. I'm the new Navajo Election Administration Director, and I'm listening to your meeting, and thank you. And Merry Christmas to all of you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kelly, for letting us know that you're the new Election Office Director. Thank you for being on the call with us. Mr. Shonovan Dale.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Honorable Chair Nez. This is Shonovan Dale from Risk Management. Good morning. Oye isins kodo haikizelde adonda yat kashmishni hiridishni trik doshanat anina tlenigi adonda shin junugoshi kashmish that do lilto data holia adonda hiashnanta.
Kushila, Mr. Dale, for getting on the call. Mr. Edekai.
Yat eto shehashananda Shea James Adakai over at DCD Aro not Otanan Shabit Ani the Shijet Worichini the Shi Kopa Eya the Shinal Aron away Sabin Sky Are Nasha Marma Valley Yat eto Shedo Yat Ekeshmish to everyone. Yeah.
Yeah. We also have on the call with us Navajo and later Honorable Eugene So.
Yeah, oh, shit. The Kodojan Lido and we say, yeah, that's Nido, Tanichikin, Nido, to the Chini, a vacancy stayed Shijana, Rokia on a con in Lihon, the Ram area, Ada Shichi. What's on it? I should not have thought she had all Merry Christmas door. Enough questions on the shade at all. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Eugene. So we also have on the call with us from Torion Star Lake Chapter.
Yat a binet Shaya Rochelle Montoya Chi and Shia. Hush name slow Tatney Sunny Bushes Chin, Kent Chini Ada Shache, Touchini Ada Chanala. Not Nadine Da A Nasha. Shaya a lot of the Sita Tatmas Nala. I
Thank you. Yeah.
Mr. Chair. Hiala, Sklishni Nishlet, Todachini, Bushishin, Kanizani Dasha Che, Lushchi at Dashanelle, Mario Attenzo Dashachine, Auto Yat A. And for the record, Mr. Chair, I am attending this meeting as Vice President of the Torium Star Lake Chapter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tencio. Standing Rock.
Yeah, David.
Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, David. Not Annie, not Senigi. Shay, yeah, I thought, not Niljin, Holgere, a partners in it. At the Honey Sunny Slog, get a chini, but she's chin, look at the shade to it in a national. Ado in she had a sherry begay in she.
Thank you. Standing Rock Chapter.
Yes.
Go ahead. Johnny Johnson, Standing Rock Chapter here with administration.
Welcome. Thank you. Anybody else? Then let's move down
Chair,
to number 3.
Mr. Chair, this is Alex Sandoval from Torium Star Lake Chapter. Auto has Hadawn Agi, Shay Lamport and Slinkwater. Thank you.
Welcome, Mr. Sandoval.
Station and I.
Go ahead.
Station and I, honest go. So, Kishmish. She Yabetanin Shle. Auto hit lean Eda Shije. Twitchy Neda Shinaldo, Touchy Neda Shiche. Administrative Service Center. Out of it, the National Navy slows down. KCBK Eda Dashishle. Station and I. So, yeah.
Welcome, Mr. Begay. Yeah, good to hear your voice.
Yeah, that's sure.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that's not on it. She, rolling smoking, and shit. Latest is, I think it's now, and it's so that is Havana. She's not total, Dr. President. Merry Christmas in his edition. So Happy New Year's. I must not Annie. Could Jesus okay, edition. I've been dashing she, you know, he didn't have that snake or brought he told us in that this he didn't need all this. Chanto has another. Yeah, Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Small Canyon. Anybody else?
Hey, I learned something about I thought permanent or can get this in local business only. I wonder if it. Yeah.
Thank you. Next.
Good morning, Charnez Yat Ebina. This is Samlatsa Jim Martin, ASC Department Manager with the Division of Community Development. Good morning to everyone and Merry Christmas. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair.
Morning, this is Jim Martin. Welcome to RDC. Go ahead.
Yat Eshe Cecilia Toledo Inche. I'm with the Torion Starlight Chapter Administration. I'm the AMS out on Schlenige Kia on in Schlon. Kentlichini Bashachin, Totsoni Dashachedo, Strishne National.
Thank you. Next.
Yat Enikin and Shay Tristan Black in the Shia. Donna and the Shinigi Kia on in the Schlen. Do Todachini Bashachin, but Anidashachedo, Kizatlana Dashanella. Navajo Nation Youth Advisory Council Banashnish, Ado graduate student Nishlan, Ado Akihat Dawathia.
Thank you. Next.
Good morning, Chair. This is Beverly Tom, Senior Auditor with the Office of the Auditor General.
Morning, Ms. Tom. Anybody else?
Good morning, Yat Bennett. This is Latasha with Department of Community Development, and I am the Senior Planner.
Welcome and thank you. Next.
Yat Eshanant Eshe Marlene Husky, and I work with Division Community Development, and Shinigits and Najini Adokia Ani Bashishin Yat Eben Hidishni Dole. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair. This is Christine Sam, Community Services Coordinator with Mexican Springs Chapter.
Welcome, Ms. Sam. Mr. Biel, are you on the call with us, sir? Then, yeah, Hakoshida. Welcome, everybody. We're down to number 3 on the agenda, reviewing and approving the agenda. Mr. Tai, could you read this in for the record, sir?
The chair members of RDC, the agenda reads as follows. Resource and Development Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, regular meeting, Wednesday, December 22nd, 2021 at 10 a.m. Presiding, Honorable Ricky Nez, Chairperson. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., Vice Chairperson. Location via telecommunications. Number 1, call the meeting to order, roll call, invocation, and announcements. Number 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials. Number 3, reviewing and approving the agenda. Number 4, reviewing and approving the journals, December 8th, 2021. 5, receiving report. A, update report from the Division of Community Development and Division of Natural Resources on the Agriculture Infrastructure Fund. Presenter Pearl Yellman, Division Director, Community Development, and Dr. Rudy Shabala, Division Director of Natural Resources. B, report from Office of Management and Budget and Division of Economic Development on the Economic Development Fund Management Plan from January 2013 to August of 2021. Presenters Dominic Gall, Division Director, Office of Management and Budget, and J.T. Willie, Division Director, Division of Economic Development. C, report from State Senator Carl Begay on Washington, D.C. updates. Presenter Carl Begay, State Senator, Arizona. 6, old business, none. 7, new business, legislation. 0239-21, sponsor, Honorable Daniel E. So. B, legislation 0246-21, sponsor, Honorable Raymond A. Smith. C, legislation 0255-21, sponsor, Honorable Daniel E. So. D, legislation 0258-21, sponsor, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. E, legislation 0260-21, sponsor Honorable Vincent R. James. F, approving a leadership meeting with NHA and Maureen Curley for Friday, January 21st, 2022 at 9 a.m. on providing a report on NHA goals and objective for building houses for the Navajo people and how federal funds shouldn't be reverted back. G, approving a leadership meeting via teleconference with BIA, DNR, DOA, and DFW on the range manager plan for Tuesday, February 2nd, 2021 at 9 a.m. 8, close the meeting, announcements, and adjournment. Chair, that is the agenda read into the record. Back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. Honorable members of RDC, let's have a motion and a second.
Motion, Stewart.
Thank you. Second.
Alan.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Are there any amendments to the agenda, Shananta?
Chair?
Comments or questions? Yes, Mr. Tahi.
On the agenda for new business G, it should say Tuesday, February 1st, not Tuesday, February 2nd. That correction needs to be made.
Could you repeat that, Mr. Tahi?
The agenda on new business G, approving a leadership meeting, it should read for Tuesday, February 1st, 2022, not February 2nd.
Okay. Thank you. Honorable Stewart, Honorable Begay, would you concur to make those corrections under new business G, February 1st instead of February 2nd?
Chairman,
Stewart?
yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Chairman,
Honorable Begay?
concur. Concur.
Okay. Any other comments or questions on the agenda? Then, Sheila, we'll go ahead and vote on it. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote? Honorable Begay?
Chairman Callan votes green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Daniels?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Freeland?
Chairman, I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Stewart?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Vice Chair Walker? I believe Vice Chair Walker lost his phone reception. We have a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. We do have an approved agenda before us with one minor correction. Thank you, Shananta. Number 4 on the agenda, reviewing and approving journals from December 8th. Let's have a motion and a second.
Freeland.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Second by?
Callan.
Honorable Begay. Thank you. Any comments or questions on the journals? I hear none. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote? Honorable Begay?
Chairman Callan votes green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Daniels?
I vote green.
Yeah. Honorable Freeland?
Green.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Honorable Stewart?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Vice Chair Walker? We have a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries to approve the journals from December 8, 2021. Thank you, Ms. Woody, for sending those journals to the committee. We're on number 5 of our agenda, receiving reports. Honorable members of RDC, if you would like to make a motion to suspend the floor rules and go directly to new business, you're welcome to do so.
Chairman Kaler, motion.
Okay, Honorable Begay motions to suspend the floor rules and go to new business. Is there a second?
Stewart.
Honorable Stewart, thank you. Any comments or questions? None? Honorable Begay, how do you vote?
Chairman Kaler votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Daniels?
Green.
Yeah. Honorable Freeland?
I vote green, Chairman.
Thank you. Honorable Stewart?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Vice Chair Walker?
Chairman, I vote green. Thank you.
Yeah. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Motion carries. We'll go directly to new business at this time. The first legislation we have here is legislation 0239-21. Honorable Chairman Daniel So, are you on the call with us or not? Going twice? Going 3 times. B.
Chairman.
New business.
Chairman.
Yes.
Before we move on, could I co-sponsor Tay's legislation? I'm not in Winter Rock right now. I'm actually in Crown Point, but I'm going to be in Winter Rock this afternoon. Do I need to be there to sign as a co-sponsor for that legislation?
Honorable Freeland, you have to sign off on the legislation to be the co-sponsor.
Okay. All right.
So
thank you, Chairman.
If you can race over there, you're more than welcome to do that.
I won't be there till this afternoon, though. Not till later today.
Okay, we should be done by then. But you're more than welcome to do that, Honorable Freeland. Mr. Tencio, could you contact Chairman Daniel So for us? He has 2 legislations on the call.
Or Chairman,
yes.
If we could maybe push those 2 legislations to the end of the new business then, if we can get Honorable Chase So on the line. That way I don't have to race to Winter Rock.
Okay, what we'll do is we'll just go down the list as the agenda is approved, Honorable Freeland. The other one is under C, will be his 3rd legislation for today. So, I tell you, Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., Vice Chair Smith, are you on the call? Going twice. Going 3 times. Mr. Ty, could you contact Honorable Vice Chair Smith, let him know he has a legislation on RDC's agenda for today? Would appreciate it. Thank you. We're on C, legislation 0255-21. Honorable Chairman Daniel So, are you on the call now? Going twice. Going 3 times. D, legislation 258-21. Honorable Chairwoman Charles Noon, are you on the call with us?
I am present, Chair Naz.
Mr. Ty, could you read this into the record, sir?
Chair members of RDC, you have legislative summary sheet, tracking number 0258-21, dated November 17th, 2021. Titled the legislation and action relating to resource and development, budget and finance, and Navigate Committee, and the Navajo Nation Council, amending CAP-19-16 to transfer the responsibility of the permit trust fund interest fund for the Shiprock Hotel Restaurant project from the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise to the Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise, allocating $11,400,000 from the Shishassan Fund to the Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise for the Shiprock Hotel Restaurant project, and approving the NNHES Shiprock Hotel Restaurant project expenditure plan pursuant to 12 NNC section 2501-2508. The purpose of this legislation to amend CAP-19-16 to transfer responsibility and allocate FPTF funds for the Shiprock Hotel and Restaurant project from NNGE to NNHE to allocate an additional $11,400,000 of CISA fund to the NNHE for the project and approval of the project expenditure plan. Chair members of RDC, Navajo Nation Council has final authority over this legislation, which will be read into the record entirely. The sponsor of this is Delegate Charles Newton, tracking number 0258-21. An action relating to resource and development, budget and finance, and an upkeep committee, and the Navajo Nation Council amending CAP-19-16 to transfer the responsibility and permit trust fund interest funding for the Shiprock Hotel Restaurant or project from the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise to the Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise, allocating $11,400,000 from the CISA funded to the Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise for the Shiprock Hotel Restaurant project, and approving the NNHES Shiprock Hotel Restaurant project expenditure plan pursuant to 12 NNC section 2501-2508. In section 1 lists the authority. Section 2 lists its findings, which includes Exhibit A, Exhibit B, Exhibit C, Exhibit D, Exhibit E, Exhibit F, Exhibit G, Exhibit H, and Exhibit I. Section 3 is amending the CAP-19-16 to transfer the responsibility of $8,300 in funds from the Shiprock Hotel Restaurant project to the NNHE, approving and allocating of $2,805,000 in the funds under the RDCJY-79-17 to the NNHE for the Shiprock Hotel Restaurant project. Section 4 is allocation of the $11,400,000 in CISA fund to the NNHE for Shiprock Hotel Restaurant project. Section 5 is approval of the NNHE Shiprock Hotel Restaurant project expenditure plan and its administration, and it includes an Exhibit I. Section 6 is the directives. Section 7 is the effective date. Section 8 is the savings clause. Attached is Exhibit A, which is the resolution of the Navajo Nation Council, the 23rd Navajo Nation Council, second year 2016. Resolution number CAP-19-16. Exhibit B is the Shiprock Hotel Project Status Report Update, the Permanent Trust Fund Expenditure Plan meeting by Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise dated February 7th, 2017. Exhibit C is a resolution of the Resource and Development Committee, the 23rd Navajo Nation Council, third year 2017. Resolution number RDCJY-79-17. Exhibit D is a memorandum agreement between the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise and the Division of Navajo Division of Economic Development. Exhibit E is a resolution from the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise Board of Directors, resolution number NNGEJUN-002-18. Exhibit F is a resolution of the Management Board of the Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise, resolution number 2021-4. Exhibit G is a resolution of the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise Board of Directors, which is approving the transfer of the Shiprock Hotel and Restaurant Development Project authorized pursuant to number CAP 2021-19-16 the Navajo Nation Hospital Enterprise Resolution number NNGEJUN-002-21. Attaches Exhibit H, which is a letter dated August 30th, 2021, regarding the Shiprock Hotel additional fund requests. Attaches Exhibit I, a letter dated November 16th, 2021, regarding the Shiprock Hotel expenditure planning, including the CISA expenditure plan. Last, you have the first report of the Navajo Nation Legislative Branch Internet Public Review Summary, legislation number 0258-21, sponsor Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. This was posted on November 30th of 2021 at 5:08 p.m. The 5-day comment period ended December 5th of 2021. There was no comment supporting this legislation. There was no comments opposing this legislation, and there was no comments or recommendation on this legislation. Chair, members of RDC, that is legislation 0258-21 read into the record. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tahi, for reading this into the record. Honorable members of the Resources and Development Committee, this legislation 0258-21 will go on to Budget and Finance, as well as the Nabakia committees and the full Navajo Nation Council. More than likely, it'll be on the winter session. So let's have a motion and a second. Motion and a second, please.
Chairman, I'll motion Freeland.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Second by
Chairman Callan.
Honorable Begay. And before I give the floor 20 minutes to Honorable Chair Charles Newton, do you have any questions or comments on this legislation?
Mr. Chair. Chairman, I have
Honorable Daniels, do you have a question?
Comment.
Okay, let me give 20 minutes to Honorable Chair Charles Newton then. So just one moment. Honorable Chair Charles Newton, you have 20 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Naz, and thank you, members of the RDC committee. As was read into the record, the purpose of this legislation is to amend CAP-19-16 to, one, transfer the responsibility of the allocated permanent trust funds for the Shiprock Hotel and Restaurant project from the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise to the Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise. And then the second thing that this legislation is doing is it's requesting an additional $11,400,000 of citizen funds for this specific project. As many of us in council are aware, the cost of construction has increased. It's not a fault of anybody. It's really kind of a result of what is happening with COVID. In April of 2016, this project actually began with the 23rd Navajo Nation Council. At that time, two permanent trust fund fundings were approved to move this project forward. One was in the amount of $5,500 that was given to the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise, and the second was for $2,800,000. That was supposed to come out with a total fund of $8,300,000 from the permanent trust fund. This was one of the projects that was identified as a permanent trust fund project. During that time, in 2019, we did start moving forward to get the project going. Unfortunately, we ran into a situation where there was some miscommunication, or there was some confusion that happened. I think everybody who was involved in this project was under the impression that the land belonged to BIA, and that BIA needed to sign off on the land in order to move the project forward. So a letter was sent at that time to get more information on the ownership of the land where the hotel was going to be built. And what they learned is that the land was never put into the BIA. It was never the property of BIA. It technically belonged to the Navajo Nation. But even then, the BIA did send a letter to the president's office informing him of the information that they found. During that time, nothing was done. I believe that the letter was sent in September of 2019, and I'm going back into my documents to look, but nothing was done with that, with the letter. The president's office sat on it for quite some time, and it wasn't until later on that we found out, what was happening. This, because there was no movement coming from the president's office, no development could happen. So in 2019, the gaming enterprise was ready to go. They were ready to build. They had all of the funding available, and everything was set to go. They just needed the letter to be acknowledged and signed by the president in terms of the land status, but that didn't happen. 2020, we all know what happened in 2020 with COVID. We also learned in that process, going through COVID, that gaming enterprise, because they were shut down, they depleted all of their funds, which included the funds that were supposed to be going towards the Shiprock Hotel. So all of that money was used to help assist gaming in staying afloat. And so in the beginning of this year, I did have a meeting with Speaker's office to talk a little bit about what options are available out there. Gaming did come forward at Budget and Finance at a permanent trust fund meeting. They did come forward to state that they have no funding available at this time to help assist with any of the projects that they were involved in. And as a result of that, they basically said we can wait, probably 3 to 5 years, depending on how long we start building up.
You're welcome.
Please mute your phones. Mr. Tahi, could you remove that person off the call, please? Thank you. You may proceed, Honorable Chair Charles Newton.
Thank you, Chair Naz. So at that time, we did come up with some alternatives, and that is because gaming cannot proceed forward with this project, and because gaming was technically the enterprise to receive the permanent trust fund money, there had to be a transfer in order for this project to move forward. So what we did is we did meet with Hospitality on 3 separate occasions to talk to Hospitality to see if they can take on the project, and then to start moving forward with the Shiprock Hotel and Restaurant. The Hospitality enterprise did come back, and they did accept the project. So what they did was they went back in and they reevaluated the project based on the work that gaming already did, and then also based on the current conditions right now for cost. And we found that there is a shortfall in the amount of $11,400,000. So again, the purpose of this legislation is to transfer this project from Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise and transfer it to Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise. And it's also asking for the shortfall of $11,400,000 of citizen funds that is supposed to be going towards this project. Well, I shouldn't say supposed to be going towards this project, but that is needed to be going towards this project. I believe that Gaming Enterprise at the time, they were supposed to, a portion of these funds were supposed to be going from Gaming Enterprise to this project. But again, because gaming depleted all of their funds, they weren't able to move forward with this project, and they're still not able to move forward with this project. Right now, it has been determined that Shiprock is a good location for this hotel and also for this restaurant. The current right now, what we are looking at is the restaurant and the hotel is. I'm sorry, I'm looking really quickly. It's a 3-diamond property. It'll have 80 rooms. That's going to be Navajo design, with a full-service themed restaurant, an indoor pool, and also meeting rooms. The request right now is for $11,400,000. $8,300,000 is coming from the permanent trust fund, and there's also a $2,805,000 that's coming from the Division of Economic Development to see this project through. If you look at Exhibit I, there is a breakdown that was provided by the Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise in terms of the cost and what we're looking at for the total cost of $22,505,000 for this hotel and this restaurant. Again, all of the work has been done. There has been surveys that have been completed, that have been submitted. And this is one of the projects that is being funded by the Permanent Trust Fund. But because of the shortfall that came from gaming and because of the result of COVID, the cost has increased and it has gone to $11,400,000. So hopefully I was able to explain some information on the background of this project. It is a much needed project. It will bring jobs to the Northern Agency. And Shiprock does not have a hotel at this time. We do have a lot of, there have been in the last couple of years a few movies that have been shot here in the Shiprock community, and a lot of that business went to Farmington because we don't have a hotel or a restaurant here in the Navajo Nation. But I do have my agent on the call, Stan Sapp, who is the Chief Executive Officer for the Hospitality Enterprise. I'd like to turn some time over to Mr. Sapp to share a little bit more information on the cost regarding $11,400,000. Mr. Sapp, are you on the line? Chair Naz, with your permission, I'd like to recognize Mr. Sapp as an agent.
Thank you, Chair Charles Newton. Honorable members of RDC, Honorable Chair Charles Newton just recognized her agent, Mr. Stan Sapp from Hospitality Enterprise. So we'll go ahead and give him some time. Mr. Sapp. Mr. Sapp. Press *6. Mr. Stan Sapp. Honorable Chair Charles Newton, back to you.
Thank you for that. Yes, thank you for that. I did get a text message that he was on the call, so he may be experiencing a little bit of difficulty. But Mr. Sapp, if you are listening, *6 to unmute yourself, and just please chime in at any time as soon as you get on and are able to speak. But as stated, Chair Naz and members of the RDC community, all of the information has been provided as exhibits, and then also the background information has been provided as well. The 11 million, again, I do want to stress that the 11,400,000 that is being requested right now from Citizen is a result of the funding that Gaming Enterprise had to put back into their enterprise to stay afloat, which resulted in the project not being fully funded by Gaming Enterprise, and then the increase because of COVID in building facilities. So with that, that is the information that I have at this time. And since Mr. Sapp hasn't got on the line, I do stand for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair Charles Newton. Mr. Sapp, are you on the call now?
I'm here.
You may proceed, Mr. Sapp.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes, you have 8 minutes left. Thank you.
Okay. I'll be brief. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Resource and Development Committee. Thank you for the time. Yes, essentially, and I think Eugenia has explained the basic economics of the transaction. We had to come up with new cost estimates for the project. The ones previously done by gaming were getting just outdated. We've actually been talking to architects and engineers and at least roughed out, and we do still believe that this is certainly enough money to complete the project and all aspects of it. So our concern initially was related to all the escalating construction costs that you may have heard about or seen or actually dealt with related to the COVID-19 and certain shortages going on. So this is the funds. Unfortunately, the hospitality enterprise doesn't have its own funding to put into the project, but this is, from these combined sources, is enough funds to complete it, and we're ready to go as far as the whole team between, we've been working on with DED now, we have a contact, and been working with them, besides our contact with NTUA and our architects to get moving on the entire project. So we can hit the ground running, and it's just a matter of the funding in this based on this legislation. That's really my report. I could answer any particular questions someone may have about the project. As far as the actual design of the hotel restaurant is not done, but it is going to be an approximately it's an 80-room hotel, and there will be a separate freestanding restaurant that's really kind of independently marketed and on that site.
Are you done, Mr. Sapp?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any comments or questions? Honorable Daniels.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much, Kudo. Honorable members of Resources and Development Committee. Yeah, Kudo, your staff. Ado Kudo, Kudo, Chairwoman Charles Newton, Kudo. Thank you for bringing this legislation before Resources and Development Committee today regarding the Shiprock Hotel, Kudo. And first and foremost, I want to thank Mr. Tom Chi. I think former council delegate, Honorable Tom Chi. At that time, the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise, the Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise. So it could legislation at the I don't know if this is destined for Navajo Nation Council because legislation I'm just wondering what the daily traffic is like in the great Shiprock area. I know there's Shiprock is a big area. I don't know when I say the daily traffic, I'm referring to tourists. I know in the morning and in the evening time, that's when it gets busy. The reason why I say that is because back in the 80s, the 90s, I used to sit there, right there at the intersection where the port of entry. I used to sell coal there for about 20 years, back in the 80s and 90s. And I know the traffic. Most of the traffic that I see in the great local thing over here, It's not aja. It's not aja. But other question about the bitch happen. I bet after the community of Shiprock. And I used to sell coal there. I don't know kodo. I know we have national parks around us. Like there's the Mesa Verde National Park. I don't know that there's others. The Four Corners Bible Park. So hello. So in a way with the daily traffic, the tourists. I'm just wondering if they did a study on the daily traffic. So my question, and also with the other hotels that we have, like the Twin Arrows. Yeah, there's a casino. Busy before the pandemic. Used to be busy, but right now, they're kind of struggling. I don't know, throughout the Navajo Nation, hotels, businesses, they're kind of struggling right now. So I don't know how long this pandemic is going to be with us. So, but I know there's a casino just a little ways from there, that the Flowing Water Casino. Busy though. I don't know if either. But you go behind the kid, let's go. I'm sure there's going to be lots of questions as this legislation moves on to being asked Navajo Council. So about Kodona Reda, I think by cats as need or less Kodo, by cats as need or less Kodo, with a height ada. On shing up on that, not or less go. So, but I'll support this legislation Kodo moves forward Kodo. They lay nation just can't date chattel nation or so you ban that case or so. I see big. So it's just can't eat jail. She big hako. So anyway, the daily traffic get the tours again. How many tours go through Shiprock? So let's go.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Honorable Chair Charles Newton, you and Mr. Sott may respond.
Thank you, Chair Naz and Honorable Daniel. Thank you for asking that question. I did have that information at one time because that was a question that was asked by Budget and Finance, and unfortunately, I don't have it included in the legislation. And I'm going through my documents right now, and I can't seem to find that information. But I promise you, I will have that information readily available when it does get to Navikieskit, so that you have that information. But I can tell you that based on my recollection of what was shared with me on the survey that was done, is we were looking at like in the thousands on the daily traffic count. And so I know that right now the state of New Mexico is looking at installing 4 brand new street lights going into Shiprock because of the traffic flow. As a means of slowing down traffic to go into Shiprock. We have been working on that. So I can get that information for you, Shiaj, and I apologize that I didn't have that information ready to go, but I appreciate the question. And as I stated, I will have that information as part of my presentation when it gets to Navikieskit. I don't know if Mr. Stanstat has that information, if that was shared with him, but I believe it was on a previous report that was provided by gaming, and I can get that information. And then in terms of the hotel industry being slow because of COVID, we know that businesses are starting to open. It hasn't happened It hasn't happened on the Navajo Nation yet, but we are starting to see an increase in tourism. Our parks and they are starting to open. Many of them are outside. Some of our big events that happen in the Shiprock community are not only the movie industry that has come here to Shiprock to film, but also, we have the annual Shiprock Fair that happens here during, in October. So those are kind of like the two big events that do happen. And again, as I stated, I know with the recent filming of Jumanji, that was one of the questions when the Jumanji crew met with myself and President Chili Yazzie and then Chief Francisco. We did meet with the Jumanji crew before they got here to Shiprock because they wanted to really try to help out the Navajo businesses. And so they asked us for a listing of Navajo businesses that we could recommend to them to offer like catering services and to offer, I guess Airbnb was what they were looking for, or, hotels here on the Navajo Nation, because they really did want to keep the money here on the Navajo Nation. Unfortunately, with the hotels, we had to recommend either Farmington or Cortez as the closest place to offer hotel services. And it really was unfortunate because that really would have helped out the community and it would have helped out, again, people working here in that industry. And then it would have kept money here on the Navajo Nation. But Jumanji, I know, like I said, the crew did meet with us beforehand, asking if they could help assist the Navajo economy. And then there was also another news crew. It was a documentary crew that also did the same thing. So we do have the industry that has come forward and said, we do want to keep money here on the Navajo Nation. How can we do that? Without the hotel, unfortunately, we have to send businesses off the nation. And in that case, we did send it to Farmington, which is where The Rock stayed, was in Farmington. And so it was very unfortunate for us that we missed out on that. Mr. Scott, do you have anything on the daily traffic count and then also the hotel industry so because of COVID?
Yeah, just real briefly, Eugenia. The traffic counts, I don't have them on top of my head. I have to look them up too. We are, I'll call it almost pre-qualifying those traffic counts because we need to dig under them, make sure the tourist component of it, and we're doing that through interviews with our tour operator contacts, and they tell us what routes they prefer and what they're going by in that whole region and whether they would do it. We're not complete with that part of it yet, but it's very favorable. And with it, our preliminary feasibility work kind of dovetail with what gaming had come up with. But just so RDC knows that our work was all kind of pre-COVID, meaning up through 20, and we'll take a rebound from that for all the hospitality industry, not just a potential hotel in Shiprock. And what I mean by that is we looked at what it was leading up and the trends up through 19, and then as we come out of it, we'll have to take a look and see what it is. But the timing of this project should be just fine. I'm no medical expert on guessing what's going to happen with COVID, but it should be enough time with everything going on for some of the reopening to occur in New Mexico and Arizona area in that Four Corners region. So we should time it just fine with that.
Thank you. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Chairman, Nana, RDC member, Kudo Nalsozing Hita, Kudo Belgate Noon, Charles Noon, other the hospitality administration. My statement will be prior statement that I've made to the hospitality enterprise. Basically that we try to look to our enterprises to really get themselves on their feet to really help establish the necessity of all these projects that would help develop and improve economic development. That's the key theme. But yet it's understandable at times they will need to look to the Navajo Nation government for help or get some funding allocation for big projects like this. And I just wish and hope that because we always get complaints or we get called out of having meetings off the reservation. Right now, the only place that could really accommodate larger meetings is Twin Arrow. And that's one thing. And if we go back on record on the previous presentation to the hospitality, is that the overall plan to develop a hotel with conference rooms. I mean, that's the key thing. Kodo captures that do sufficient room, sufficient space for to accommodate a larger conference. And not just necessarily for the Navajo Nation, but those people or organization that wants to come onto the Navajo Nation to hold their conference. And that's what I've been bugging the Navajo Nation Fair Office, the Navajo Nation Hospitality, the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise. Those are even the Division of Economic Development. What's so hard to develop these facilities. And then the one thing I know that the hospitality, they've been accumulating or receiving some fund, but to my understanding and what I've learned is that a lot of these funding, rather than being set aside for development, it's just being reused for employment or staff. I'm thinking, how can we improve? It is understandable to have staffing to operate, but I think the intended purpose for these funding, I think it's called the occupancy sales tax. Staff to go peso ajo and anazling go kojertit out peso projects the banito Nisanki is not really being utilized for that purpose. And then the other thing that I've been making recommendation, and I believe we met one time somewhere in Phoenix or that I made a recommendation. Okay, why can't you go into your own finance debt service? This was before the pandemic. That way you have a way to strategize to finance certain projects, even though that you'll be going into debt, but for a lot of these activities that would really hopefully that we'd be able to lure some of these companies, big corporations, or anyone that wants to do business on Navajo, and they'll be able to help us get funding. So with that, so again, my direct statement, and I'll probably, if I don't get anything before the Navajo Nation Council, usually we raise a point of privilege at that time. What is the overall current plan based on what we have discussed and what we have made a recommendation in the prior meetings with RDC, and I want to see what has been developed, what has been planned, and what has and how they are really planning to, if this particular funding or project has been given to them, is that their only overall big projects that they'll have. And then a lot of times we're kind of being singled out at certain session that as being oversight that we're not really doing anything in getting things done as being the oversight of a lot of these entities or enterprises. A lot of times people don't know, or we have been meeting a lot of these things that we have been stressing. And a lot of times we just get a pushback because a lot of times we're being told you're getting over your boundary line of being a delegate and getting into the administrative matter. So ben na it out the baby not thought the hanky satted or what the hot ace ben not the ashe ni hot ace the autobahn edo or the banat either only sit it the slot ace has agot nay than he not so ben na go dig at hospitality. I really need for you as a company or an organization to provide an overall picture of what has been built, what has been in plan, how has funding or revenue had been received, and what is the anticipation during this pandemic situation. I mean, I think this would have been a good time to really develop a lot of these properties across the Navajo Nation, and I sure like to see a lot of these properties or hotels in conjunction with the gaming enterprise, because it's what really brings people to some of these areas. Although with the housing area, so that's another thing that we continue to press NHA about it regarding the Twin Arrow. Or quit the data because the everything just goes back to even borrowing money to get to work to buy gas. No, so again, what is the plan as far as even though this is a hotel, how many local will be working as far as if a person wants to work that drives like 40 to 50 miles away? I mean, would there be any housing available along with this particular property? So I really like to see, yes, an 80 room, I believe. That just tells me it's just a small hotel to some extent. It's really not for a plan of a big conference room type of a hotel. Really, in a way, bothers me. On the bond case, because we really need to be getting to the market of our gaming, especially on the New Mexico side. Just how can we accomplish this particular area? Northern edge so I think the council really needs to really look. I think they're really confined by a lot of these red tape, a lot of these policy, because sometimes at the same time we may want to control the activity of these enterprises. A lot of times, sometimes I always say that let's give them the but all the gate hash about the years of been the bestahidot face it asking Kodo in the Sato has only Ike at the host in the Abbey not okay, but I see Kodo did at the Alabi which answers count the Yash Hon the hash baby. Let's give them these tools. Don't let's give them some depth limit. I mean, maybe that's another thing. I believe I've asked for that, either you or I know I've been asking gaming. I mean, why can't you provide and let us give you some depth limit services or something, so that you can do a lot of these projects on your own and financing? Because I know there's a lot of areas of gaming. Just the quick with ship that initially sato and the gaming compact last Saturday. Yeah, down by Sassi Lito Ban Yasi Ticket store. I that Ego Ban C case or Ban Saha case. Called Dick at old night Gasiki that. Or I mean, if we're, the thing is that what we'll bring, and I don't know what's the best way to say it. I don't mean to not say that the Shiprock area is not that important, but all I'm saying is that what will bring 80 people to have us to stay in Shiprock and then be underway. But those are some areas that you always think of with the occupancies of the window right there. I always hear that the occupancy is lower than 50% on a daily basis. So that's the capital of the Navajo Nation. But no, still had really didn't have that much occupancy rate. So Aban test case, but not additional. What's the attraction that people will say that the night of that night the occupancy rate, there's no vacancy. But what will bring people to this area? The case because right down the road, about 20-30 miles, that's where Farmington is. I mean, they probably will have lower rate of a hotel to stay, and then they have everything here. So anyway, but I do support the development. I support the legislation. I'm not in the position to say that it wouldn't work or anything like that. But I'm hoping my message is being as an encouragement to say that we really need to build a bigger facility, not just a hotel room. There needs to be a conference room. There needs to be other amenities adjacent to these particular hotels. Koko hodat ego kodo alanan sendo yahot eko shinhut ahas ago ko iban saske. So ede yakodo Ms. Noonan, maybe that's one thing that I would really encourage for this to happen, because I mean, if any enterprises or the hospitality say that I would rather them to say that we need more land to build more hotels. We need more lands to build. We have the money. But nonetheless, thought the prior leadership have made and allocated a lot of these funding. Koko obstahuel jis halit ala to khatat anne ta ala o ta jinzin da se koko skita ta lia to ta hotsa has an to piga git hate au kdo to sakte tikat changed and it au pa yes to o pa yit kla ko ben shikoshin ko la the council Nabio council nana if I don't receive the documents, maybe this I'll request for that same documents during the presentation though. So again, my encouragement to the hospitality is that we've got to have a bigger, aggressive plan to really help develop a hotel facility across the Navajo Nation. There's a whole lot of opportunities that we have, but it's just that we don't. I mean, we have I-40, and then we have the Page area, and then all over. I mean, a core hotel that then there's a new hotel that has been developed. I think that's one thing I've been saying to the hospitality. Why isn't that we're not doing much? Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Begay, for your statement. Honorable Chair Charles Noon and Mr. Satt, would you please respond, as well as to Honorable Daniel's concern where he had mentioned, has it been considered that the Flowing Water Casino be moved to this hotel or within that vicinity? Back to you, Charles Noon.
Thank you, Chair Naz and Adel Isat. Thank you for the question. So first, I do apologize. I looked down at my notes and I realized that I did not answer Chair Daniel's question regarding the casino. So I'll start with that, which kind of falls into the concerns that have been brought up by Delegate Kiel and Begay. So in terms of the casino, my understanding is that this hotel was supposed to be built separately with, I guess, maybe a phase 2 in the process, which was a casino to be added to the casino or to the hotel. The casino was supposed to be added at a later time. However, because of COVID, because of what happened, and because the funds were used to keep gaming afloat, that was the reason why the transfer had to happen. We have had discussions about whether the casino is still going to be built in the Shiprock community, but Flowing Waters in Hogback currently does have the casino. We do run into a few I guess issues, and that's number one is that Shiprock is not a certified chapter. And my understanding is that that they have not moved to get certified. There's still a lot of issues that are happening right now with the former chapter officials who are now the new chapter officials that is kind of hindering that process. So in terms of the law, it does, I think my understanding is only certified chapters can move to have a casino built in their community. So with that in mind, the plan that was, as Delegate Daniel stated, with former Delegate Tom Chi, I believe that was the plan, was to build a hotel and then later on, once the chapter became certified, to move the casino to Shiprock. But right now, you know, the push right now is to get the hotel going and the restaurant. And there is a casino at Flowing Water, which is about maybe about 8 miles from outside of Shiprock, from the intersection. So we did talk to Gaming Enterprise to see if they would do a shuttle back and forth from the hotel to the to the Flowing Waters Casino while they start to develop phase 2 of the project. And so all of that is still in talk right now because we are still planning to do the hotel and the restaurant first, and then per Gaming and then per the Shiprock chapter, start moving towards building the casino as a second phase once the Shiprock chapter becomes certified. So I hope that answers your question in terms of the building, and then also the plan and how is it going to bring people to the area. So that is the plan at this point. I think that we're doing it in a cautious. We're being cautious. We're not building a big facility. We're building a facility that was based on a survey that was completed. And I believe that this survey was completed by the Gaming Enterprise to determine whether this area is a good location for a casino. And that's why I said that they did do the daily traffic counts, and I did send an email asking them for that information to get prepared for Nabikiaskit. So I just now sent that email off. But in terms of how the size of the hotel was determined was based on that survey. And this is a survey on, we don't have anything in place to say that, the casino is going to be very popular here in this area. It's based on the potential of building a casino here in the Shiprock community. So I think that the 80 rooms, it's not, a big hotel, but it certainly is a start off for the community. And as gaming sees fit and as hospitality sees fit, I think that, the expansion will eventually happen. But I don't anticipate that that's going to happen immediately. So I hope that I was able to answer that question for you, Shiaj, Delegate Herman Daniels. As far as the concerns brought by Delegate Kealan Begay, I can say that, again, with the 80 rooms, I appreciate, your advocacy to build a bigger facility. But I think that, with the 80 room selection, that was a survey that was done by the gaming enterprise. And so my understanding, again, is they're saying, let's start small and let's see how it, how it's functioning as a small property before we build. And I know that gaming enterprise at one time did share with budget and finance their plans to build a bigger facility and then to also build an attached casino to that facility as well. So I think it is there. It is in the planning phase. But, what we're asking for right now is just to build a hotel and a restaurant. Mr. Stapp, is there anything that you would like to add to the response that I provided based on the concerns and questions brought forth by Delegate Daniels and Delegate Begay?
No, but let me just emphasize on the conference room. Yes, there is a tremendous need for meeting facilities in the area. We've already known that, and the size of the conference and meeting rooms in the hotel would be substantially larger than you'd normally see in this type of hotel over in Farmington or somewhere else, so we can accommodate those people. But again, don't think of something the size of Twin Arrows or something like that. The size of meeting rooms would be more like 275 people, a meeting size like that, but not much larger. That's just what the feasibility numbers look like now. Obviously, you can add on to that later. So that's exactly when we're doing our layout and the site plan. It is planning on future development right adjacent to the hotel restaurant.
Thank you. Nanda, honorable members of RDC, any other comments or questions? If not, Nanda,
Chairman,
I would like to just...
also.
Chairman, I had
Okay.
a question, Delegate Freeland. Sorry, I was muted.
Okay, I'll go to Honorable Chair Otto So and then Honorable Freeland. Before I do, I just would like to add something to the project here in Shiprock Hotel, Ninigi. Shiprock it's right at a crossroads from Gallup traveling north into Colorado. People go to Mesa Verde, and people leaving Mesa Verde come down and they go towards Monument Valley. So this could be a place for them to stay and go out to the west or even over the mountains to other areas like Canyon de Chelly. So Shiprock really is at a good location. They have the Shiprock Marathon here, also the Northern Navajo Nation Fair, Kwarendatle. And then they have other rodeos here, as well as concerts and other functions locally. Just places for people to stay also. Honorable Chairman So.
Thank you very much, Chairman Rick Nez and members of Resources and Development Committee, and also Stan. Thank you for being the agent for Madam Chairwoman Virginia Charles Newton. And good morning, Madam Chair. This request here is something that even if we left it in the hands of gaming, it would have took the projection of gaming to recover from the CARES, and also the loan agreement that happened that had requirements like for the expansion, the brick and mortar building that's supposed to happen in at Fire Rock is all on hold, and all of these projects were on hold, and we may see it until 10 years down the road. Gaming depleted a lot of their funds, and that's the reason why we had to, as leadership, we had to bail them out. Each of the Navajo Nation Council delegates supported it, and we were all told in the meetings that these projects were going to be idling. And these monies were sitting there, and we went ahead and had a leadership meeting with Resources Development Committee down in Phoenix pertaining to this issue. The hospitality enterprises there were not fully committed, but they started their due diligence. Okay, well, we got to do our due diligence to vet the project, see if it's even in our cards, if it's even worth it. I believe if we really went forth to build everything, what was included in that hotel, I believe the price tag was about 16 to 18 million, but they went and cut it back. Also, with the restaurant and things like that, I believe with inflation, it put the number well up to about $24 million. We have to try to get this project moving. There's money sitting there that could be utilized for this project, but also with economic development, with these our enterprises, the issue is that we really don't invest into economic development, such as our enterprises, such as hospitality enterprise. They're created to stand alone. By that time, you have to help and to infuse resources so that it could create jobs in our niche. Offer the jobs that provides bread and butter to their families. Taxes never Washington it generates tax revenues for the nation, whether it's in hotel occupancy tax or sales tax. I believe this project is really a positive project that we need to move forth on. So let's put our mouths there on the line, Yeah, thank you. Go on mute.
Thank you, Honorable So. Honorable Freeland.
Chairman, good morning. Thank you. Colleagues of the Resource Development Committees, Honorable Charles Newton, thank you for the legislation. Honorable Otto So for being on the call as well. I think Honorable Vince James was on the line. I don't know if my Che Daniel So's on the line. Honorable Daniel So. Good morning, Auto staff and the agents of this legislation. I like my Shana mentioned my brother Honorable Kian McGee. I do support the legislation. Yes, as delegates, we got to be very proactive and open-minded when it comes to economic development. And when an opportunity arises like this, I think we need to really work together and look at areas that has potential development or the development has started. And I say this because in my area in Crown Point, we're trying to get a hotel and a C-store as well, and we had to run into some roadblocks. Unfortunately, the developer is not Navajo Gaming or is not Navajo Hospitality. It was a private entrepreneur, and what happened was that the loan got approved, and we were ready to go, but then the bank found out that the building was going to be owned by the Navajo Nation. So then the bank pulled out because of that and dropped a $9 million loan that they had offered. So we were back to square one now. And our development in Crown Point for the hotel and the C-store, we need about $8 to $10 million for the both combined. The C-store is going to offer a laundromat as well. The laundromat is very much needed out here, and we don't have a laundromat in Crown Point. The hotel is also done by another entrepreneur. We downsized it from 70 rooms to 40 rooms. And for us, there was a feasibility study done. The traffic going up and down 371, but also kind of the emphasis was going to be placed on the area, the region, and of course the population of Chaco Canyon going up that way. Just people going through the area, like Chairman had mentioned, the crossroads in Nahalo. So we were going to do that. But we're back to square one on our side. That's why we haven't seen any additional funding, or excuse me, additional development, because we're still trying to help secure some more funding. So that's where we're at on our side. And if we can, as a council, look at where we have started, like Shiprock or Crown Point or Tuba City or Chinle or wherever, and really target and get these up. And, 10, 15, 20 years down the road, we're going to see our return on investment on these. And remember, these properties are going to be owned by the Navajo Nation. They're not going to be owned by private businesses. They're not going to be owned by entrepreneurs. These buildings, these locations are going to be property of the Navajo Nation. And these entrepreneurs are going to be, and I'm pretty sure this goes for the enterprises as well, will have to sign a lease with the Navajo Nation to operate the business. So that's where we're at on our side in Crown Point. I'm really going to ask you, my colleagues, for help for Crown Point as well, because I'm stuck. I really am stuck, and I need your help at some point to address what we need to deal with out here. And I always jokingly say, Chairman, we're the stepchildren, and this is a good example of that whole mentality of being stepchildren out here in Eastern. And I really need some help too on my side. I just wanted to mention something about Honorable Daniel's question related to the situation with flowing water and the casino potential. I think, and I don't know if Mr. Parrish is on the line too, but because flowing water and the nation signed into a compact that facility is a Class 2 gaming facility. It's not a Class 3. The Class 3s are the ones that have the tables and the table games. The Class 2 is just strictly bingo and slot machines. I think that's strictly just a Class 2. And through the compacts, we're only allowed two Class 3 gaming facilities in the state. So of course you have Northern Edge and you have Fire Rock as the two Class 2. Those are the Class 3s. And then this one was Flowing Water is the Class 2, but because it was grandfathered in, it was built before the compacts were accomplished. This Class 2 was allowed. So the state's really doing us a favor and allowing us to keep this Class 2 operation in existence. Now, and I'm not an attorney, if we were to move Flowing Water to Shiprock, I'm thinking we might have to renegotiate the compacts again. That's just my thinking and what Honorable Daniels have brought up because of that. And then the other question related to certified versus non-certified. I don't know if Church Rock is a certified chapter, and I'm bringing this up because, of course, Fire Rock is within the boundaries of Church Rock. So that's a good question though. If there's anything that stipulates us to have these facilities on certified or non-certified chapters. I guess what Honorable Charles Newton, as far as maybe bringing that potentially to Shiprock and putting it at the hotel, just as a thought. But I don't know if that's the case, if they have to be certified or non-certified. But then I don't know if Church Rock is a certified chapter as well. I just wanted to provide some additional information on my side, Chairman, and my colleagues. I used to work with one of the gaming tribes. That's why I kind of thought this out and wanted to provide additional information and some insight as well. So on the Class 2 and the Class 3, as well as the compacts. But for our area, we're going to need help. The hotel got downsized from 70 to 40. And then another entrepreneur who's building a similar project in Tuajale is wanting to do the C-store as well as a laundromat combination here in Crown Point. So, and yeah, Chairman, I just want to say that much and provide a little bit of my insight. And I'm going to ask for your help as well, my colleagues, on the Crown Point hotel situation as well. But anytime there's an opportunity for development, especially the kind of the hub, the agency hubs, you know, we should really consider that, because number one, it's going to provide jobs, and anytime we can we can provide jobs, you know, that's a win-win income for the nation in the form of tax revenue potentially, hotel tax, and just like Honorable Otto So's area, you know, the chapter is certified, so they can even go as far as implementing a local chapter tax or some sort like that, or some sort of a formula. But just some ideas like that, Chairman, and my colleagues, and I appreciate the conversation and the input of this legislation. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Honorable Chair Charles Noon and Mr. Sapp, your response.
Vice Chair Otto, so thank you for the support. I know that since the very beginning you have been in support of this project, and I really appreciate when you speak up about the project and the need here in Shiprock for this hotel. So thank you very much for your support. In terms of the projection for gaming recovering from COVID, we haven't really got that information on the projection. I don't know if Mr. Parrish is on the line. However, I think that the projection of 5 to 10 years is really what we're looking at, because with COVID, we still are in the midst of COVID, and the Navajo Nation has not approved to move towards 100% opening. And so I know that with gaming, they're still limited in the percentage of how much they can allow into their facility, which does affect the revenue, the overall revenue. And the states all around us are at they're at full opening. I don't know why the Navajo Nation hasn't moved towards that. I know that here with the businesses in the Shiprock community, like KFC and Burger King, are not allowing people to sit down to eat. They're only allowing drive-through and then just picking up. And so our businesses are still affected here in the Navajo Nation, and there's been no movement to fully open. And again, that does affect our gaming revenue. And we did have that conversation in Phoenix when we had our gaming compact meeting a couple of weeks ago, and it was also reported to the state task force last weekend as well, that these are some of the issues that are still currently affecting our business industries right now. So I'm waiting for somebody to drop legislation to get us into full compliance. I don't really know how the Navajo Nation is moving forward with the color coding. That wasn't approved by council, and I know that it was kind of a shock to a lot of us delegates when we learned that was something that was being implemented from the Department of Health. So I'm not really sure at this point whether we're going to even open to full capacity. And then also, if that's, I'm almost positive that that's going to help gaming. And I'm saying that because when we're talking about the recovery from COVID for a lot of our businesses, that's really the first step that we have to take as delegates, is we have to have that conversation of whether we want to fully open. Even though, we do now have the Omicron that is amongst us right now, we do have to have those conversations. And then also, Delegate Freeland, I also appreciate the support, and you know that I too support a hotel being built there in Crown Point. And I know that Crown Point does need a laundromat. Crown Point is in need of a lot of things. I worked there in Crown Point for almost 2 years. I traveled back and forth. I know Crown Point, to me, Crown Point is in my heart because I worked with the people there and I saw the need that's there in that community. So you do have my support when it comes to development happening there in Crown Point. I think it does need to happen. I know that when I worked there, there were some nights when I got off work at 7 o'clock and the 2-hour drive home was sometimes, really exhausting, especially when you're driving every single day. And we kind of expect that of our employees of the Navajo Nation. We expect them to drive, an average of 2 hours a day to go to work. And so, there with the development there in Crown Point, I remember there were some times when I had wished that there was a hotel that I could just sleep. And just kind of, as a little joke, the detention center used to say, well, we have some pods that are available if you want to come and sleep in a pod. And I said, no, I don't want to sleep in your jail. I'm okay. But there is a need for the facility building there in Crown Point, and I am in full support of those projects there in Eastern Agency in terms of business development. So I do appreciate the comments that are coming up from Delegate Freeland. And then in terms of the compact, yes, there are provisions within the compact that we do have to abide by with the New Mexico State Compact. And I believe that we did have that conversation at one time with gaming in terms of whether this would be something that would be allowable. And my understanding is that it would be allowable, but I don't know if it would be for a Class 2 facility or if it would be for a Class 3 facility. So you are correct, Delegate Freeland, that we do have to look at our state compact at this point to also make sure that we are in compliance with what the compact states and whether we would have to amend that to include shiprock. But that is a conversation I think that we would have to have with gaming because I'm not, in all honesty, I'm not as familiar with the New Mexico State Compact as I am with the Arizona State Compact. So it may need some further dwelling into in order to answer those questions. So, Mr. Stat, is there anything that you would like to add to my comments and to my answers?
Just real brief, just to thank Delegate Odo So, who's on our hospitality board. Odo was involved in this. We worked through our part of the due diligence work and on the Shiprock project. Midsummer last year, and came to the conclusion. So, as a whole group, we're united behind this project, and as expressed by our board member. So, I'll just emphasize that.
Thank you very much. Honorable Kealan Begay. Honorable Begay.
Chairman, I apologize. I just wanted to reiterate my request to the hotel gaming enterprise. The plan and the development that they have, obviously it wasn't a response on it. Or it being kid on this, not necessarily now, but before the NABI committee or not the council session. The overall plan about the expansion of building hotels and conference room and everything else. We need to infuse some funding. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Mr. Sapp, Honorable Begay would like to have some documentation as far as the expansion plan for the hotel that will be established in Shiprock, and perhaps have these prepared when it comes before the Nabagia committee meeting and the full Navajo Nation Council for approval. Mr. Sapp.
No, it's an excellent idea, and we've got a lot of work. It's a matter of just assembling it in presentation format for you, and we'd be glad to do that. I'll work with through the sponsor Eugenia and figure out exactly when, what works best to get on your the various agendas so that we can go over it with you.
Thank you, Mr. Sapp. Honorable members of RDC, any other comments or questions? Are we ready to vote? Any other comments, questions? None. None. We'll go ahead and put it to a vote. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
Chairman, I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Begay? Honorable Begay? Honorable Daniels?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Freeland?
Chairman, I'll vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Stewart?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Begay? We have a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Motion carries for legislation 0258-21. Thank you, Honorable Chair Charles Noon.
Thank you, Chair Naz and members of the RDC committee. Happy holidays, everyone.
Thank you. Also, thank you, Mr. Sapp.
You're quite welcome. Happy holidays.
Thank you. Let's go back up to legislation 0239-21. Honorable Chairman Daniel Shaw, are you on the call with us now?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Sheila, thank you. Mr. Kai, could you read this in for the record, please?
The chair members of RDC, this is legislative summary sheet tracking number 0239-21, date November 15th, 2021. Title of the resolution: an action relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee and the Nambikit Committee supporting United States Senate Bill number 3221, a bill to place a moratorium on large concentrated animal feeding operations to strengthen the Packers and Packyards Act 1991 and to require countries of origin labeling on beef, pork, and dairy products and other purposes, and request to amend the Packers and the Stockyard Act 1921 to include a statutory language for the Navajo Nation to establish slaughterhouse and packaging facilities. Purpose: if approved, this resolution will support Senate Bill 3221, titled "A Bill to Replace a Moratorium on Large Concentrated Animal Feeding Operations to Strengthen the Packers and Stockyards Act 1921 to require countries of origin labeling on beef, pork, and dairy products, and for other purposes." This resolution is requested an amendment to the Packers and Stockyards Act of 1921 to include statutory language for Navajo Nation to establish slaughterhouse and packing facilities within the Navajo Nation. Nambikit Committee will have final authority over this legislation, which will be read into its record entirely. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Daniel E. So, tracking number 0239-21, relating to Health, Education, and Human Services Committee and the Nambikit Committee, supporting United States Senate Bill number 3221, a bill to place a moratorium on large concentrated animals feeding operations to strengthen the Packers and Stockyards Act 1921 to require countries of origin labeling on beef, pork, and dairy products and for other purposes, and to request to amend the Packers and Stockyards Act 1921 to include statutory language for the Navajo Nation to establish slaughterhouse and packing facilities. And the legislation includes a whereas, which includes an Exhibit A. attaches Exhibit A on this legislation, which is the 116th Congress Second Session Senate Bill 3221. This bill was heard in Health, Education, and Human Services Committee and was referenced and forwarded to the Navajo Nation Resource and Development Committee. On its first summary report, the Navajo Nation Legislative Branch Internet Public Review Summary Legislation 0239-21. The sponsor was Honorable Daniel E. Slow. It was posted on November 15th, 2021 at 5:05 p.m. The 5-day comment period ended November 20th, 2021. There was no comments supporting this legislation. There was no comments opposing this legislation. There was no comments or recommendation on this legislation. There's also a memorandum attached to this legislation reviewing committee's legislation for number 0239-21, which is dated November 29, 2021 from Lorraine D. Lepahi, Principal Advocate of Office of Legislative Counsel regarding this legislation. This legislation was amended to include the Resource and Development Committee as the Resource and Development Committee is the standing committee of the Navajo Nation Council with oversight authority over agriculture and livestock. In 2 NC section 500C. This legislation was already heard by Health and Human Services Committee and is now in our committee. Chair, this is legislation number 0239-21 read into the record. Back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. Honorable members of RDC, before we establish a motion and a second, Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. text in his vote as green for legislation 0258-21. So before we make the other motion, we will go ahead and go back to legislation 258-21 for his text message on his vote. So the vote will change from 401 to 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Thank you, Honorable Begay. Now we're back to legislation 239-21, which Mr. Tahi read into the record. Honorable members of RDC, let's have a motion and a second. Chairman Kelly.
Freeland, second.
Honorable Begay, motion, second by Honorable Freeland. And this legislation goes to Nabikieti as well. Are there any comments or questions? Going twice. Going 3 times. We'll go ahead and vote on it then. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
Sure, I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Begay?
Chairman Keller votes green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Daniels?
Great.
Thank you. Honorable Freeland?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Stewart?
Green.
We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Motion carries for legislation 0239-21. Thank you, Shana. Honorable Chairman Daniel So.
Thank you, Mr. Tillett. Other members of the Distinguished Resource and Development Committee. My favorite Che Nhanat Atole once the slaughterhouse is established.
We look forward to it, Shana. Thank you. Next legislation 0246-21. Vice Chair Raymond Smith Jr., are you on the call?
Yes, sir. I'm on the call, Chief.
Okay. Yeah. Mr. Ty, could you read this into the record, sir? Mr. Tahi.
Hey, what's up, bro?
Not much, man.
All right, I'm just like, Thursday.
Wow.
Please mute your phones. Thank you. Mr. Tahi, could you read this legislation 0246-21 and for the record? Mr. Woody, is Mr. Tahi on the call?
Chair, yes, I'm on the call. I was muted. I'm sorry about that.
Okay, go ahead.
You have legislation summary sheet tracking number 0246-21, date November 18th, 2021. Titled the legislation and action relating to resource and development and budget and finance committees approving a change in exhibit D to resolution number CAP-35-18 for the on Lupton chapter by deleting the chapter roads improvement project and relocating the $75,040 in funds to the N9402 road projects. The purpose of this legislation is to approve a change in CAP 35-18 Exhibit D to delete the chapter roads improvement projects number D146 and reallocate the $75,040 in approved funds to the N9402 road improvement projects. Budget and Finance has final authority over this legislation, which will be read into the record in its entirety. The sponsor of this legislation is Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., tracking number 0246-21, and action relating to Resource and Development and Budget and Finance Committee, approving a change in Exhibit D in the resolution number CAP 3518 for the Lupton chapter by deleting the chapter road improvement projects and reallocating the $75,040 in funds to the N9402 roads projects. Be enacted, there's section 1, it lists the authority. Section 2 lists the findings. In section 2, it acknowledges exhibit 1, exhibit 2, and exhibit 3. And in section 3 is approval, which acknowledges exhibit 3. Section 4 has effective date. Section 5 has the savings clause. Exhibit 1 is the Sissasun Fund Power Line and Chapter Capital Projects Expenditure Plan. Exhibit 2 is a resolution from the Lupton chapter to TSA-2021-07-044, which is requesting the Navajo Nation and Resource and Development and Budget and Finance Committees to approve the chapter's request to amend CAP 3518 to delete D146 roads improvements and transfer the funds to D144, the N9402 roads improvement project. Attaches Exhibit 3, which is the Capital Projects Management Department Sun Project Amendment Certification CAP 3518, which original date was approved on July 20th, 2021. You have the first report, the Navajo Nation Legislative Branch Internet Public Review Summary, legislation number 0246-21. Sponsor is Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. This was posted on November 19th, 2021 at 5:05 p.m. The 5-day comment period ended November 24th, 2021. There was no comments supporting this legislation. There was no comments opposing this legislation. There was no comments or recommendation on this legislation. Chair, members of RDC, that is legislation 0246-21 read into the record. Back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. Honorable members of RDC, let's establish a motion and a second.
Motion, Stewart.
Freeland, second.
Honorable Stewart and Honorable Freeland seconds. And aye. This legislation goes to Budget and Finance. Do you have any questions or comments? None. Hakushila, we'll go ahead and put it to a vote. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Begay text his green vote. Honorable Daniels?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Freeland?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Stewart?
Green.
Thank you. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries. Then, Honorable Chairman Daniel, so are you still on the call with us?
Yes, I still am.
Okay. Legislation 0255-21. Mr. Tahi, could you read this in for the record, please? Mr. Tahi, unmute.
Chair, members of RDC, you have legislative summary sheet tracking number 0255-21, date November 18th, 2021. Titled the legislation, an action relating to resource and development and budget and finance committees, and accepting the Auditor General's internal audit of the Torreon Star Lake chapter, approving the proposed corrective action plan of the Torreon Star Lake chapter. The purpose of this legislation is to accept the Auditor General's audit report of the Torreon Star Lake chapter and to approve the chapter's proposed corrective action plan to address the audit findings by September 20th, 2022. Budget and Finance has final authority over this legislation, which will be read to its record entirely. The sponsor of this legislation is Honorable Daniel E. So, tracking number 0255-21. An action relating to resource and development and budget and finance committees, accepting the Auditor General's internal audit of the Torreon Star Lake chapter, approving the proposed corrective action plan of the Torreon Star Lake chapter. In section 1, you have its authority. In section 2, you have the findings. In it, you'll have Exhibit A, Exhibit B, Exhibit C, Exhibit D. In section 3 is the approval of the audit report and the corrective action plan of Torreon Star Lake chapter, which is Exhibit A and Exhibit C. In section 4, you have the directive. In section 5, you have the effective date. In section 6, you have the savings clause. Attached is Exhibit A, Office of the Auditor General, Navajo Nation, internal audit of the Star Lake chapter, Torreon Star Lake chapter, report number 21-05, March 2021. You have Exhibit B, which is a letter dated March 25th, 2021, regarding the Torreon Star Lake chapter, which was addressed to Navajo Nation Office of Attorney General, Auditor General Helen Brown, CFE, Principal Auditor. Attached, you have Exhibit C, which is the Torreon Star Lake Chapter Corrective Action Plan Audit Report number 21-05, dated October 5th, 2021. Attached, you have Exhibit D, which is a resolution from Torreon Star Lake Chapter, resolution of the Torreon Star Lake Chapter TSL 10/2021 72, approving the corrective action plan for the period of October 2021 to October 2022 in response to the Torreon Star Lake Chapter Internal Audit 2105. Then you have the first report of the Navajo Nation Legislative Branch Internet Public Review Summary of legislation number 0255-21, sponsor of Honorable Daniel E. So. It was posted on November 24th, 2021 at 1:41 p.m. The 5-day comment period ended November 29th, 2021. This legislation received no comments supporting it. This legislation received no comments opposing it. This legislation also received no comments or recommendation. Chair member of RDC, that is legislation 0255-21 read into the record. Back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi, for reading that. Honorable members of RDC, let's have a motion and a second.
Chairman Freeland.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Second by?
Chairman, I'll second.
Thank you, Vice Chair Walker. I'm going to give some 20 minutes to Honorable Chairman Daniel So and then to the Auditor General. Chairman So now.
Members of the Resource and Development Committee. In working up to this particular audit and the work of newly elected chapter officials. Number one, it has been revealed, and I'd like to acknowledge Chiaja, Madam Chair Michelle Montoya on the call, the Che, Mario Piatencio, Vice President, and then Sanala Sherry W. Begay, Ado Shadeja, Cecilia Toledo, who is the AMS. The CSC position is vacant. The previous CSC retired as effective July 30th, 2021. So in the deliberations, what we've come to find out is this chapter, my home chapter, had not been audited per Navajo Nation law for a period of over 20 years. And so that aspect, it was really surprising, and in certain cases there was allegations that I'm the one that instigated the audit. And certainly that was false allegation. But I do want to emphasize that we walk into the situation and we realize that there are deficiencies and at all levels, all the way up into the aspects, the monitoring, and even the technical assistance that are to be offered by the Agency Service Center and its personnel, as well as up into the higher levels of the Division of Community Development. And so we are faced with this, and we are in a prospect of abiding by the findings and instituting the corrections. And as we move forward, I will refer to Madam Chapter President Michelle Montoya for responses, as well as to Vice President Mario Tencio and Chapter Secretary Sherry Begay. Mr. Chair, that would be my opening statement, and I welcome the presentation by Acting Auditor General, Ms. Helen Brown. We do have a good relationship with the Auditor General's office. We proceed in a very positive manner. Thank you. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Chairman. So, Auditor General's office, Ms. Brown, are you on the call?
Good afternoon. This is Beverly Tom, Senior Auditor of the Office of the Auditor General. I also have Karen Briscoe, Principal Auditor with the Office of the Auditor General on standby also. Ms. Brown is not able to attend this meeting today, but I will provide a presentation of the report.
Okay, you may proceed, Ms. Tom.
Good afternoon, RDC committee members, Mr. Chair. Today, I will be presenting the internal audit of the Torreon Star Lake chapter, report number 21-05, and this was conducted as of March 2021. And the audit was actually performed by Newberry and Associates, which was contracted by our office to conduct this audit. A brief background is that our objectives for this audit is to make sure to evaluate the chapter's internal controls by financial transaction are authorized, valid, and properly recorded to permit the preparation of financial statements and other financial reports. Assets are safeguarded against loss or misuse. Chapter activities addressed by the 5 management systems comply with applicable laws and regulations. And this audit covered the activities for the 12-month period of July 1st, 2019 through June 30th, 2020. The Newberry and Associates did conduct interviews. They did examine records and also tested financial activities for the chapter as well. There were 3 audit findings that were identified for the chapter, which are the finding 1 is that the chapter physical equipment inventory form is incomplete and the chapter did not perform an annual physical inventory count. There is no existing physical inventory equipment form, which included required information such as date of purchase, tag numbers, and required classifications. The chapter does not maintain a statement of value for property insurance underwriting exposure summary information chart, which listed 47 items of property. This statement is for insurance purpose. However, this statement of values was not complete in that it does not include the date of purchase or tag numbers for all 47 items. The chapter real property was valued at $3.1 million, and the chapter equipment property is valued at $89,000 per the statement of values for insurance underwriting exposure summary information chart. No physical inventory count that involved actual observation and identification of each piece of property was conducted during the 12-month period ending June 30, 2020. This finding was based on the chapter's FMS property policies, procedures, as you read the finding in detail. And we also have recommendations for the finding. For finding 2, General and subsidiary ledgers for all capital assets owned are not maintained. Capital assets are not reported in financial statements. There was no general nor subsidiary ledger for the capital assets of the chapter. Therefore, there is no asset account group included on the combined balance sheet as of June 30, 2020. And this was also based on the chapter's FMS policies and property policies and procedures, and we do have recommendations for this finding. The last finding is finding 3 scholarships were awarded to students who had not submitted all essential documents. Based on the test work, they did find required transcripts from prior award semesters were missing from 3 students' documentation for required 8 hours of community service were missing for 2 scholarship files. Receipts for the disbursement of scholarship checks payable to individual scholarship recipients were missing from 3 scholarship files. These 3 scholarship recipients were applying for a second scholarship from the chapter and failed to provide essential documents. The scholarship recipient cover letter checklists were not complete for 3 of the students. And we also do have recommendations for that finding. And this chapter did, like Mr. So did state that this chapter has not been audited for over 20 years. And based on these findings, we did work with the chapter to develop a corrective action plan. And with the assistance of ASC, there was a cap that was approved, and we found that to be effective to be addressing the audit findings that are reported in this audit report. And as of November 8, 2021, we did accept that corrective action plan, and that is also part of this legislation. And that's the end of my presentation from the Office of the Auditor General.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tom, for your presentation on this corrective action plan for Torreon Star Lake chapter. Honorable Chairman Daniel So, would you like to add anything?
Yes, members of the Resource and Development Committee. As has been relayed, the response to the audit has been accepted as attached in the exhibit. I'd like to basically say that and allow for Madam President Rochelle Montoya to address the group, as well as Chapter Vice President Mario Kentio and Chanela Sherry W. Begay to address the committee if the chair will allow.
Thank you very much, Chairman So. So we'll go ahead and have Ms. Montoya respond.
Agoshi, Yat Nana do Nana, members of the Resources and Development Committee members, and also the honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council that are also on this call. Shea Rochelle Montoya Chi and Shea. Auto the audit Naha a day lado the corrective action plan Gibon Dashilnish. Shaja Daniel and the need the Kushinaha gone that the audit Naha Alia Okoba Heta needs and do Shizero Eba Hensen Con administration office na and Dalnashigi Dinalsos Elke de Nilto Naha Yada Halia go Trahadolji the account maintenance specialist Shanala Cecilia Toledo when at stuck at Asaho Aya when I'm not lish. Aro yet not lished Aya Shazeda Wally Toledo Aya coordinator in Lona the Quishina Hagot Kadotnish. Aro the account maintenance specialist Dasadant Aya Alberta Ballard will you? She's at a different chapter now. But we also had our former chapter officials that have also worked hard to make sure that our paperwork needs to be where it needs to be. And the based on the Dave Rico will a chapter president and leaned aro Shaja Richard Montoya and vice president and I just want to acknowledge them and their hard work to how the audit came out for our chapter. We did have 4 findings. I'm very happy to say that we only had 4 findings since we haven't had an audit in over 20 plus years. And we have already started working towards some of the corrective action plans. In particular, the scholarship. We have established a new scholarship committee for our chapter and have let them know that this was a finding in our audit and that they need to be diligent about getting the paperwork for each of our chapter scholarship recipients. Cecilia, chapter AMS Yahuns and that we need the inventory and that needs to be kept in order in our office. And a community service coordinator. The division of community development there. Dr. Yellowman, Mrs. Sonlasa Jim Martin, Casey Bigay Shazeda, Murdis Bigay, just to give them an appreciation at this time. Chairman Nes.
Thank you, Ms. Montoya. Mr. Atencio?
Yes, thank you, Chairman, and honorable and distinguished members of the Resource and Development Committee. Quickly, 2 points. Do you want to give to Chairman to the for the committee's consideration 2 things quickly. I'm going to talk directly on the audit itself. The audit was for a period from June 2019 to June 2020. Through my review, my personal review as chapter vice president, in the 10 years of the audit period, the monitoring tools, which is a compliance sheet, a monthly compliance sheet, and a monthly monitoring tools for chapter officials have not been signed by any oversight personnel, admin, nor chapter officials. This, by its very existence, should have kicked off a Section 7 report of non-compliance per the budget and structure manuals for fiscal year 2019, 2020, and 2021, those 2 fiscal years. ASC and Division of Community Development should have not have had to wait for an audit to be told of this critical lapse of generally accepted accounting procedure inspired fiduciary oversight. So we're talking about the physical inventory, and there is chapter assessment, chapter performance assessments that are put forward, and we have yet to see any type of documentation that's outlining this. So, Chairman, there's an incredible lapse of fiduciary oversight by the Administrative Service Center, Crown Point, and Division of Community Development. And so that's one thing. So you look at the 2 findings out there, just tracking the amount of property. We can't even tell you, Chairman, what we have on the ground and what was lost over a 20-year period. And we can't tell you, and even now, we just had someone pick up, I'm literally at the chapter house. We had a trailer here that's on the inventory list that was taken away and without no property, property disposal processes done by ASC. SPPS Casey Brigade just approved it. So people are coming to the chapter, taking away property, and no one is stopping them at the gate. Critical need That's all I have to tell you the truth via my oath of office. There's huge scopes of oversight, lapse of oversight. The second one, the CAP approval process was extremely frustrating process. Number one, ASC Crown Point was not properly guiding per the ASC plan of operation, was not guiding the now retired CSC. The whole process is outlined by Office of Auditor General. We got a draft CAP plan sent to us 4:30 on a Friday. And that draft CAP corrective action plan was supposed to had critical input by chapter officials. And by the time it was sent off, how do we have 30 minutes to look through a document? That was number one. Number two, just approval for the CAP was extremely frustrating because in the 2020 October regular chapter meeting, ASC, who's now supposed to be delegated administrative authority over the chapter, was not in attendance for the planning meeting and the regular chapter meeting. Frustrated by this, we tabled the CAP approval resolution, and we had to put forth a special meeting. And that special meeting, again, I think ASC, SPPS, KCBK was delegated authority, did not show up to that meeting. The community, even though ASC was not in attendance, approved the CAP, and we're very disappointed in the lack of professional presence at critical meetings that are critical and central to the plan of operation of ASC Crown Point. So overall, Shannon, there's critical questions that need your oversight, needs your oversight as oversight over ASC and DCT, Shannon. So even that's quickly at the top of two things off my what I have prepared for you. Do thank you, Chairman, for the time, and Shannon, committee members, Isa Hinson, yeah, thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Atencio. Chair, will go to the floor. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any comments or questions for Honorable Chairman So and the chapter officials from Torreon Star Lake chapter? Mr. Casey Begay, are you on the call, sir? Mr. Casey Begay, press *6 to unmute.
Yes, sir. I'm on the call.
Okay. Mr. Begay, would you like to respond also?
Oh yeah, Shanantaya Teo Shah. Do Hisna National Yehazi Shanantaya Mr. Daniel Sochi Ado Suzadet Rochelle Montoya. Ani o Nahoti Doshin Anin Leden Ayo Need. Oh, as not Shin Day Dojo Hislan Shin Hall Jis Leden Ani o Edahate. I've been with ASC Crown Point Region office for a little over 2 years now. Shanandai. Ado Edes. Nidi Hatsi. Bashina il Tato do Yuji Kadalia Nini Ani Hatela o Ako. Akonde Dide Natina Aleto being 18 the Dono Naskat the Lahat Nini Ani Hote. Akonde Alchinan Shigi. Akonda ilala so giteya joko auditors yaholden. There's only 3 citations. Ko nikikoda ni on ya teo tan nishla shanandai. So fahini aro ba fahini kho ata iliado aro da hidi ni shanandai. Shahatoli. Ko aro idet shanandai kana zane kion the tagi. AC hot energy do aro that is energy. Ede ya kadio ayo ni chat khanatli. Generation hitting that is listo hikadija. Do yat let's be proactive. Atoni Hislio, Nishihigata, is it Kianda Satagi? A criteria, the adult ada, so I'm machine at end legends on skin to all the Nasbit on the Shatnene, to auditors and on the Stahadon, she don't see on the Stahadon. Other a mobile home, other Joel Yada Nenigi, mobile home again, Yakana, she must start like go. A con the insurance, which any is because land there. A co property, Gilin on the Hana Nelo. At Agado, the Hala, Ayanda Hinaka, on law that is little, you do a write off. A crab is days property and supply, and it doesn't happen overnight. A lot of our computers, I thought, but that is just other equipment, though, Kyoshi chapters, and that is near, I thought, property and supply, and Kyoshi. Banana State, on high costa, according to the trailer, just lost at Ningi Edo Jokada, a chapter of the date Ningi Edo Jokada, a mobile home, a Nasi Yin dust, or so big Hashi na Krego, Toya Shonda, hot on his dance zone. Should I hit me? Ado, Ado, Nikwasan, hit the net. Sabachin over Cholia, and he said that it link had it other, Chon Russian door link for Donny. They had Adota another sheetness, but us yet it all list, Ado up his on it out up it us. Another the Beso Chitos in Vito, Beso Chiton, that's the Higito, Ediki, they shouldn't have witness all list. Another the no, AB so it's part of the corrective action. A call, yeah, that in those stand and a Mario and it at busy car later. It's part of the corrective action, and a auditor general best practices. Another on a monthly basis we have financial information, financial reports on our financial actuals, the balances, the expenditures, every month by Hina is capital, not correct capital, corrective action plan. Plato piece. I call a Yaha, Zito Hoshe Kanda Jil Intala, Leda Holgis, Nenigi, Chase it all listen, Ishina, a craggy Yaha, Shinantai. I don't know, so this thing, I don't, a cautious Salu, Toriono. Last week, PEP productions. I don't not so spin that into gender that I'll engage our con a dash cut. Generally, then, not dashing it. A chodan neck a basic does in la. A course scholarship that not so smart that then. If chin base of the Kana, Ninda had but I'll tell you, and I conduct it or say that only started me. It's part of the corrective action plan. Although a Kiana Satagi saw projects in our story. Sato visit public at the whole yard or Kanas, or Satorasi in our story. Sato, you didn't need Adoli, no be that so. And we're looking forward to it, and we're looking to have a wonderful and progressive year next year. And potato list. Thank
you, Mr. Begay. The Koro Resources Development Committee in Kananish Inage oversight the 20 chapters though DCD though SC has ada city that it needs a local chapters community. Hot ego not only Torion though Star Lake again, Mr. Begay. Queen that has been done Shikishi Johnny then of course it's a sad one. It's good to hear that ASC is active in doing that. Good day corrective action plan Niniki hashtag or Niniki, that's the focus for Torion Star Lake chapter. Sanction to prevent from any sanctions happening to Torion Star Lake. A quaggy are seen in the Nishishin has your baby car, not what or less or what are a state of no up on non cut or less your horses the tile with the no hand zip and the chan. and continue to check up on them and help them and assist them as to what needs to be done. If there needs to be a meeting with the chapter officials, ask them let them know that you're available to talk, discuss, and see how things can be better for that chapter there, Mr. McKay. So, who is wanting to speak? Is it Dr. Yellowman? Is Jim Martin?
Chair?
Martin? Yes, who's this?
Yes, Sherry Begay, I'm with the Torion Star Lake chapter secretary treasurer. I just wanted to put do my input on the CAP. This is my second term, and the first term was a lot of a learning process. And I think in that term, that's when the chapter was started working towards certification. And one of the requirement was an audit. And that's when the audit came up. And so it has been asked for, it has been requested for. And so Kurenda Bahojish. And, a lot of these things I found that you inherit some of the things that have happened in previous years, previous administration. But all the same, I think that working towards the future and correcting a lot of these findings is what we need to do. And I want to note also is, that there was a changeover of CHC, our AMS. We've been through a period where we really didn't know, where we really didn't have guidance, direction during a period of time. And I think that's where a lot of the, things kind of just sifted through. But all the same, I think, with this CAP that we have in our hands, we can't look back. We cannot look back. We just need to look forward and work forward and get this resolved. And I think, the AMS, the ASC, the administration, I think they do a lot from what I've seen and what I've, observed. And they're the main individuals that make things happen. So I think it's best, we are a team from the community members to administration, to chapter officials, to ASC, DCD, I always say CDC. But yeah, we are a team and we need to work as a team. So, and that's the only way, things happen is, to, be cohesive and work towards the future. And distinguished RDC members, chair, and my officials, I'm very, very proud of them, and our council delegate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Begay. It's very encouraging when chapter officials have a focus and using good choice of words to better their chapter as far as accountability and making corrections. So teamwork. So thank you for that. Honorable members of RDC, any comments or questions? We'll go ahead and put it to a vote. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
Chairman, I vote green.
Yes. Honorable Freeland?
Sorry, Chairman, I was muted. I wanted to make a comment, Freeland.
Okay. We haven't voted, so go ahead with your comment, Honorable Freeland.
Okay, last Chairman and colleagues. Sorry, I was on star 6. I just wanted to first of all thank the chapter for acknowledgement and the officials as well as the AMS for this this undertaking. Thank you to Auditor General for having this done. Thank you to ASC for moving forward. I think in situations like this, I think of what we inherited too as the RDC. A lot of these situations we come across. And I remember one of our discussions at NDOT related to a sanction. And I know my colleagues and I, we've had these discussions about putting chapters on sanction or not. And, that's we should have that opportunity for our chapters to do some corrective action and be able to correct these findings. That's always an undertaking. But when we need to work together on situations like this, and we need to remind ourselves, what? No, none of us is perfect, and I think none of our doings are perfect. But we're able to make changes. We're able to make amendments. We're able to put things into perspective, and hopefully have a better outcome next time. And I think of a lot of what our predecessors did, and a lot of recommendations were just put them on sanction. I just drove by Twin Lakes chapter today, and that's one chapter I think we should take another look at. Is changes have been made, and they're currently on sanction, but do we want to keep them on sanction? And my little brother's chapter, Samuel, he got him out of sanction. So maybe take another look all together, all the chapters that are sanctioned. We got 1 year left, and how can we work to put these chapters on a better path to have good direction, but more importantly, implore or encourage the relationship between ASC and the chapter administration. We can't just start throwing or pointing fingers at one another. We need to work together cohesively to make this happen. And that's what I want to say, Chairman. And I support the chapter's endeavors. I support the what they're trying to do. But we all need to work together. And changes will be made, yes. And I'm sure with the chapter seeking their certification, this was, like Mr. Gay said, this is one of the things that they have to go through. One of my chapters is going through this as well, Crown Point, and Vicenti's beginning to position themselves as well. So anytime a chapter wants to go towards certification, they have to go through an audit. And just thinking back 20 years, ASC, I don't know if ASC is 20 years old. Prior to then, we had LGSC as well. So I'm just thinking, how can we, or how can DCD maybe try to, or especially ASC, how can they work to enhance knowledge? And every SPPS is different. They work differently with the chapters. And Casey has done a lot for our area, and I appreciate his input, and of course the administration of Windrock. But every region is different, and Baca Prua is completely different from Crown Point or Chinle or whatever. But I just think we need to work together cohesively and move forward, and accept what happened. Yes, and I did have an opportunity to work with Mr. Toledo in the past, Mr. Rico as well, and have a lot of admiration and respect for both of those gentlemen, and of course Mr. Montoya too. And I really admired these leaders, and I thank them because they did a lot for the community of Torion and Star Lake.
And it was just a matter of communication. It was a matter of working together, and that's where we find ourselves today. And let's just remind ourselves of how things were to be done. I was reminded of that fact at one of my chapter meetings at Lake Valley. And anytime there's a disagreement, or anytime there's acknowledgement of that, we have to sit down and talk about it. And it came from one of my elders, and I always will remember that pointedly telling me that you don't put out things on social media, you don't do those, so you sit down and talk about it as leaders. And that will always stay with me, because I heard that firsthand from one of the grassroots people, the people that doesn't look on Facebook or doesn't look on social media or anything like that. She reminded me of how past leaders did things. They sat down and talked about it. And that's just how far it goes for me, Chairman, and my colleagues. And I think we need to be reminded of ourselves of that, of Nabakiat and sticking together that way. So, and then also the fact that COVID also had a role to play, I'm sure, with everyone's lives, but it put a corkscrew in everyone's processes, whether that was the chapter, whether that was Auditor General, whether that was Division of Community Development, whether that was legislative, executive branch, whomever. COVID really, there's a lot of things I'm sure that we wanted to do as leaders, but we couldn't do them because COVID really hampered our direction. And, I for myself, I can truly say that. So I just wanted to say that much, Chairman, and I do support the legislation and thank my Honorable Che, Honorable Daniel So for the legislation, and the Torreon Star Lake officials. Thank you. And let's just go ahead and move forward and put things to rest, and just, I'm sure that the chapter can get these corrections done. I know they will. They're a very talented, smart group there that they have, and you guys are very blessed with good officials. So I know they'll get these done. But Area Chairman, I just wanted to say that much. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Let me go to Dr. Yellowman. Dr. Yellowman, press *6 to unmute.
Good afternoon, Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Good afternoon, honorable members of RDC, DCD staff, chapter officials, chapter staff. Chair, just listening in and speaking more towards the process of the corrective action plan and the coordination between the Auditor General's office, ASC, and the chapters. There's intricate responsibilities that lie on the Auditor General's office, ASC staff, and then the chapters. And when we point to the roles and responsibilities outlined in Title 26, those often get they can get blurry, so to speak, those roles and responsibilities. And in terms of, or in the spirit of the process, I really want to work towards enhancing the relationship between the chapters, Auditor General, and DCD ASC to understand ways of honoring those responsibilities and accountability measures. I'm bringing this up because it's really easy for one entity to point to another entity and say, you didn't do this or you didn't do that. Those are those blurred lines. But really, in essence, it really takes this whole team. It takes a massive team to support and to elevate financial management at the chapter level. And it's not just the chapter officials. It really becomes the whole chapter unit or the whole chapter team, because the financial operations is at the core of how this chapter is going to function and provide services to their community. And I shared yesterday, I'm in a 2-day work session with OPVP. And I shared yesterday to OPVP and all the 20+ division directors that on one hand, in DCD, when we work with chapters, you have chapters who present capability and accountability to CPMD because they want to manage their own projects. But the same chapter is struggling with financial operations and maybe managerial operations at ASC. So we see both sides of the chapters, and in order for us to really help elevate chapter operations, it takes a clear outline of what the roles and responsibilities are of the Auditor General's office. And it takes clear responsibility. It takes a clear outline of what ASC's responsibilities and duties are, and so forth onto the chapters. And RDC, we present to RDC. But the next step too is to honor that and making sure, because when as divisions, when we go before oversight for our budget hearings, we too take an oath. We take an oath, and then we go through several months of presenting our budget to leadership, and then ultimately that goes before the Navajo people, in essence. So we have to address legislative concerns. We have to address budget reviews, and then we are graded, so to speak, as well as divisions. So we have to adhere to some of those same standards. But moving forward, it really is important that we have that ASC has an identity to how they contribute to the CAP. Auditor General has their identity as to how they contribute to the CAP, and so do the chapter officials. The other thing I want to add, Chair, just in closing, is the CAP is an opportunity to make improvements. For some chapters that are struggling internally, it appears to be a punitive, but there really it's an opportunity to advance and strengthen their local governance, and that, with that perspective, it really benefits the whole chapter unit as a whole. And so I want to really encourage that it's an opportunity to make things better, because when we start to say he or she didn't do this, or he or she, and that comes back to this ongoing conversation of the matrices of conflict that we see throughout Navajo Nation or throughout the chapters. You know, we really have to improve on those matrices of behaviors as well. So I just want to add that, Chair. I want to add that I support our staff in improving our communications. I support our staff, ASC, and our SPPS in communicating and completing these tasks. Like many divisions, we're overwhelmed, extremely overwhelmed with tasks, but so are the chapters. There's work, so much work throughout the Navajo Nation, but I am hopeful that we will improve upon this, and I appreciate Casey, Ms. Jim Martin, working with the chapters, appreciate the chapter staff and the chapter leadership, and the council delegate Daniel So as well for his leadership in that area. So those are just my comments, Chair, and we'll continue to listen in. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yellowman. Honorable Chairman Daniel, so back to you. Before we put it to a vote.
Oh, I can't members of the RDC. I should say, Honorable Mark Freeland, thank you for the commentary on the aspect of what we need to do. I guess one item is we have to pony up all the way from the committee to the division and down to the agency service center. I guess in our discussions away from this particular item, throughout the reservation, the ASCs operate in different manners. And how do we make sure the message is the same to all 110 chapters? And so that's the part that I really think we should focus on, because we talk about equity, we talk about getting projects. All of us need the very necessary facilities, and so that we can have programs operating. And the true effect of decentralization has to be that ember fire that was built back in 1992. That ember has to be relit. Now with Asia, seed, Tito, the chill, out of the squattle, Nasa Nadi clear. With Aggie Artishne, that aspect of Aggie Bahayoniki. And later, the Akaila, ni cotton, not safe. And hit it no a hold, nothing hit it, Midland a. And to this day, that aspect, we can't let the fire go out. In this part about getting services to our constituents, getting services to our people. And so in that aspect, what my K is imploring that aspect. For myself, he's very idealistic. This is the way we should be. This is the way we should do things for our people. And all that, and for this chapter, she has Rochelle Montoya, the Che, Mario Tensi, who's Sinale, Sherry Begay. The focus of people are people. That's been the focus since they took their oath of office. And I really appreciate that. And just for your information, some of our chapter teleconferences, the Zoom conferences, we've had as many as 40 people of our constituents who are in Wyoming, in Colorado, most especially Colorado Springs, calling in from Rio Rancho to participate in the discussions and the actions of what is before the chapter, what the leaders put on the agenda. And that's significant for me. And that's probably quite different for other chapters, but this is one thing that really just it, it pumps my heart with great pride and with very much high gratitude for the young folks who want to help the community members to get the necessary services, to get the necessary facilities, get people employed. Those are, we're moving forward. We've got planning and design funds for an EMS building. We've got planning monies for a community library from the state legislature. So I'm really grateful and honored to be their council delegate. That's the way that the founding generation, that's the way they wanted it. They sought their own electric system. They sought their own water system. Now, as a delegate, I wanted to add more homes to the water system. And Senator Bingman basically told me, you can't use your own chapter funds. There's no way you can operate the water system. So that's where we turned the water system over to NQA. And then from there, more homes continue to be hooked up. The chapter leadership, back in their day, they circulated a petition to make a highway from Cuba, New Mexico to the county line. A citizen petition built that highway, State Highway 197. So we have great leaders. The current leaders, we envision that they will also do great and fabulous projects for the community. The original chapter house was over in Star Lake community. All there is left of it is the foundation, because the people desired to have their chapters where more of the community people lived. So it moved from Star Lake community over to Toreo in the two-step movement. So it's been, and so we continue to acknowledge the Star Lake community in the chapter name. So that is part of a little bit of history, and we certainly appreciate the discussions that have transpired today. As Tweedos is on, the ones that are on the call, Chicago Shidana, Chachez and Quaggy. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable.
Back to you.
Honorable Chairman Daniel So, for assisting your chapters over there. Honorable members of RDC, are you ready to vote? Any other comments or questions? Yes, Honorable Vice Chair Walker.
Chairman, though, committee members, the legislation so the has angit otla kritisch al. Do in idikit eda to sa iga hasiniki do benach in sa case eda what ego the Stevenson the chairman do committee members do sponsor do shuna honorable Daniel so the the archer cat nigiju e pasons eko kasin the liberty da histo the nen niki e ishin what in hello non sa case the archer nen archer in a way archer go the nen the archer cash either adi na shako called ati she see zin hello the net it doesn't need in UK up kai so call ich hat ada wannan adon hat ki be eta hasen large yana zutna tasin the babinal suspenant old tabenant zel ebenant ich pas an die quenal so zigido kwa ba wins easy kishi anit nikidet ado anit benedlen shoshin yat dotle to yat adole to yatat etole itrasnere benanish nahat to dna ben chonche edat beso yal the Nayanda Shigita Shipgita nit anit Peshbahan Igita Wilne had a seat anit Ishin Gidet it Banashni so Lichnan Alto Data is seat Doto in late Tassen the Libby Bakaito 8 Aya Aha Nida to 80 Pat Eda Anita ado anit ashi he kitchen najme ego shi atida nan shidal nido peso chota nigi kon shito which RDC nikit any oversight nikito enil atida kwa mal so zikin shin hideti kon shito kwa ke ina ashi ben kitna hanne hoshi nasna hodjistole I don't the Honorable Mark Freeland should say. Eda adi to hitratin nava. Ye hat zigit au. Da biga hi post is da sa the biga hi niado to I nit ani kot eko. Nanta ado question na nal sosning so zigi in the nature equate e pa win dide. The national case so na hoil don't I deal kit at end the she don't in Chicago oversight committee need linigi put echo ashin it need either the nan haya cons no yat echo either nan spiti test igi or ani ashin da nal dishon da an sitason nalta ada banane need inke hotel the ida which nigenan that oversight over DCD other the departments that are within that division including chapters including administrative service centers or cladia and shindel which Ninan Shiteko, she Balkanani Sindolition and committee members, the cohort, Nishito, Nishito, he she that is a leon to Nishito, in Nilkan. Anasik, Hoto, to Hojoyat, not Lehota, to Hisna and the show, Nishito, he kitchen, Eto Hota, Nishito Plato. And Halaniki Jota it Bansa kiss it has all year oversight of ego. So it on the rain that it nearly either. I see. Quite a year ago. This EDA that this side about this. I don't really respond, just comments, sort of to line up with my Chair Honorable Freeland comments that he made. Although just to say that we have a tremendous amount of responsibility over our local governments, these governmental entities, the resources, the personnel, the funding. Hinan shidat ko ot oban bansas kishin shlan hol jishol shlan alto da iya wata da hatzi Johnson do liko kina hol jijo ko da hazno pedel ni nan do le but election chairman, thank you for allowing me to speak.
Yeah, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Neda mission and na nisto hot ben ira bonchen ta KSD chapter bibaka na wogi. So yeah, and honorable members of RDC, any other comments or questions? I hear none, so we'll go ahead and put it to a vote. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Begay, text message, he's voting green. Honorable Daniels, also text message, he's voting green. Honorable Freeland?
Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Daniels.
Honorable Daniels? Thank you. Honorable Freeland?
Green for Chair.
Green. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Honorable Stewart?
Green.
Yeah, we have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Motion carries. Yes, no, Honorable Chairman, so. And your chapter officials.
Shadla, members of the RDC, Mr. Chair, appreciate the words of support.
Yes, thank you. Also, Ms. Montoya, Mr. Atencio, and Ms. Begay. God bless each and every one of you, and you take care of your communities, and Merry Christmas.
Oh, and the Hiroya Chairman Nez and the rest of the committee.
There you go. Next, legislation 0260-21. Honorable Vince James. Shanella, are you on the call with us still?
Oh, yeah, this Shanella.
There you go. Yeah. Mr. Tai, could you read this into the record? This legislation is a Resources and Development Committee's final authority on it. So, Mr. Tahi?
Chair members of Resource and Development Committee, you have legislative summary sheet tracking number 0260-21. The date is December 9th, 2021. The title of the resolution, Proposed Standing Committee Resolution, an action relating to Resource and Development Committee, approving a temporary construction easement to the Navajo Nation Bureau of Indian Affairs for the purpose of constructing, operating, and maintaining the all-weather road N15 2-3 located within the Cornfield Chapter vicinity. Purpose. The purpose of the resolution is to approve a temporary construction easement for the all-weather road N15 2-3 to the United States Department of the Interior to approve a waiver of the requirement for a bond, insurance, and alternate form of security based on determination that the project benefits the Navajo Nation, and such a waiver is in the best interest of the Navajo Nation. Pursuant to Title 25 of CFR Section 169.103F2, and approve waiving validation and waiving compensation for the temporary construction easement because it is determined that the accepted The agreed upon compensation and waiving validation is in the best interest of the Navajo Nation pursuant to Title 25 CFR, Section 169.110. Resource and Development Committee has final authority over this legislation. This legislation is sponsored by Vince James, tracking number 2060-21, an action relating to Resource and Development Committee, approving a temporary construction easement to the Navajo Nation Bureau of Indian Affairs for the purpose of constructing, operating, and maintaining the all-weather road N15 2-3 located within the cornfields vicinity. Section 1, Authority A. The Resource and Development Committee is established as a standing committee of the Navajo Nation Council and grants final approval for all non-mineral leases, permit, licenses, right-of-ways, and surface easements on the Navajo Nation lands and unrestricted fee lands. 2 NNC Section 500-501B2A. Section 2, Findings. The Bureau of Indian Affairs Region has requested a temporary construction easement for the all-weather road N15 2-3 to alleviate hardship and difficulty traveling condition during the winter and rainy season, especially for the school buses and the elders. B, the terms and conditions of the temporary construction easement for N15 is attached as Exhibit A. C, the proposed temporary construction easement plant map for N15 is attached as Exhibit B. D, Cultural Resources Compliance from Historic Preservation Department dated August 7th, 1998, Biological Resource Compliance from Navajo Nation Department of Fish and Wildlife dated August 29, 2015. Environmental assessment prepared for by the Bureau of Indian Affairs Navajo Area Office dated June 1975 are attached as Exhibit C. E, the grant of easement of right-of-way for N15 6, 2, and 4, and the right-of-way plan for N15 2, 2, and 4 are attached as Exhibit D. The grant of the right-of-way states, this easement is subject to any valid existing right or adverse claim and is without limitation as to tenure. F, the application and the United States Department of the Interior memorandum dated April 14th, 2020, requiring waiver of bonds, insurance, and or other security meanings and requirements of Section 169.103 and waiver of validation meeting the requirements of Section 169.110 are attached as Exhibit E. The memorandum from the Federal Lands Highway Office dated May 3, 2016 regarding Section 106 consultation on Navajo DOT Navajo Route 15 fences, the construction project N15 22-3, 3-1, 4-1 in Apache and Navajo County, Arizona is attached as Exhibit F. The Cornfield Chapter Resolution CF DEC 2012-15, priority for road constructions and fencing, and the Greasewood Chapter Resolution CSC 07-17-0744, improved Navajo Route 15, and a District 17 Council Resolution dated December 2012, priority for road construction and fencing, supporting the requirement for improvement to Navajo Road 15 are attached as Exhibit G. H, the request for temporary construction easement has been reviewed through EOR number 1447 and approved by the Department of Water Resources, Department of Fish and Wildlife, Navajo Nation Minerals Management, Historic Preservation Department, Division of Natural Resource Administration, and the Navajo Land Department found legal significant that by the Department of Justice. The Navajo Nation Environmental Protection Agency has given the document EOR 014747 a vote of significancy. The Executive Official Review Number 014747 is attached as Exhibit H. Section 3, Approval. The Resource and Development Committee of the Navajo Nation hereby approves the request for temporary construction easement to the United States Department of the Interior, subject but not limited to the terms and conditions attached hereto and incorporated herein as found as Exhibit A. The temporary construction easement plant map for N15 is attached as Exhibit B. A, the Resource Development Committee of the Navajo Nation hereby approves a waiver of the requirement for a bond insurance of alternate form of security based on determination that the project benefits Navajo Nation, and such a waiver is in the best interest of the Navajo Nation pursuant to Title 25 CFR Section 169.103 F2. B, the Resource and Development Committee hereby approves waiving validation and waiving compensation for the temporary construction easement because it has determined that accepting agreed upon compensation waiving validation is in the best interest of the Navajo Nation pursuant to Title 25 CFR Section 169.110C. The Resource Development Committee of the Navajo Nation hereby authorize the President of the Navajo Nation to execute any and all documents necessary to effect the intent of this resolution. As attached as Exhibit A, which is the Navajo Nation Temporary Construction Easement Standard Terms and Condition. Attaches Exhibit B, Project N15 2-3, 2 and 4. Attaches Exhibit C, which is the Culture, Resource and Compliance Form, Historic Preservation Department, P.O. Box 4950, Window Rock, Arizona 86515. Attached is Exhibit D, the grant of easements of right-of-way. Attached is Exhibit E, the United States Department of the Interior Bureau of Indian Affairs right-of-way application. Attached is Exhibit F, the Federal Lands Highway Office, letter dated May 3rd, 2016. Attached is Exhibit G, resolution for the Cornfield Chapter Resolution CF-DEC 2012-15. Attaches Exhibit H, which is Executive Official Review. Date issue 07/28/2020, document number 014747. Then you have the first report, the Navajo Nation Legislative Branch. The Navajo Nation Legislative Branch Internet Public Review Summary, legislation number 0260-21, sponsor Honorable Vince R. James. It was posted on December 14th, 2021 at 5:49 p.m. The 5-day comment period ended December 19th, 2021. There was no comment supporting this legislation. There was no comments opposing this legislation, and there was no comments or recommendations on this legislation. Chair, that is legislation number 0260-21 read into the record. Back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. Honorable members of RDC, let's have a motion and a second.
Chairman, I motion.
Second, Freeland.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker and Honorable Freeland. Are there any comments or questions? Let me just give some time, Samantha. Since RDC is the final authority on this, I'll give time to Honorable Vince James to provide his presentation briefly. Nala?
Yat ish nale ado RDC members of Shaniki koto sa beedana hodit ahikin tato e nanil sos linko kodo ilti tahaz ando ya partners nele jo e ade has anido kodo tato lak antil do bikon atin ko in late 1960 da ade atin adalia ko ke hona ko in 15 bidi no it's that asha egi atin in lay fight staff Argent hot out AHO in Burnside don't live they go as cornfield sunrise greasewood in the new Bidaho chi del con don't know what it okodat okoyat a in 15 a hot out a eat kwaiki a bonnet in lay Burnside don't lay sunrise nahas aje ako di de yard or easement e ya kodo atin italia do right away in the test ane jo e kwaiki bet or what do be ka hit in il chil chokot out even nach atin ani digi bet on the store atin ani digi it don't need bin the e what out in hita do nil so ko ni hit the edan the need o hayudi atin the need de in lenko okod a kuije de ya e o alto your car be a okod a chid the car the teen ki in 15 the car e de je ko okod a shi car de lo to shin ni ka o je do le ko ho benachet e ya e de na so national de shin sto benachet e ya benada an ni sto le ko a e bechat nil so e kodo ni hit ha jo ba initsin ko ki ka do ja be la as le do benachet nada an ni sto le kot out e ya e ba ha street do le ado nana de il suit khatche aje has anido chapter manager Alfreda Earl Tsui is on the line. Ado in dot has ande Mr. Dale Bradley. He's on the line if there are any questions. But de aba has any without a quadona tossen lini ha dahodol ni ha easement dahodol ni ha dahodol bank jo kodat a gido kay handlini clation lini jo quite a onaganje quite a cheato e league a art and it up a car in hidato a nilkens leko ako do big in dash the quick or shin at kate on a big in dash ako got out a hit nice is candle little he cut off just over kate no kaido the nature a national nanil net or little nas on it nature got a like here nale chair nes a
Thank you. Honorable Vince James, honorable members of RDC, do you have any comments or questions? I hear none. We'll go ahead and put it to a vote. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
Chairman, vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Begay, he did text in his vote. Green. Honorable Daniels. Honorable Daniels. Honorable Freeland.
I vote green, and thank you, Honorable James, and thank you for taking care of cornfields.
Honorable Stewart.
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Daniels. We have a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Motion carries for legislation 0260-21. Honorable James.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
Oh, F. Approving a leadership meeting with NHA Board of Directors, Maureen Curley, I believe she's the CEO, for Friday, January 21, 9 a.m. on providing a report on NHA goals and objectives for building houses for the Navajo people and how federal funds shouldn't be reverted back. And the date and the time is already on here, so let's have a motion and a second.
Motion, Stewart. I'll second.
Honorable Stewart.
Oh, I'll second after Shaja.
Okay. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, did you motion?
Yes. Yes, I did.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's Kushida. Thank you. And Honorable Stewart seconds the motion. Any comments or questions? It'll be on January 21 at 9 a.m. It's on a Friday. No questions? That's Kushida. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Begay votes green according to his text message. Honorable Daniels. Honorable Freeland. Honorable Stewart.
Green.
Honorable Stewart votes green. Honorable Freeland.
Green, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Daniels. We have a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries. G, approving a leadership meeting via teleconference with BIA, Division of Natural Resources, Department of Agriculture, Department of Fish and Wildlife, on the range management plan for Tuesday, February 1st, 2022 at 9 a.m. Let's have a motion and a second.
Freeland.
Motion. Honorable Freeland, thank you. Second.
I second that.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Any comments or questions? None. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Begay, text message, he votes green. Honorable Daniels? Honorable Freeland?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Stewart?
Green.
Thank you. We have a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting, motion carries. Okay, we'll go back to reports at this time. A, update report from the Division of Community Development and Division of Natural Resources on the Agriculture Infrastructure Fund. Presenters are Dr. Yellowman and Dr. Shabala. Dr. Yellowman, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Chair and honorable members of RDC and members from 24th Navajo Nation Council who've been on the call this morning, and to our staff. We do have staff who who sent the presentation out to Mr. Tahi this morning, and Mr. Adakai and Ms. Draper will be doing the presentation. I just want to recap briefly before I turn the time over to Mr. Adakai, Chair, if I can do that. The legislation started early in the summertime with Honorable Wilson Stewart. And during that time, we really had to sort out the type of funds and the legislation itself and the language. And that really struck a coordination effort between DCD and Division of Natural Resources. And then since then, we really have strong documentation as to how many times we've met, the effort and time that really went into laying down the pavement, so to speak, or the road for this. We do believe that we've reached a solid foundation for this process. I know that the sponsor, Delegate Stewart, has expressed additional interest in moving forward in this legislation in the future with possible funds. But that being said, we have something in place now. We appreciate all of the 110 chapters who have been waiting patiently for these much needed funds. And we appreciate Mr. Adakai, who has traveled to quite a few
grazing meetings and working with grazing officials in reporting the progress of this legislation. And we also appreciate the Division of Natural Resource staff who've been working with us as well to make sure that we properly implement this legislation. And a lot of gratitude to Ms. Shayla Draper, who authored the presentation and the documents. She had a special team work with her and work diligently on the report that they're about to provide. And then ASC had set up several meetings with the chapters just to orientate the 110 chapters of this process. So a lot of outreach went into this and a lot of dedication. And I just want to respectfully point out that whether it's $1 million or $100 million, the staff know the value of the dollars and know the content that's needed out at the community level and at the chapter level, and work really hard to make this presentation and the content of this material happen so that we can implement this legislation. So with that, Chair, if I could turn the time over to Mr. Adekai. He may include members from Division of Natural Resources to help in the presentation along with Ms. Draper. Thank you, members of RDC, if you have.
Thank you. Mr. Adekai?
Yade, Shananda. This is James Adekai, Honorable Chair and Honorable members of the RDC Committee, Legislative Staff, staff from DCD, Division of Community Development, and also from Division of Natural Resources, Department of Agriculture, just an overview on the progress. I will, if it's okay, we have staff person Sheila Draper to show you the slides or a PowerPoint. That's in this pala ibehazin dolis. Oh, did legislation nigi oh yeah, even the shilnish. The Division of Natural Resources, Department of Agriculture staff. Is hine kaho. Aro kodo Administrative Service Center staff. We have other staff also, a team that, they were able to put this plan together. The resolution, we looked at it. I believe this is probably the first time where a joint two divisions were directed to put a plan together for livestock feed distribution guidelines. A Department of Agriculture, the peso a 4 million Agriculture Infrastructure Fund, AIF is the grazing district committee members, the land board. What this resolution did is opened up to 110 chapters. Resolution RDC MA 0721. In order to do that, we have to look at the policies, what does it say, you know, for a funding like this? So we looked at AIF, the Department of Agriculture, and also Division of Community Development. So the Kaya chapter, the Katan Neligi were in 3 states. Akoho Nage Eastern Agency, Jo grazing permit, Igi do that they source Lada. Aron Nage Navajo partition land, Hunanat Aro Nage Utaje, Nahas Anas Utah, Macraca Mesa, Hunanat. So we really had to look at the existing guidelines. So what happened? The first item that we concentrated, that we really worked on, is the master AIF guidelines. So we were able to finalize that, and it was signed by both division director, Dr. Yolamando, Dr. Shabala, November 23rd, and the other attachments. We were able to make this live on DCDC website on December 3rd. Immediately after it was signed, we started the orientations for all 110 chapters. For a couple of weeks, we started on December 1st in the way Eastern Navajo out on the way ASC staff, they were able to facilitate. So we did the orientations. And the last week, we also did a presentation before the district grazing committee officials. The next presentation will be for the land board members. The orientation, the yokid. Ako abidahas unagi dinal source. Jo AIF application. Grazing committee in Linido land portion a nave application nagi Nido na. Jo able bahosam di building halonigi ya. Ako hot adilya. Aro and the chapter resolution exhibit B just a sample, like guidance. Ako hot iba adilya. Aro and the exhibit C chapter distribution plan. Also, that is just a template. Chapter can make changes. Out on the summary sheet, the last exhibit issue kudo. Some of the questions that were asked is, who decides the vendors? Chapter Aro and they priority 1, priority 2, Nabaka group of I guess kind of like eligibility. Priority 1 grazing permit. Now kiguna priority 2 na sospeta halonigin the ilaho na shte they're kind of like in violation. So you don't your kid, yeah. Simply not your kid. Out of on the titrak or kaya. not so that then a checkerboard and Eastern Agency, NPL, and McCracken Mesa. The District Grazing Committee, Lenido Land Portion, with the chapter officials, those staff, at the local level. In the area, as I mentioned, these were just the tools just to help the chapters, chapter distribution plan. It don't have to be exactly the same. It's chapter up chapter resolution that they can put some deadlines when they would like to, acquire hay and feed and grain, livestock. Bah, Aron the night kid, not sauce, he Neligi, eight Abahazin in the RDC MA 0721 resolution, at the Division of Community Development, will administer in collaboration with Division of Natural Resources out of Department of Agriculture. Department of Agriculture. Out of the resolution, a chapter do Asian Yati District Grazing Committee, Joyce Land Board. Yati so she between host addition and RDC members Aro 90 livestock eligibility. We dissect the resolution and also the content of the RDCMA 0721 resolution, and also the AIF fund management plan. Cattle, sheep, goat, auto swine, dog chickens, auto sing do alcohol. A sing do cat and they quite hine caha if a beat sausage. I'd like to recognize and acknowledge, the hard work that are put in by the staff from both division, Department of Ag under DNR, Division of Community Development. To present you the list, Sheila Tricker. We have a slide PowerPoint presentation. Chapters, the chapter staff, though, and the grazing committee official, though land board, though. It's not a perfect plan. It's a start, based on the hard she nasta belana slow based on Lineage A 50/50 formula for 110 chapters. OMB had already established the business units. They did the carryover also. So right now we're ready for the implementation process on AIF plan. So back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Erakai Kodo. So is your staff going to present this presentation?
Good afternoon, Chair Nez. My name is Shayla Draper with Capital Projects Management Department. And this afternoon
Okay,
I
Ms.
will
Draper,
be,
you have 4 minutes left from the 20 minutes, so go ahead.
okay, thank you. I am displaying on my screen the Agriculture Infrastructure website, RDCMA 0721. It begins with the guidelines and followed by the AIF orientation guide. And in the orientation guide, we have a flow chart. Uh, we have a flow chart for RDCMA 0721. And we have the priority levels 1, 2, and 3 for the district grazing committee member and chapter administration to coordinate at the chapter level. And it goes over the implementation process in the orientation packet, discusses the chapter's responsibilities, the district grazing committee official and Eastern Lateral Land Board officials' responsibilities, and then goes over the Exhibit A application, beginning with the eligible criteria. Moving on to Section 2, the district grazing officials complete the tally sheet for the eligible animals, and completing the Section 3, the point of contact for the chapter and district grazing committee officials. The application is completed and acknowledged by the applicant, the district grazing committee member, and the chapter administration official, and also an approval and denial at the bottom of the application. The Exhibit A application is available on our website. Exhibit B chapter resolution template is also available on our website for viewing further. And Exhibit C chapter distribution plan also available on our website for more thorough review. And the Exhibit D summary sheet, also available on our website for downloading, printing, and for reviewing. We end the presentation with contact information with the SPBS, Division of Community Development, and Division of Natural Resources. We have the RDCMA 0721 downloadable AIF templates that are available for viewing, downloading, and printing, and concludes with our contact information at the bottom of the website for DCD and DNR. Thank you, Chair Nez. This concludes my presentation overview of the RDCMA 0721 website.
Thank you. Honorable members of RDC, let's have a motion and a second.
Motion, Stewart.
I'll second
Motion,
that.
Honorable Stewart and Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Do you have any comments or questions on the agriculture infrastructure fund, the process that's been presented?
Chair.
Yes, go ahead. Honorable Stewart.
Comment. Negotiation Chair Walker, Auto Shanaika. Are you there?
Go ahead.
Okay. Auto Kodo Koniglonigi this afternoon, and this presentation, it has been presented to the chapters, and I was a part of those presentations, not only with Division of Community Development, but also the ASCs, as stated, and the Department of Agriculture staff. And it was a good presentation that was given, and a lot of the chapters officials and staff were on board, and they understood, and they were also given a hard copy presentation packet as well. So I commend the work that both divisions did, and the staff from both sides, that the input that they gave in it to make this legislation possible thus far. and then to continue to assist the chapters in getting the funds back to the community level. That's all I want to say, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart. Hello. I understand this was your legislation that was approved. At the end of that chapters now, even at Twin Arrows, they were continually asking us as oversight, what happened? Where is it at? What is the timeline, Mr. Adakai? Nasto winter corner.
Yeah, yeah, no, not I didn't Honorable Chairperson Ricky Ness. The so sige shindi bohol ni sa ta ya the not so resolution or documentation as at ego the ka each chapter sa the letter as soon as they submit their documents we'll start the distribution through the controller's office. So
how many chapters haven't submitted their documents?
The last time we checked was only about 15. I can get the current information made available.
Okay, thank you. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any comments or questions?
Chairman, comment again?
Go ahead.
Okay. The other information that I got too, because the chapters, like you said, Shania, were asking where their funds are at and whatnot. And since we went to a new fiscal year, those funds were given during the last fiscal year. So knowing that that had happened and that it was a slow process on getting it going, those funds have to be transferred over into the new fiscal year for those chapters to get those funds. That's what I was told. So it's based off of the resolutions as well, and then the distribution plan as well to get submitted in current status back to DCD, and through their presentations and through their meetings that they've held, the resolutions have changed as well to be more specific to the legislation itself. Before, when we did the resolutions back in March, April, those legislations were just real general, but now they've become more specific as to the legislation itself as well too, Shania, Chairman.
Thank you for that. Mr. Adakai?
Oh yeah, the carryover is completed by the Office of Management and Budget. So the last fiscal year, Department of Agriculture, there's we also have to put some internal controls in it also, just to make sure there's no disallowed costs being practiced or mismanagement of funds. So there's a reporting system also included. It was pretty challenging, but we're able to put a plan together Ako, what ito resolution, submit that, yeah, they were good. But if it needs to be resubmit or modified, that's fine too, and you probably can just do that. I will show, but we'll be communicating back with the chapters and or ASC staff, or working on that, coordinating with each chapter. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Adekai. Ms. Siako?
Good morning or good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman Nez, members of RDC, and everyone on the call. Actually, just in discussion with the presentation with Speaker Damon, there are a couple of questions that the Office of the Speaker has for this process. In the slide where it talks about the flow chart for priorities 1, 2, and 3, the question is there also a balance within these 3 priorities, knowing that this legislation was passed with the 50-50 formula, meaning are there the same amount of grazing permits as there are within priority 2, and then also the same amount of livestock owners in priority 3 that have been determined eligible for the allocation? That's the first question. And the second question is how many permittees have actually applied for these funds through their individual permits as opposed to as a chapter resolution. And then the third question is how many resolutions has this process received from chapters themselves? Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Ms. Siako. Mr. Adekai?
Yeah, the question, Shananta. As far as if you read the chapter distribution plan, grazing committee, yishin kidney don the permit holders, the qui in the is not less, livestock owners. So priority 1 and 2 and 3 sheets kidney don this with the chapter officials, so staff. The second question is the same. So each chapter would have information, but after they receive the funding, the chapter will provide, I believe, a biweekly progress report on the activities and also the expenditures. As far as how many resolutions, I'll go ahead and have Sheila Draper also address some of these questions. Also, Shananta, Chair Ricky Nez, we also have Department of Agriculture staff online on the call also. So additional information can be provided by Ms. Sheila Draper. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Adekai. Ms. Draper?
For the question, are there the same amount of grazing permits for priority 1 and 3? That would be at the discretion between the chapter official administration and the grazing official. They would identify the priority 1s, the priority 2s, and if there is inventory available, they can then provide services to the priority 3, and that is community members who do not have a valid grazing permit. And for the second question, how many permittees apply for funds opposed to chapter resolutions? The application intake process is set to occur at the chapter level. The chapters are tasked with coordinating with the grazing officials and setting up part of their distribution plan to send out notices to the eligible participants at the chapter's location. And when the applicants arrive on site, the district grazing committee members will disseminate the applications, the Exhibit A, and they will then further do complete the sections on sections 2 and section 3 of the application. And for the third question, I would need to would like to have that question repeated if possible.
Ms. Yako, could you repeat your question, please?
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you. And yes, thank you for answering the 1 and 2 questions. The third question I did want to clarify further. The reason being for question number 3, in terms of the number of applicants or resolutions submitted for priorities 1, 2, and 3 is the matter of equity. Only because through the legislation itself, it does state that the only criteria, or one of the only criterias, was to be a member of a chapter, registered member of the chapter. And so looking at some of the other areas for the application process, just to make sure that we do cover other areas, that we don't necessarily stop at priority 1 or stop at priority 2, but know that across the board that this legislation was done to try to fully assist those that also don't have grazing permits. So I just wanted to make that last comment as well. And then if there are any responses to that question, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yako. Sheila, Ms. Draper?
Yes, to date, we have received a total of 20 chapter resolutions. And to date, we have received a total of 9 budgets. And with the, in terms of the equity, for the eligibility criteria, we did make those available on the 2021 $4 million AIF livestock feed distribution guidelines, and it breaks out the priority 1, 2, and 3 further in depth. And for priority 3, it says A, livestock owners with no grazing permits, and B, certificate of Indian blood CIB number, and C, should supplies remain after serving the valid grazing permittees, the DGCM may distribute to livestock owners with no valid grazing permittees. I hope I've answered your question, Ms. Arvizo. Thank you.
Ms. Yako, do you have a follow-up question? Ms. Yako?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was trying to unmute myself. Thank you, Chairman Nez. So thank you for the feedback for in regards to the number of resolutions and how many budgets were submitted. Again, just to state that from the Speaker's office, our comments in terms of remembering that this was an emergency legislation, and we're very happy to see this process coming to fruition, and that this would be something to help livestock owners across the board, and that was the intent. So thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, members of RDC, for letting us provide these comments.
Thank you, Ms. Yako. Chairman Aruso.
Chairman, can you put me in the queue? Thank you, Freeland.
Oh, there you go.
Thank you very much, Chairman. You guys hear me?
Go ahead.
Okay. that really like to echo the same things that our delegates are asking. Just shut down, and I believe they ask and they're just given the runarounds. And my response to them is the administration. We did our job, and we were sent across the street, and the president signed it, and the executive branch is supposed to execute these process. And I did community development. I did Adakai. Oyo as a manager there, you should have information pertaining to what's your estimated timeline, and say about this date we should be here, we should be at this place at this time. That timeline. I see. From the Western Navajo Agency area. Yinda this kipinat sosa da haloniki. Beso sa today ane halit ela. Ha ishbin na aja ate bikit na haso than nikit that no. Nikenka but the council did their job. As the Navajo people needs these revenue, these ranchers need this help. This ego that same but was Ilabna Ahjog hold this. I don't that Oyo Padopa has lead and has in chapters. And that is the same condition or the same way with the now. We need this, we need that. No, but not on this. It's over 16 years we've been trying to allocate about $3 million out to the Bennett Free chapter. And I hope that this is not one of those things. Question individual agreements and all this stuff. No, their chapters are they're at the local control. I don't oversees and counts for Cameron chapter, the northern portion of Cameron chapter.
Yes, sir.
And the can you guys mute your phone? Alcohol. He counts for the southern portion of Gap by Ottaway. Alcohol. If this 50-50 formula is so do we inform the Tuba City Council delegate just to allocate, report the individuals who are within the chapter boundary? Because the grazing districts are in districts, they're not in chapters. Alcohol District 3A, it represents. We have 4 chapters in District 3, but for District 3 for Tuba City, we count for the northern portion of the chapter of Cameron, the southern portion of Gap, but from the a Curly Valley, okay, 3 chapters that we count for. So do we just allow our grazing officer to report what's within the Tuba City chapter district? That way, if a portion of coal mine, they can go to coal mine chapter and get their apply for that funding source. The other is we have a person from Tuba City that has their ranch or their cattle on tribal ranches. They're going to start picking and choosing. So we really need to look at that because some of our ranchers take their cattle out because of and they take them onto these ranches. So just something of that nature. Many years ago, our former judge from Tuba City, Judge Watchman, so in the New Mexico, so I'm thinking he's still doing that. But we have ranchers that do that are registered members of chapters, and they have their cattle out on ranches. So just wondering if that could be streamlined and some that to be cleared up because I don't your cattle is not here; they're out there. That they don't need. I don't think there any program talked about yes the priority 1, 2, and 3, and we're gonna issue monies out or they can apply if individual does not have a valid grazing permit. And is that here we have Title 3 saying to comply with the grazing tally and what's on your permit. But if we have individuals that have livestock that don't have a grazing permit, are they illegally grazing? So with that, are we promoting that? Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable So. Let me go back to Mr. James Edekai. You may respond, sir.
Yeah, no, additional da. Aro, na de kitido honorable delegate. Aro so should share the resolution RDC MA 0721 is directed to Division of Community Development and Division of Natural Resources. Obichin hitol at a coho what a ibindashil nationanda. A coho it has roshin or nish nast o took adonda a tohot a that is net and there community development division there we do infrastructure, we do capital projects, we also work with the chapters and so forth. A coho but it's good that we got this far. A coho they're important. Aro behas on the yaj but the haslondo coho so it don't be earlier. Auto timeline, we encourage each chapter to submit their documentation as soon as possible. Auto, if you read the great template, chapter distribution plan, the chapter can set their own timelines in there too. So, other questions regarding the grazing districts? I can turn those questions over to the Department of Agriculture. Present anything related to the grazing permit and grazing districts. They're able to provide the answers to address questions. This is on top of the work that we're doing called Division of Community Development, other projects that were attached. So the 신격회로 맨나 AD 아래 between host members of the RDC koho ya kodo be nasi doles na ide kidiki koho yeah back to you chair Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Atakai. Thank you. I do Dita. I have 6 chapters and always encourage my grazing officials to make sure that all these documents are submitted. The question up at Hudson grazing officials, they know about telecounts. They understand that this resolution was approved with the language that states for eligible members because Mr. Atakai, eligible members the Bebinal source that he also the Bebinal source be and the not lost be holno dondo na jet and the owi nast icon a peak it is English hotel to a his name Mr. Atakai.
Yeah, oh, Shinanda, Naide Chidigi. I'll have Sheila Draper, though, Department of Agriculture, answer the question. They can be able to provide the response, Shinanda. Yeah.
1, 2.
Okay.
3.
Ms. Draper? Draper, are you able to respond?
Good afternoon, Chair Nance. Yes, this is Shayla Draper, and from the guidelines, it does say eligible, who meet the eligibility criteria. And the eligibility criteria is Certificate of Indian Blood to indicate Navajo Nation membership, a valid grazing permit with the name of the person received livestock feed, and the third is active producer with 2021 livestock inventory. And those are the eligible recipient requirements.
Chairman,
are you done? Ms. Draper, are you done?
Yes, Chair Nez, that completes my response. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable Freeland.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, as well as Division Community Development CPMD staff, as well as the presenter and everyone a part of this call today. It seems like we're kind of spinning our wheels, so to say. I say this because, I say this because in Eastern, we don't have that very many grazing permits. And it's not like trust side, it's completely different setup from trust side. And nothing, and I should have said something earlier about what about the allotments? Or those that have grazing on allotments, Aisha. So there's got to be some flexibility. There's got to be some flexibility on addressing the areas of grazing and allotments. It seems like things don't add up somewhere, and I don't know. I know DCD is not. You guys we're just tasked to complete this because you work with the chapters, and this should really have been a task of Department of Ag. And my grazing, my land boards are asking about the same thing you were asked. You mentioned, Chairman, and I'm telling them to address all of the grazing first. And then whatever's left over, Asian livestock owners, those that, because we don't have very many grazing permits out there. I mean, and it's different as well as a matter of equity. We talk about equity a lot. the livestock owners are the ones that are out there in the rural areas, the remote areas. The livestock owners are the ones that have the areas out there, and it's different. It's a completely different setup. So when we don't have enough to go around, I wish 50-50 wasn't used. We should just went straight across the board, because I have areas that are in high need. I have livestock owners, and I have areas that they don't have the same type of setup as regular trust side, and it's really unfortunate. And for myself, I hear these, and I've seen it myself. It's almost like scattered living. I guess that's the term. I don't want to refer to as remote areas, but scattered living. Those are the ones. Those are our people we should really help the most, and they're the ones who depend on this type of livelihood, especially when it comes to shearing, or when it comes to that type of year, or that same time of year when shearing takes place. And for myself, I just raise these concerns because this is what I hear from my areas. It's I don't know how, if the criteria that Ms. Draper just spoke of, I guess my question is, where did that criteria come from? Did that come from the Department of Ag, or who asked for that criteria? And because when we did this legislation, I remember my little brother mentioning that we shouldn't have to have a criteria. But all of a sudden this pops up, and it's like, okay, where did all this information come from? That's why I guess I'm kind of caught off, not by surprise, but I'm just wondering, where do we all of a sudden have stipulations or criteria added? It was very vague, just to accommodate livestock owners, grazing permittees, those who at the chapter level. And all of a sudden it's becoming more difficult and challenging to get out, it seems like. And I'm not one to point fingers, but it's just like, when you get constantly asked by your chapters, Hajla, AIF, Hajla, then you try to work with the chapters. And at one point I had remember thinking or hearing that there was even some issues with OMB or the business units, or how's that all going as well. So those are just my comments, Chair, just out of concern from my area. And I'll always continually say that Eastern is always going to be at a disadvantage. We're always going to be at a disadvantage, and that's the hard part. That's the hard part to comprehend. It puts things way back for us and our people out there. And I always will say this too: our people matter just as much as everywhere else. And we have the same kind of livelihoods. We do the same things. We have sheep. We even have llamas. Elizabeth Daya. We even have horses. We have cattle. We have we have ranches out there. It takes things into a whole new perspective when you start talking about land and land status. And that's hard. That's the hard part, is that, for us, we're going to be at a disadvantage always. And that's why I say that 50-50 should have been not even considered. And I hate to say that, but, it puts our scattered permittees, our scattered ranchers, our scattered farmers, or scattered livestock owners at a disadvantage already, because those are the ones that are out there, depending on these livelihoods. So, Eddie, Chairman, just my comments. Thank you.
Honorable Freeland, you did ask a question about the criteria. Where did it come from? And if it falls in line with the legislation, what else one item could it?
Yeah, Chairman.
Yes, go ahead.
I think that's a very important point right there. We've got to know where did this criteria come from? I'm sure it didn't come from DCD. I don't know. I don't want to answer the question, but I'm all of a sudden we're scratching my head right here, thinking, where did this come from? I have land boards that are asking that same question. You know, District 15. I have District 15, District 19, and District 20, and we also have the largest part, which is District 16 to the south, and that's probably the largest volume of chapters is District 16. So these are questions, of course, that are relevant to the land boards and what they're asking. Where did the criteria come from? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Department of Agriculture, Mr. Watchman, are you on the line? Dr. Shabola, are you on the call?
Chair, this is Ivan Vicente with the Ranch and Eastern Land Management Program. I'm here, and also is Ferdinand Nota and then Ray Castillo.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vicente. Perhaps your department could respond to some of these questions, sir.
I think I just got muted. Can you all hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Chair, I'd just like to respond to Delegate Otto So in regards to the tribal ranches on their distribution for the ranchers that do lease ranches from our program. Our tribal ranchers, they're not going to be separated or segregated from any of the 4 million distribution. What we had asked our tribal ranch lessees is to go back to their respective chapters on where they vote in order to receive their fee distribution for their livestock. And that's how the legislation is written, is for producers in all communities and respective to their chapters. So there's no set aside funds separate for our lessees here. So that's a response to Honorable Otto So. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Let me go back to Mr. Adekai or Ms. Draper.
Okay, this one, sir.
Okay, this is James Adekai. Yeah, non-additional. Thanks for the question. Actually, we're writing these down, the questions. I can have Ferdinand Nota further elaborate on the criteria. Before that, I'm going to go back to eligibility requirement chapter eligibility. Joe Quaggy A for 110 chapters. Yeah. So, you know, Nalsosnas Naligi District Grazing Committee in Lishigi Lahata Ado Forum Board. It's open to as we mentioned, yeah, permit holders, permit holders, those without permit holders, resolution, the content, AIF, in accordance to AIF plans, fund management plans, the carry over, the carry over. The 50/50 formula is also in the ORCMA 0721 resolution. Maybe Ferdinand Nota from the Department of Ag can answer some of these questions. Chair Ricky Nash.
Okay. Thank you. Honorable members of RDC, any other comments or questions?
Chairman Kellen.
Honorable Kealan Begay, go ahead.
Chairman, another area that I think we really need to, resolve or have the current issue that we deal with. A lot of these committees, they're all registered in other chapters. So it's always, they may live in a different area, but they registered in a different chapter and they live in a different area. So how do we resolve those particular situations? Or what that agent I let all the that's all yeah, or baby Nachicodo, they allow not things to happen, but physically they're not there, but yet they're all registered there. Or vice versa. They live there, but they don't are registered in a different area. So, some areas that I want to address, and also, like I said, I'm listening in. I have been listening in, and this is what is being addressed by my grazing official, the Mini Farms chapter. As I indicated earlier in your text, that I'm listening in, and that I do have attending another area that I'm really needed to deal with. But I just want to maybe if he is listening, Mr. So, response getting easy from Mini Farms, if that's okay, Chairman. So could I be able to allow some of my time yield some to my grazing official, Chairman?
Honorable Begay, are you talking about Mr. So?
Yes, I am, Chairman. Mr. Roland So from our Mini Farms chapter.
Okay. We can give him some time. At your request, Honorable Begay. Chairman, if you can, appreciate that.
Honorable Chairman Nez, honorable members of the Resources Development Committee, Shahesh Nanta Kodo, Shahos Agi, Arun Koroban Yaski, Ko Nanashigishi, Tsagi, Tedani, who did not epinage the second, the Quigoshi on the Nahoti. Last week, the great grazing committee training out of the code Quigoshi, but I did kid. I wish Gross and Mr. Erikai would have brought all those issues up. So, you got a Bebenant, I just kid out of. So, Korobe, Nahot, Igishin, Shiche, Koro, Yahatzi. Just to give you an example, Koje the Bebenant Society, Jagi, Tuba City Jinda, Kirtland Jinda, Chinli, just a registered voter, Rough Rock, just a registered voter. Round Rock, just a registered voter, the Bebenal, so say quite many farms get quite abundant in stuff. Kojanda Yilato, Ajishin the Yilato, this Elahit out accountability, Kate and Anel Edo, this. Aro priority 3 that the Bebenal Sospeda, Teneginana, quite many farms get Kate hat. A call the great Chinli Jinda, many farms get hat all round Rock in the Honanat a rough rock, but the Naj go sing our hot, the very rough rock, the kid had any sinks like many farms in the hot is a great chapter the based on the educational systems that any though how one note of home in the city, Arjuni is Halit Francis Dila Echit baby desti do la quebe na hoti has leon France is started nani da sa kudri kodo da London da kagana opinion to Hasta ko ajuto is started nani in da of course as Francis space we need to live Aro la ba so des kizet oyo besndi jedo kuze Halit ban is nesh kala ilia kwagi at ya bahna is kid oh you go bahna it to kiss us on the kodosan and title 3 because on is oh nachin need a horseman these abens need ye called obta ni Kunashi Konda Ben and Tayan kid. I won't take too much of your time, but these are the most important things I guess. Yeah, Chairman.
Yeah, Mr. Honorable Roland Sonidens Kidiki. I really didn't think about that, but I'm glad that you brought it up. Later, I don't later. Could you be able to or what the baby na or what under a different priority, like priority 3? That would be a very serious concern as far as double dipping. So let me give time back over to Mr. James Atakai on this, and would like to hear his response, as well as from the Department of Agriculture. Mr. Atakai?
Yanarate Shinanta. The car ye just one asa ho wando asa the she be car was hot I hot ado I would like to give some time over to Ferdinand Nota. He can address some of these great questions. Chairman Ness.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Atakai. Mr. Nota? Mr. Ferdinand Nota?
Mr. Chair, this is Daniels. Put me in the queue.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, members of RDC, Mr. Chair, and all those on the listening in on the call. Let me see. First of all, let me address the priorities. When the two divisions met, community development and natural resources, we agreed to comply with the resolution. And the resolution basically stated that the benefits of this livestock feed program will go to all eligible community members. And the distribution formula, the 50-50 formula, was based on eligible voters. And but in going through the guidelines, we did discuss some issues related to many of those that are coming up today and that came up in the past. So therefore, we decided to address the issue of who is a community member. And basically, we took the position that the community members that have livestock on the Navajo Nation would be the ones to benefit from this distribution. And therefore, we divided the applicants into three basic categories. One is those people that have grazing permits that are in compliance with their grazing permits, meaning that they have their animal numbers within their permit levels. They have tally counts on place. In some cases, they have conservation plans on record with the BIA as well as the grazing officials. And Then the second priority addressed those people that have permits but are in non-compliant with their permit. Either they are overstocked on their permit or they have no animals. Okay, so in one aspect or another, they may be non-compliant with their permit. The third category in terms of priority was to address all those other community members that did not have permits, and but they did have livestock. And the guidelines basically were agreed upon that the animals that we are feeding under this program should be located on Navajo Nation lands or allotments, okay, including allotments. So allottees were allowed to have access to this program. And so those were the other categories. And then there was a special group of people that were, they're kind of like special cases, including people that, let's say in Eastern Navajo, some chapters only have one permit for the whole chapter. And then the chapter more or less sub-permits out those permittees, permits to community members. And then we have areas like McCracken Mesa that does not have any permits, or in the Navajo partition lands also. Many of the people out there do not have permits, but they do have livestock. And then that would also include, when you stretch that definition, people that are in the Bennett Freeze area. They would also be eligible to receive livestock feed. So in the guidelines, after we addressed who would get help, we addressed what the resolution stated, the RDC resolution, about what does the resolution require in order for funds to be transferred down to the chapter. And basically the resolution stated that they have to have a chapter resolution accepting the money, and secondly, that the chapter should approve a distribution plan. And the way we communicated the distribution plan to our local officials is that the basic items in the distribution plan should be who will receive livestock feed under this program. Secondly, it should address how much will these producers receive. And basically, we requested that our grazing officials or our land board people be involved and work with the chapters to determine these two answers. One is who's going to receive help and how much are they going to get under the plan distribution. So, and that's how we structured it. We did give some advice on the purchasing of feed, and the distribution plan can also address how the chapter will go out and procure or purchase the livestock feed materials. Either put it out to bid or make arrangements with local or nearby vendors, because vendors would want to know how much is being ordered beforehand to make sure that they have enough livestock materials, feed materials in inventory. And if they do not, then the vendors will be put on the burden of having to order more of their supplies to build up their inventory. And then we also addressed under the community development system, how would they pay for the livestock feed materials to the vendors, and how would they distribute the feed materials to the permittees. Many of the chapters do not have warehouses, and therefore they set up a kind of like a roadside distribution point at the chapters where they can distribute the materials, and people would drive up and they would load them out and off they go. The other question that came up was to deal with the freight costs. For example, if a chapter bought a truckload of hay, most vendors would, yes, they would readily sell the hay to the chapter, but then vendors would want to be paid for the freight of hauling that hay to the chapter. So then we did make an allowance for freight costs to be included as part of the purchase. And so those were some of the things that we asked to be covered in the distribution plan. But basically, we asked our grading officials and land board people to work with the chapters and figure out the distribution plan that would be implemented at the chapter level. Okay, rather than setting up a one central distribution point, let's say, for example, in Window Rock, and then have everybody come into Window Rock to pick up their allocation. But I think the issue there is that the chapters want to more or less have some input as to how much everybody gets in order to stretch out the livestock feed to as many people as possible. So, but those were the key points that we wanted to implement, and we've been very thankful that the Community Development Division has been open to some ideas and recommendations, and we went through some orientations with the agency service coordinators throughout the reservation, through telephone conference meetings and so forth. And we reviewed the ins and outs of this program. And the main thing that we are trying to do is to get the feed out there as soon as possible. And we also are advising the chapters that based on the amount of allocation that they are receiving, expect that we ask them to expect that the inventory will be depleted very quickly. And some chapters are wanting to maybe set up a winter distribution of feed as well as a spring distribution of feed. But I think that demand will be so great that we'll probably only have just one distribution, and that will be in the winter. So with that, Mr. Chair and RDC, that kind of summarizes the guidelines in effect. But I think we are at a point now to where OMB has issued out a memo yesterday, issuing out the business unit numbers for each of the chapters, as well as the allocations that are being deposited in those accounts. So at this point now, it will be upon the chapters to begin the procurement and of the products, and then work on distributing the products to the consumers. Again, we are trying to comply with the RDC resolution to assist all eligible community members, okay, whether they have permits or not. So that's the priority. Now, some chapters will give higher priority to people that have permits and give lower priority to maybe priority 3 people. But, you know, we are leaving that up to the chapters and the grazing officials or land board to jointly make those decisions about how the feed will be distributed and how much will everybody get. Okay. So, Mr. Chair, that, and then there's questions that come up, like Mr. Begay brought up, Begay, people that live in different areas. Let's say their animals are in one chapter, but they live in a different chapter. Basically, we're saying that the whole distribution formula was based on eligible voters within the chapter. So basically, we're advising people to go to their home chapter where they vote, or where they're registered to vote, and apply for funds there. Again, on the tribal ranchers, when we initially proposed the program with the RDC, we had recommended a special set aside for our tribal ranchers. But in the final resolution, that was eliminated. So now we're having our tribal ranchers advising them to go back to their home chapters where they vote and participate in their local government to request assistance from their home chapters. Okay. And basically, it's going to boil down to where are the animals located and where are they permitted to be located. For example, if they're permitted to be in a certain chapter, then they would go to that chapter to apply for assistance. Okay. So anyway, those are some of the comments that I was able to capture real quick here, and but we can be available for any further questions that come up from the committee. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nota, for that. Let me go to Honorable Herman Daniels.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. Resources and Development Committee, Division of Community Development, Mr. Erikai, Department of Agriculture, Natural Resources. When we were approving the legislation, where are we going to get hay for our Navajo people? In API, but looking at the stacks, I see I'm pretty sure that 110 chapters are looking towards NAPI, but there's not enough hay. This will not resolve the drought that we're in. The chapters maybe 2 bales, 3 bales per registered voters. So this is based on a 50-50 formula. And now I give it help chapters based on so that means everybody's eligible at the chapter level. All registered voters, whether they have permit, a grazing permit, or permit over they're eligible. So right now I'm parked at Shanto. I'm looking around. There's hardly any forage around. It's going to be gone within a day or two. Permits, the number of sheep units on these grazing permits, some are way up there, some are 10 at the Chicago. I don't know about today, kids, 4 million. Big airways, yeah. The best ones, and the clinic. I don't need hey, it's going to be gone within a week. Out of it, and then it's another state or less. While we're dealing with this drought. Asiado, Mohamed Zadon, so they church upon this case, Kagwehol just. I don't know last week. The other week, the district grazing officials, Eastern Land Board, they met. The great Twin Arrows. I had my meeting with the other 4 chapters that I represent. Even not Aji Hayada. Or the great you go them. Died this kid about when he's in. So I didn't die that kid. Or ya today. I thought me clinic or ya even night the kid. So I don't agree that the year on the great Department of Agriculture Basel. They work closely with the grazing officials at an Eastern Land Board, farm boards that a year we can dad Michigan out of DCD and the chapters getting dad Michigan. And I just want to say thank you to Division of Community Development. The hands for me a kai jet or not a car natcha. So the great I see the great agriculture department as in Michigan. I call it that Sagi had all day big. I'm pretty sure that when we give dollars to these chapters, should not I don't know. I need there's a priority 1, 2, 3. To me, everyone's a priority. I don't know this will not solve the drought that we're facing. Again, like I said, it's gonna feed people of it's gonna be gone within a week. I didn't manage another state on this. And then hit no, the then hit not say on this. The then hit has net on this. I don't know what to say. What I should kid. I can't promise people just as window. Not at the deep. I should be daughter dish neither. Don't quite go son and don't quite get. But the great but that was Ago the great thing we take. Just the height of the baby and seals, Mr. Seals to Ayat, on there. The great feral horses, they kagi, feral burros, they kagi, the great donkeys that a gun hello in how the kind of no. A got I see chill at the yosh days a even though the could I see like here the bend dark bend a ben has tin. Let's say you had that no. Though about the Louisiana so none. Or they cut or they cut. Or he had a your sheet of rice at all that the hard length. Can I see that from there? A data it did of that is straight. In the double the hot echo. So can I a street of funny the Hazon at that. She I yegi than a kid had it, so the has Jesus twin there. Ain't as without quent I yegi it out in at the great shouldn't believe no that. On dark. Oh, you saw on dark. There's like 20 in one herd, 10, 12 than dark. Oh, what at the snap was I did Juliana the cray. A congrate a baker she at door bed at office at denno. It's why you're cynical. I don't know a quite hole just you can't all as had a on the hole. A co I think how the need she at the house argo. I see or ye or yet the skater as on tiki. I don't hand the husband that sort of called or joy start for Sunday. On the grey go bend at the spucket. What I don't know quite on the great the great yes and the great chapters. The three quotes. So my husband or a great nappy. Yeah, pretty sure they're gonna get quotes from nappy. I don't know how to last door. It's hard to get quotes. The three quotes quite on the great chapter that Navajo Nation Michigan. The great procurement process. Digi. Even Bashan Echo. If can chapters only get one quote, but anonymous and again not the need. It becomes an audit, a red flag for these chapters. So it quick the way Mr. Chair thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Daniels. I believe the committee, the oversight, is concerned about this resolution since it was approved up to this point today, and as you all speak, Lieutenant and he's Winston. When are we gonna? The grazing officials depend on us. They're waiting, wondering when they can distribute this hay and feed to the local communities. The intent of the legislation, the intent, Otto, Mr. Atakai, as well as Mr. Nota, the intent of the legislation was to hear this 4 million as presented in a legislation by Honorable Stewart. The Nebuchadnezzar was 4 million hadantni. They la is land. Areya Oshvik and Nazi on holiday in. That's the question. It needs to be released to the people, the chapters, so they can distribute hay and feed. They need this right now through the winter. They need it yesterday. Few months back. Late out or little at all. Not blaming or putting the finger in somebody's face, but we need to just really streamline this, get it corrected, get it done, distribute the funding to the chapters, let them get the hay and feed for their livestock. The legislation gave eligible members no Ashe grazing permit that a halani by yet. I don't say yaha. They have livestock without grazing permits. They just keep them in their corrals and however way they take care of it. At a 50-50 formula, but not your go. That was the intent. That was the intent of the legislation when it was sponsored by Honorable Stewart. So, Mr. Atakai, Mr. Ferdinand Nota, I think it's time that we look at this distribution plan, Ninigi, and just start distributing the funding so they can procure the hay and feed at this point. The legislation, a resolution, resolved. It was approved by oversight. Did we do something? Did we add something? Did we make amendments to this legislation? Is that why you're following what you want to create, perhaps as your own policy? what on the league is something that we need to correct. That's why we ask all of you to come back and provide us a report. So this funding, the AIF, can be distributed to the chapters. Often on it, that's just, oh yeah, I know, NAPI, the hay is decreasing. I don't know where else people are going to go to buy hay. They're going to have to drive into Colorado, perhaps, somewhere to buy hay. Criteria the eligibility is Mr. Adaka. Then I'll go back to Mr. Nota.
Yeah, Ashananda, are this querido Histahuilnagi, did resolution, it's an act, like a statute. As far as how do we implement the RDC resolution. So as I mentioned, guidelines yi said aro binashodon the ligi beso do not the Department of Agriculture. This is not a irregular general fund. This is a special fund. So there are strings attached. So we looked at that to avoid any mismanagement of funds, you know, like the fund management plans. There are previous resolutions and plans. RDC resolution and work with the Department of Agriculture from Division of Community Development. Aron hiro policy, how the monies are distributed to the chapters. So what the nel ako ishin kodo na edi kidishin nas peso narit ashin is road ado licho de as khodat 110 chapters ba yagi jero what eden that the AIF funny do what ashi bena understande kadnda what za. So but it's a workable plan now. Kashi I skaro choti beso ge bi ja 110 chapters. Hanelt ya 50-50 formula the chapter and then it's ready to go. Aro and the distribution plan. Some of the responsibilities, you know, as we mentioned, that chapter the vendors, ado and the District Grazing Committee, the land board, chapter administration, and they can, you know, modify the chapter distribution plan. So we did what we could possibly, you know, bonets and it so ide yakudo bihanasi do leto shadilish. The goal is, you know, to get the money out there, but we have to follow the steps, the processes. So these monies are subject to audits. So we did the best we can to put the procedures and policies together. Fernanda.
Thank you. Mr. Adikai, did you just say us? Kadoshtan?
Oh, not so. So right now, we're working with OMB, the Office of Management and Budget. So just to make sure, everything is already set up, because this money was carried over. They did a carry over memo. So
Okay.
Chairman Nez,
Thank you.
Vice Chair Smith, put me in a queue, please.
Okay. Mr. Nota?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the comments and recommendations. Mr. Chair, if you go back to the resolution that was approved by RDC, the resolution clearly states that before any funds are deposited into chapter accounts, that the controller's office will be looking to make sure that every chapter has a resolution plus an approved distribution plan. There have been many resolutions that come in, but according to community development, many of those resolutions do not have a distribution plan attached. So that was one of the delays that we ran into. But the business unit numbers are available. They're ready to, and the funds are available. And they need to be transferred over to the chapter accounts. And basically, that can happen immediately, fairly immediately. But like I said, the compliance issue that we have to deal with is making sure that there is a resolution from the chapter as well as a distribution plan, because the resolution stated that those must be in place prior to any funds being transferred to the chapter. But once the chapter gets those funds deposited, then they can begin the procurement and purchase processes. Okay. And the other point that was brought up, well, we've been talking with community development. Right now, most chapters are preferring to purchase their own products, which is fine. But we also introduced the ideas of issuing checks to the eligible community members. But that would be a very lengthy, cumbersome process. And the other option that we recommended to look at is using a voucher system, where vouchers could be issued to individuals. They could go into a supplier, pick up their products. The supplier would collect those vouchers and then submit them in one batch back to the chapter, and then chapters will process payment to the vendor. But anyway, but there are some hang-ups or complications in terms of using that with the WIN system. And the issuance of checks was not recommended in this process by community development and others at the local level. But the processes are in place, Mr. Chair, to get the funds to the chapters, provided that we comply with the resolution and look for the resolution and the distribution plan. Once those are in place, then the funds can be transferred to the chapters. So that can happen fairly quickly. And so we're asking our local agriculture officials to work with the chapters to get that resolution out and passed by the chapter and the distribution plan. And community development did provide a template that the chapters can use on the resolution, and also some guidance on developing the distribution plan. So from our standpoint at Department of Ag, the program is ready to get going. Okay, it's ready to be implemented, and I think some chapters that have a resolution and distribution plan, they should have their money in their accounts very quickly. So the other point that was brought up is on hay. On NAPI, we have been advising chapters and our officials that if you go to the economic development source list that complies with the Navajo Business Opportunity Act, the only business that is on the list that sells agricultural feed is NAPI. So basically, if NAPI cannot meet the demand for product, then chapters would have the option to go to other vendors that are available. And we are advising chapters to maybe think twice about buying feed or buying hay, because hay, as Mr. Daniels brought up, will be gone very quickly within a day or two. And we're advising that they look at purchasing salt blocks, mineral blocks, protein tubs, and mineral tubs, as well as grain. And then that way they can kind of stretch out the impact of the money rather than and what we're trying to do here, Mr. Chair, is based on eligible voters and the legislation that was approved, we're trying to get assistance out to over 200,000 people. Okay, if we're looking at community members, voters plus others. But if we were looking only at permittees, we'd be looking at about 12,000 recipients of the feed. So the dollar impact on an individual basis gets very diluted by trying to assist 200,000 people with feed. Okay, and that's why we were stressing that the animal ownership aspects of this program, that animals need to be present on the ground on Navajo Nation lands, because there's people that do have animals that are on outside lands, such as BLM lands or Forest Service lands, but they're also asking for feed. Okay, but we're saying no, this is supposed to be intended for animals that are on Navajo Nation lands. So anyway, that's my comments to the discussion points that you brought up, Mr. Ness, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members of RDC, any other comments, questions? If not, I'll go to Honorable Vice Chair Raymond Smith.
Thank you, Chair Inez. Thank you, RDC members and Ag Department. I'm just listening in, and it comes to mind that it sounds like we're trying to help everybody, which is, having compassion for those that have livestock. However, we have laws and regulations. I was down at Twin Arrows, and in Twin Arrows, they kept talking about trespass. If you have no permit, that's considered trespass. If you have animals out there with state brands and you don't have a permit, that's considered trespass. Now, these laws are there for a purpose, and the laws were given to the Navajo Nation to be good stewards of the land, and for livestock owners to be to ensure that they have a grazing permit and that they have the number of animals that's being allowed to graze on there. If we open the door for everybody, we might as well just do away with Title III, do away with the trespass, do away with not solicited sheet. This is to help that are having grazing permits and having grazing permit to ensure that they're in compliance. We're only going to encourage more people to violate the law if we open the door and have more trespass, because we don't have enough rangers, we don't have enough grazing officials, we don't have enough impoundment yards. It's all part of management. Which is go.
Finally coming around. You guys voted against the legislation.
So that's
may everybody
thing that
please put your phones on mute. Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair. Let's go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Is. These are the things that we see. If we don't want to have Title III, then let's just do away with Title III and let everybody have animals. The other factor to this too is we have too many feral horses, and I know that that was brought up over at Twin Arrows, and we have a few ranch hands that are out there trying to gather up feral horses, and it's a monumental task. Anyadash was out there on the Navajo Nation. But then she's saying, I see, I see. So these are the things that we really need to encourage. And the other thing, Shinada, is what I heard earlier. Chapters will do this. Would that be provided to the chapters so that they would have first knowledge? I know they're not all listening on board, but that was some good information on. Well, I think that was Ferdinand Nota talking on how to prepare and how to get these things ready, because the chapters know who is out there grazing properly, know who doesn't have a grazing permit. Some are on probate too. Those things need to be taken care of. So there's a lot of factors to this, Shinanda. I just want to present that because if we open the door, next year is going to be the same way. Chicago, let's bump it up. We got to be conscientious, and it's laws that we have in place. Thank you, Chair. Appreciate that. Yeah.
Honorable Vice Chair Smith. Honorable members of RDC. Honorable Stewart, go ahead.
Oh, good afternoon, Shana Chairman. The Vice Chairman, Shijayaja, RDC member, Shana Ke. Aro, Sonagi, Shana Ashketa. Aro, Mr. Nota, Shana, and also Dr. Pearl Yellowman. And James Akokai. My thoughts, Shana, and listening thus far to this report, the presentation, the feedback from one and all is all good and positive. But I go back to last week, Shana, when you and I were sitting there at the table. The discussions then, they were talking about the grazing permit. Within less than 10 years, they said it's going to come up to the 100-year of grazing permit. Then what are we going to do? There was the topic of issuing our own Navajo Nation permits, leasing. So with this agriculture funding, I have stated before, years ago, when I was still in college, we applied for it through Gallup. It was a one-time year funding that we got. And that was it. It didn't last a whole year. It didn't last a whole summer. It was just to help us out just a little bit. And those were checks that were issued. I keep saying that those were checks that were issued by the government to us. They didn't ask for our tally count. All they asked for was the grazing permit and how many we have. And you all know all I have are horses, and I acquired the rest through the years. But you know, that based off of that, again, it goes back to saying, yes, this is a lengthy process. Who is dragging their feet and why is it being dragged out so long? We have ranchers out there that want this, that need this, even if it's just a one-time assistance. And I've said that in the presentation. Bales of hay right now cost almost 20 bucks.
Yep.
For one bale of hay. That 20 bucks could go somewhere else. Could go back into putting fuel in, could go back into buying 2 more bags of grain, whatever it may be. Us as ranchers, us as livestock owners, we know how much those things cost and where it's going to go. Even with this little bit of portion that's going to get us that help, that's going to help us out. So I don't understand why, again, it's taking so long. And from the very beginning, DCD took on this initiative, it was DCD that was asking, where is DNR? Where is Department of Ag? Several times we heard that. And, finally they came to the table. That's why is it finally this presentation is being sent out there to the chapters. It's being sent out there to the grazing officials. And yes, we need to talk about Title III. Because apparently I can say that the grazing permit is not working. I'm still waiting on a probate. I'm still waiting on a conservation plan. As a rancher, I'm still waiting for these things to come through from BIA and Department of Ag. So I can say that we need to look at this and see what we're going to do. What can we do as leaders? What can we do to say, yes, let's change this part of it. Let's take this out. Let's revise this. Let's make it modern to where it's going to not only benefit those grazing permittees now, but those in the future to own livestock. Right now, I have little knowledge that are learning how to rodeo and whatnot. That's going to be their future right there. That's going to be what they're going to be wanting to do. They won't be herding sheep, I don't think. They'll be raising cattle. But the care and the magic come with it too. And that's where we're at right now. That's what we need to talk about, because not too many people, yes, we have sheep on the reservation across the board, yes. But not too many of them too continue to use the summer lands and the winter lands. That's one thing I say to them. We don't use that anymore, the summer lands and winter lands. We just stay in one area. We don't give the land that time, that season to recuperate, to regenerate the growth again. And here needs so we get too used to living in one area. And then this is where we're at now, this drought. So that's why I want to share. We need to start working together with Department of Ag, Division of Natural Resources on that Title III. How are we going to change it? What are we going to do? We need to start presenting it with our grazing officials, with our land board. What are we going to do out there? That's going to come in no time. And we're going to be like this again. The leadership in 10 years is going to be like this, discussing which way are we going to go. We're going to go with permit still, or are we going to change it? And that discussion came up last week. I not thought there was a comment made. This is stupid. Don't need. It's like you haven't experienced it. You haven't done it. You haven't implemented it. How can it be stupid? I thought this agricultural funding. It's the first time that we're actually giving it out to the people with the chapter's help to say this is going back down to the local government. Local governance, no. But this is giving it back to the community level. Yes, it may be 1 bag of grain, 2 bales of hay, whatever it may be, that's something for that livestock, that little part of it. That's just a test, because yes, we will come back again to say this, okay, this is what we need to fix. This is how we're going to fix it. Nothing we do the first time is going to be perfect. It takes time to perfect things. It takes time to get it right. But we as leaders, that's where we come in to say, this is how we're going to do it. And then how can we help those at home to use it the right way too? That's all I want to say, Shana Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart, for that.
Eugene,
I appreciate you sponsoring this legislation and having a heart for the people to send these funds out to the chapter so they could utilize it on their livestock. That could I see so I see how Honorable Eugene So.
Chris Kanda, Shane Terminal, Overdini of its auntie Yan, Hort on Nation Shah, Hort $8. This is a piece of it. The most dangerous part is coming forward to us in regards to permits. Each drop the base of in hard area. Answered I use it. Each change the hot 8 base of some so about this case. Out of the grading committee though. Aba has in the go has on Hono. I let out of it the run from the own song on this case. This should be with a division director, not as a program under the Department Act. Always say that. Our grading company is conserved. I don't build up deteriorated areas, don't enforce it on the left. So they should be the ones that knows about livestock. The base of banana data list. Just like the government to government. They're a part of a government. Navajo Nation copy with this stuff. But they can work with state conservationists. None could just so why still there? So the old on this case, I'm going to drop the legislation in Resource Development Committee. Shop on this case stories. Regards to probate, the Ghana hockey out something. I don't the permittee are will be the only landowners across the Navajo Nation. The Quila 1,200 was it 12,000 as an answer. What do we do with the treaty of 1868 if we just give the land to the permittees? On this case, the conservation plan, and then the Navajo Land Department, their homesite lease regulation, I have the acre go all the way around. I put up no lease out, they signed the lease. But the conservation plan, they gave Holland for questions, able to what you can call Nick up and Hagi, to she call now, Miss Arnold, the key now, that they know it had it. But it really violation of homesite lease regulation. With our half a mile in the races, I put out there, no more always at the which hasn't. And the permit to us out of a car from 10 to 350 cheap unit. So who had that right mind to put that half a mile? This chapter is under the Title 16. Grazing company is under Title 3. A permittees be bohni. Us out of chapter A boundary. A service area, you have a boundary. Grazing company, game management unit, you have a boundary. But us, and so Babylon, I do see based off other bunny in the thing that chapter has nothing to do with it. Grazing company, so they're the one that's taking care of the livestock and the land. So they know who the livestock owners are, and they know everything about the land. I let these all out past and they have so a few years ago since that happened. Maybe it was 100 train load of
Honorable Eugene
grain. Yeah.
Honorable So. Honorable Eugene So.
Am I still here? Hello. Rick, am I still there?
Delegate, so this is Rodney Tahi. I believe we lost our chairman. I think his phone got disconnected. So if you could please hold for a brief moment.
Okay.
Delegate Calvin's here.
Mr. Tahi, is Delegate Nez.
Chair, this is Rodney. I was looking for you on the screen, and I see that you're back online.
Yes. Was I the only one that got cut off?
You were the only one that got cut off. The rest of us stayed on.
Okay. Did Honorable Eugene so? Are you done?
그래. 나신 지어봤는. What happened? That's okay. This chapter, the Title 626 here now. The grading committee, Title 3. For grading committee, they permitted it says a boundary, a management unit, a boundary. Chapter 8, service area, a boundary. Request so we need to understand that. So any money that's going to go for feet, it has to go to the grading committee, which is Title 3. Chapter 8, so put that is so and then make it more worse if it's LGA, I think of that is the grading committee assassinated. Because only possible. I got basically now if you livestock, anything that has to do with the livestock funds. Or yeah, it only just asking for that. But Rick on such that I'm going to drop a legislation request to get the grading committee out of the Department Act and put it straight with this division director. Next week in the House, totally. Thank you.
Kushida. Thank you, Honorable So. Do we have Honorable Freeland? Are you still on the call? Honorable Freeland.
Mr. Chair, this is Daniels.
Okay. Honorable Daniels, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, it's beginning to bother me. We're beginning to work between committees. Yes, any delegate can drop a legislation. Being on the Resources and Development Committee, I have a lot of respect for other committee members. Law and Order Committee, Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, and Budget and Finance Committee. With other committees, what's in the door? I see what's at the Schmied. Legislation drop which was the sheet and but with all the respect that I have, I don't do that, but legislation drop the sheet. I would respectfully request to Mr. Delegate Eugene so that you work closely with us on the great Resources and Development Committee. Perhaps have a work session with us or a leadership meeting with us. It's beginning to bother me. Mr. Chair, and in my region, representing the Western Agency, we have a lot of concerns in the area of public safety, the area of health, in the area of dollars. But with the respect that I have, I rather work with the Western Agency representatives, like with Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. I would reach out to Delegate Paul McGay. With Law and Order, would reach out to Delegate Otto So, for the Chairman So. With other committees,
it is also Bana Oshka, Bana Oka, at the what Abahat. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. A few months back, we had a meeting, a leadership meeting with the grazing officials as well as the Department of Agriculture. And they didn't want to work with the chapters. They would rather work with the Department of Agriculture. And they expressed that way. It takes time. There's too much red tape, is what they were expressing. The majority of them told us that they would rather, they requested, they even wanted to pass a resolution that they continue to work with the Department of Agriculture. And our documents, which is what they said. So, a quite so the nation case of that at the it's true. This morning I sent a text message to one of my colleagues from a different committee. They could out so since you're the oversight over this program, and just to make sure that they're given the opportunity as the oversight, out of respect, to let them handle it somehow, rather than me trying to intervene where I'm not the oversight over their program. Honorable Daniels, I do see it that way, and perhaps grazing officials and it's something that we probably need to go back and have a meeting on and invite the land board as well as the grazing officials with RDC, because they already told us a few months back, about a couple of months ago, and they expressed their concern that they like working with the Department of Agriculture. And that's when we realized that they do have a good working relationship. There may be a little bit of hiccups here and there, but they do have a good working relationship with the Department of Agriculture under Leo Watchman's shop there. Nasto 4:30 goes. At then we'll go ahead and vote on this report and accept the report. There's a motion by Honorable Stewart, second by Honorable Vice Chair Walker. So, Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote? Honorable Vice Chair Walker did text his message that he votes green on the report. So, Honorable Begay?
Chairman Taylor votes green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Daniels?
Green.
Honorable Freeland?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Stewart?
Green.
Thank you. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries. I have Dr. Yellowman, Mr. Atakai, as well as Mr. Ferdinand Nota and Ms. Draper. Thank you very much. Down to B, report from the Office of Management and Budget and Division of Economic Development on the Economic Development Fund Management Plan from January 2013 to August 2021. Presenter, will be Mr. Dominic Bial, as well as Mr. J.T. Willie from Department of Economic Development.
Chair,
Yes?
Anthony Perry is going to be presenting on the Economic Development Fund. Mr. J.T. Willie is currently in a work session with OPVP at the moment. So Mr. Perry will be doing the presentation.
Okay. Mr. Perry, are you on the call?
Yeah, I'm on the call, Chair.
Thank you. You can go ahead and start your presentation.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Chairperson, Nez, and members of the RDC. We had the summary that was put together and it was given to Mr. Tahi, and hopefully those were distributed to everyone.
Yes, we did receive them.
Okay, good. Let me go ahead and start off by saying that the Economic Development Fund Management Plan is kind of tied into the sales tax that was allocated to the Division of Economic Development, which is 1/2 of 1%. As you know, that the existing sales tax is 6%, and out of that 6%, 1/2 of 1% is given to economic development. And the Economic Management Plan is pursuant to Budget and Finance Resolution BFD 4813. And the management plan allows that the fund can be used for development of small business, commercial, industrial, and tourism related projects. And they can be used for preliminary planning, preliminary development, architectural design service, on-site development, which includes the infrastructure, construction, and leveraging and matching funds, and also professional services. So that's what the fund management plan allows for. And the fund management plan is tied into what we call the 5-year plan. The 5-year plan for economic development. And what we're going by is the year 2016 to 2021. And so this 5-year management plan will basically expire the end of December, which is 1 week from now. And the 5-year management plan is approved by the oversight, which is RDC, just to kind of give you an idea of what we're working with. And going back to the table, this table was put together by our support service department that oversees all the financial transactions for the division. And as you know, there's a lot of information attached. And I don't know if you want me to go through that, Chairman Nance.
Mr. Perry, we
Yes.
had requested a report on this. So whatever that you need to present to us, we just need you to present what you need to. Thank you.
Okay, so the first handout, you may call it a handout, it kind of tells you what's been done to date from the inception, which was back in fiscal year 2013, all the way to the current fiscal year 2022. And if you look in the second column, it tells you about sales. That's the retail sales from all the businesses.
and you know that kind of goes from the high side, the low side, all the way to the low side for the current fiscal year, an amount of 500,361. So it kind of it varies depending on the amount of sales tax that is being collected, and we had to coordinate with the Navajo Nation Tax Commission. They're the one that collect the information, give us the information, and provide us the data. So this is a working document that we have. It's based on actual records within the support service department. And the next column talks about trust. This is the amount of 1/2 of 1% that's allocated from professional service, some construction contracts, all that. So the first column is the sales. This is from grocery stores, C-stores, any type of retail operation. Second column, which is identified as trust, is the professional service, consultant contracts, architects, contractors. So that they give a little smaller amount, and you have the adjustment. Adjustment is to basically to match the FMIS. That all the documentations are with the OOC, Navajo Nation Office of Controller. Then you have the totals for fiscal year 2014 all the way to the current fiscal year. Then you have the less allocation. Less allocation refers to what's been allocated to certain projects, certain activities, certain programs, and that's where that comes about. Then the fund balance is what the running balance is for the end of that year. And if you look at the bottom line, there's about 11 million that's in the economic development plan that hasn't been allocated. And as I refer back to you, to the committee there, is that the unallocated amount is kind of tied into the 5-year plan that's been approved by RDC. And that 5-year plan will expire in a week or so. So the departments within DED, economic development, small business, project development, tourism, are all working together to come up with a plan that will be presented to RDC. So that's in the works right now, Chairman Nance and members of the RDC. The second tabulation talks about the, again, breaking out what's been inception to date and identifies the various projects that were funded through the sales tax. So you can see on your far left corner, it talks about business unit number. Those meaning that the account numbers have been established by OMB, Office of Management and Budget, and that kind of tells you that each department, each program went to the step to go through and prepare a budget for assigning a business unit. And as you can see, it identifies all the projects that have been made to date, from number 1 all the way to number 66. The first one includes Ganado Shopping Center, number 1, all the way to number 66 is Natani Development Corporation. And the original budget is what's been allocated. Budget revision, inception to date, open commitment, and the pink column is the running balance, what's been left in those accounts. Again, it's good information. Then you try to compare it to what's the actual information that's listed with FMIS, Financial Management Information System, which is the tally that's made by OOC, Controller's Office.
Then the last column tells you which program is responsible for those projects. For example, let's go to number 1, the Navajo Shopping Center. It has a business unit of C01468, and you go to the last column, it's assigned to Project Development Department. So you have Project Development Department, you have Small Business Development Department. Small Business Development Department includes the 5 RBDO office. The next column, the next tabulation just talks about the appropriation, almost the same information, but breaking it out onto agency appropriation. And as you look through to page 1, page 2, and you get to page 3, then that's where you have the agencies, how much money has been appropriated to projects within certain agency. So if you look at number 1 at the bottom of page 3, you have an appropriation of over $5,800,000 that's been spent in Fort Defiance agency. The next column, you have the Chinle, $3,357,000. Then the next allocation is the SHRPA agency, which has a number of $5,300,000. Then the Western agency has an amount of $9,978,200. And the last column is the Eastern agency, $8,938,000. Other 2.5 is kind of tied into what's been appropriated to Natani Development Corporation. It kind of doesn't fit any agency, but it's just an allocation. So if you break those down to percentage, then the agency that got the most fund on various projects to implement is the Western agency. The next one is Eastern. The next one is Fort Defiance, and next one is SHRPA, then Chinle. So again, this is some good information to have for your use. Then the next 2 also kind of spells it out, breaking out even further for funding that was given to project development and also the Small Business Development Department. Again, it kind of gives you more detail. The last item handout is what's been given for fiscal year 2022. Again, it's more information. Again, it's tied into what's been allocated to date, and the various projects are in the initial stages or in the implementation stages or into construction. Mr. Chair, that's what I have to present for you on the tables. But again, just want to re-emphasize that all the sales tax are tied into what those projects are identified through the 5-year plan. And the 5-year plan is what has to be approved by the oversight, which is RDC. Mr. Chair, that's just real briefly. I know it's a long day, but in all, the fund management plan helps the Division of Economic Development follow through a lot of projects, a lot of activities, funding that is needed to get these projects off the ground, from initial planning to development to pre-development to actual construction phase. And the fund management plan, as you can refer to, is that no funds can be used for operational use. No funds can be used to advertise and used to operate the department. So that's the big difference there. The operational use basically what's covered by the general fund each time we go before the council for funding. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Perry, for your presentation. Let me go to OMB. Sir Dominic Bial.
Chair,
Mr. Tahi. Yes.
I don't see Dominic Bial on the call, but I'll let him know that this report is up again.
Okay. Honorable members of RDC, let's establish a motion in a second. Thank you. Honorable Begay, second by Honorable Daniels. There's a motion by Honorable Begay, second by Honorable Daniels. Thank you. Chairman,
Freeland.
Honorable Freeland.
Chairman, Mr. Perry, good to hear your voice again, as well as the Division Economic Development staff. I hope everyone is doing well, and of course want to wish you all a good holiday. The plan itself, I guess in regards to the plan itself, does the plan continuously change? Is there a lot of changes to it? Does it change year to year, or does it stay consistent? I guess is my question. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Mr. Perry, your response?
Yeah, Delegate, Honorable Delegate Freeland, a lot of these projects some are new, some are carried over from the previous 5-year plan that has not been developed. So there are some changes. As you know, that the intent now is to try to concentrate on trying to make recovery from the shutdown of the mine and the NGS site. So eventually we will have to present this whole packet to RDC. So you'll get a chance to see which projects are on there, which one will create the revenue, which one will create the jobs, and which one will help improve the economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Freeland, do you have a follow-up?
Yeah, Chairman, thank you. Mr. Perry, thank you. Does the process of development of these projects also include all of the pre-procurement activities, getting all of the leases established and getting all of the infrastructure established? Is that also included when you are working on these projects, or when you start putting these plans together? The preliminary stuff, I guess is what I'm saying. Is that all inclusive of a part of this plan? Yeah, thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Mr. Perry, your response?
Yeah, it includes that. As I mentioned, preliminary planning may include market studies, technical engineering site analysis, master plan, and actual planning effort. Then the next phase may be preliminary development, which will include environmental assessment, appraisal, archaeological surveys, boundary surveys, topos, and it's just to get beyond the planning and get to pre-development. Then you get into the next phase, may be archaeological services, which will include actually starting to put the project together, the actual schematic design, actual construction documents, and trying to get the project ready for development. So it does cover those areas, to Chair and Honorable Freeland.
Thank you. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any comments or questions? If not, I do have a question for you, Mr. Perry, regarding this Economic Development Fund Management Plan for 2013-2021. My question is regarding Section 4, Planning, Bakagi. How does the Division of Economic Development develop the projects it will fund using the Economic Development Fund? Ado, Peter, it is a concern that the local chapters, local businesses as well, and even the enterprises are not aware of a planning process or know how to request for assistance from this Economic Development Fund. Is there an application process or use of this fund? Or are all the plans centrally planned by the Division of Economic Development? If there is such a process, Mr. Perry, has it been made known to the local chapter houses, local businesses, enterprises, so they may submit their projects and apply for these funds? Mr. Perry, back to you. Mr. Perry?
Sorry, got disconnected there. Oh.
Yes, Mr. Perry, your response?
Sorry, got disconnected, so I missed your main question, Chair. Sorry.
Let me go back to the whole question. The Economic Development Fund Management Plan for 2013-2021. Regarding Section 4, Planning. How does Division of Economic Development develop the projects it will fund using the Economic Development Fund? It is a concern that the local chapter houses, local businesses, even the enterprises are not aware of the planning process. Or know how to request for assistance from this fund. Mr. Perry, is there an application process for the use of this fund? Or are all the plans centrally planned by the Division of Economic Development? If there is such a process, has it been made known to the local chapter houses, local businesses and enterprises, so they may submit their projects and apply for these funds, Mr. Perry?
Thank you for the question, Chair. Chairman Nance. What usually happens is that there is a coordination that needs to happen between the departments, the Small Business Development Department through the RBOs or Project Development Department. So in a lot of cases, the chapters and communities and the enterprise have come to us and said, we have this viable project we want to implement or like to plan for. And that's where the initial ties are. There's really no application process. It's just working together. For example, let's take Ganado. Ganado chapter said, we want to develop a shopping center in our community. What can we do to get it from plan A to plan Z? And that's where we got involved and said, well, there's these steps we had to go through, checklists. One, we had to make sure the land's available. Two, to make sure the infrastructure is in place. Third is to start and put schematics, design together, meaning that we would help as much as possible to look for funding source. So the DED, the Division Sales Tax Fund, is just one source of money that's available. And to make that money available, that particular project has to be on the 5-year plan. The 5-year plan that will have to be approved by RDC. So hopefully that answers your question. It's really working together with communities, chapters, small business, and the previous RDC, under the leadership of former chairperson Mr. Shepherd, Elton Shepherd. And when we were presenting the 5-year plan to his committee, he kind of said to us, don't include the enterprise, the tribal enterprise, because they have their own source of money. Where the main emphasis should be the overall Navajo Nation. We shouldn't just concentrate on enterprise. So that's kind of the things that he mentioned to us. But we still work with enterprise. As you know, the previous topic on Sherbrooke Hotel, $2.8 million came from the money that from the sales tax that went towards the planning effort for the hotel. So we have worked with enterprise before. Nez.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. You just stated, if Ganado chapter wishes to have a shopping center, wouldn't they want to go to the Navajo Nation Shopping Center Enterprises for that, incorporated, and then have them work with the local chapter as well as Division of Economic Development if they need extra funding? Mr. Perry?
Yeah, I was just referring to Ganado Shopping Center as an example, but in a lot of cases, these developments are done by Division of Economic Development, the initial planning to actual development to actual construction. Once the actual project is complete, tenants are retained, then that's when the operation and management is turned over to the Navajo Nation Shopping Center. So they're the one that represent the Navajo Nation as the landlord after the project is done. And from here, we move on to other projects. So that's what the steps are, Chair.
Mr. Perry, could I open on this kitty? Are your chapters do your bechan Halan? Within their Title 26 talks about creating a tax ordinance. In order for them to do that, they have to have some sort of community business going on. And I think it's probably long overdue for the Division of Economic Development to start reaching out to the local communities and do work sessions, workshops for them as to what potential business they can explore within their communities. Wait, Abanson, case Mr. Perry.
Chairman, as the thoughts on what you're presenting is that that's where the local RBO, local regional business development office, are situated in the 5 agency, where they will work with communities and chapters to kind of get a plan together, creating a economic base, meaning that the more development there is, then there's a more sales tax that can be created on the development. So that's where the outreach is, and I know that through Mr. Willie's, JT Willie's leadership, that's what he wants us to do, is have more outreach to the communities and chapters. Some chapters are aggressive, some communities are aggressive, some basically want to be status quo. So I know that the large population base, that's where the market is, that's where the major intersection is, that's where people like to go to do their service, working with the agency, and that's where the main intersection for tourists to travel through are those larger population base. That's what we call the growth centers, and the smaller areas are the secondary growth centers. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Dominic Bial, are you on the call, sir? OMB? Anybody from OMB?
Mr. Chair, this is Dominic Bial.
Yeah, Mr. Bial. Karon Hitler from the Division of Economic Development on this Economic Development Fund Management Plan for 2013 and 2021. Could you enlighten us as to how OMB works with DED on these plans and the funding itself, sir?
I will try my best. Chairman, as members of the RDC and others on the call, Mr. Tony Perry. The funding that's made available from the tax funds is administered pursuant to the fund management plan by, as you all know, Division of Economic Development. So when DED makes a determination that, as Mr. Perry was just saying, he was using Ganado Shopping Center as an example. So DED would inform us that they're allocating $1 million or whatever the amount is. And then they would submit a project budget using some of the tribal budget forms that are in the BIM, the Budget Instructions Manual. And so that would be sent to us, and we would double check it for accuracy and so forth. But ultimately and eventually, we'll go ahead and enter that particular budget into FMIS, into the project budgets. So that budget, therefore, is created for a particular purpose, for a particular time period, and so on. And then it's up to DED to administer it, implement it, run it, and get the project underway and eventually completed. Mr. Chair, in a nutshell, that's my understanding of our role in this particular fund, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for getting on the call with us, Mr. Bial. Certainly appreciate your time. I do have a question for you, sir. It's regarding Section 5 of the Fund Management Plan. Does OMB enforce the approved use of the Economic Development Fund pursuant to Section 5 for the following: equal expenditures among the 5 agencies? The next one would be construction activities that are capped to 50% of the fund per year. Bial?
Chairman, as members of RDC, I personally am not familiar with the details of the fund management plan. To be honest about it, I would have to get that particular document and probably respond back to you. But just speaking generally, unless it says OMB is responsible for monitoring, controlling, and participating in this particular process, I would say by and large, it's really up to DED. Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bial. If I do have further questions, I'll just go ahead and email you those questions and get clarification on some of the concerns that I may have, sir.
Okay.
Koshina, honorable members of RDC, do you have any other comments or questions for Mr. Perry or Mr. Bial? Atenya Hakoshila, thank you. We'll go ahead and accept the report. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote? Honorable Begay?
Chairman Kayla, vote screen. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Daniels?
Great.
Thank you. Honorable Freeland?
Green, Chairman.
Thank you. Honorable Stewart?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Walker? Vice Chair Walker? We have a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Perry and Mr. Bial. Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh,
Members.
next. Thank you. Merry Christmas to both of you and your families.
Likewise.
Yes. Report from Senator Carlisle Begay on the Washington, D.C. updates. I guess this is what you call save the best for last. Senator Begay, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, early good evening, Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Chairman, can you?
Yes, we can hear you, so go ahead.
Okay. Yad Kishmish, again, Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. Honorable Chairman Ricky Nez, Vice Chair Thomas Walker Jr., and members of the Resources and Development Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I know you've had a very long day of new business and reports, and we'll try to refine my report here within a time limit, but try to hit on the few areas that I think are important, particularly for this committee. But first of all, Shea Carlisle Begay, ni she twasko ni shlenki ani a bashish chin ada zatan as a che do dashanella. Chairman, thanks for allowing me to report today before, especially your Christmas holiday. I'm probably standing between you and your family, so my apologies. But see that there are several emerging federal and congressional priorities that do impact this committee and the committee's jurisdiction, especially as the 24th Council enters its final year of your terms. And there have been many high profile very important policy priorities that you as a committee has addressed over the last couple of years. But more importantly, you've seen in Congress and in DC a once in a lifetime movement of fairly significant pieces of policy and legislation. And much of that, as you experienced firsthand, was carried by an unfortunate pandemic, but a unified Congress in ways that many have not seen for a very long time. In particular, you saw special projects like broadband that became a central focus and an opportunity where members who have had an interest in broadband and telecommunications find favor and focus and finally an opportunity to invest in broadband. An example, starting with some of the investments from the COVID pandemic packages that were passed in the Trump administration that carried into the now Biden administration and the 117th Congress. Well, this Congress is currently on winter recess, Chairman. We are ending the year with a lot of uncertainty on major pieces of legislation, especially policy priorities of the Biden administration, and an upcoming year with an expected gridlock into 2022 prior to what many are saying are many changes in the 118th Congress. Many believe that there will be a flip in the House, certainly. Many believe that that Republicans will regain the majority in the House of Representatives, and the Senate is unknown at this point, but very close races throughout the country. But as we look at the next year, I wanted to take a look back briefly, committee members, on a few things that are particularly important to highlight, especially with this being the first year here coming in 2022 of the Biden administration. You see in bullet point number 1 there that he immediately came into office with a focus on strengthening the nation-to-nation relationships, and since has executed several executive orders. He has appointed 52 high-ranking Native American officials throughout his administration, including 13 high-profile visits in any country specifically, and some of those visits have been on the Navajo Nation. With COVID continuing to be a focus around the country and certainly on the Navajo Nation, this last year provided an opportunity for Congress to pass the American Rescue Plan Act that we're all familiar with at the moment and have become quite familiar with the provisions and investments in Indian country, and specifically the fiscal recovery funds that were allocated to all tribes in the U.S., but more importantly, you're well aware of the $2.1 billion in fiscal recovery funds that were allocated to the Navajo Nation, which you are set to consider next month in your winter session, and a proposed $1.1 billion investment of fiscal recovery funds for the Navajo Nation and our Navajo people. We've been following those provisions in that process over the last almost the last year. You've seen obviously the appointment of Secretary of Interior Deb Haaland confirmed, Brian Newland nominated and confirmed as to serve as the Assistant Secretary of Indian Affairs. In June, you did see the announcement of the administration investing $1 billion in broadband access. And with that $1 billion notice of funding announcement, I know that NTUA has submitted a grant application for this particular announcement for funding. I know much of that focus was on telecom, in particular last mile, middle mile projects across the Navajo Nation, which we look to make a big impact for many years to come. And then finally on number 7, a big focus over many months is the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act that was just signed into law, passed by Congress last month in November. which provides $1.2 trillion in federal infrastructure investment over the next 8 years. In particular, Indian country will receive an approximately $12 billion in spending for transportation projects, energy development, broadband, etc. I sent an attachment to Mr. Tahi from the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs that more fully explains the areas of investment for Indian country. And I also sent an email out this morning from the Department of Interior announcing an upcoming travel consultation series of meetings January 26th to 28th, where they will be seeking consultation from tribes on the funding that this agency has received, in particular, the $466 million investment specifically to the BIA for infrastructure projects, as well as the historic investment of $2.5 billion to fulfill pre-existing settlements of Indian water right claims, which under subtitle A, you'll note, and you're well aware that the Infrastructure and Investment and Jobs Act did fully fund the Navajo Utah water right settlement at the tune of $214 million. So I would encourage the committee to receive reports from BIA and participate in the upcoming consultation sessions next month to determine the timeline and process for the allocation of what is set to be focused on the Navajo Utah water rights settlement in particular. There are other areas that I'll touch upon later in my report regarding broadband. I will note under subtitle E, the $11.2 billion for grants for states and tribes for abandoned coal mine land and water reclamation projects. This may be particularly important for the AML office, who I know just recently gave a report to this committee, and might be something for them to look into. In the last few weeks, it's been a busy few weeks in Congress as they ended their calendar year session, followed by a continuing resolution that fully funds the government until mid-February. It is expected, and it's important to note, that with the gridlock that you are beginning to see in Congress, many expect that this gridlock will last through the rest of next year, and before certainly the upcoming midterm elections. And many expect that there will be really a lack of getting things done in DC. Maybe kind of business as usual, where nothing really gets done. Just last week, the debt limit was increased through 2023, particularly important because this was being leveraged between the partisanness of Congress, and that was particularly important, especially as the new 118th Congress, when elected this coming year, will need to address that in 2023. Under 10, I mentioned the passage of the National Defense Authorization Act, specifically because back in June, earlier this summer, the ranking members of the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs in particular reintroduced the NAHASDA legislation, the reauthorization of NAHASDA, which would have reauthorized NAHASDA through 2032. NAHASDA continues to operate despite being expired since 2013. I mentioned this because of the focus this committee has had specifically with Navajo Housing Authority, and unfortunately, the NAHASDA reauthorization was not included in the NDA package that was passed by Congress, but it remains an uncertain path here in this particular Congress. Many expected that the NAHASDA reauthorization language being part of the NDA was the last attempt to get it passed in this particular Congress. And finally, you are more aware of the more recent news, especially this past weekend, on the heels of the $1.2 trillion bipartisan package that I had just talked about. The announcement by Senator Joe Manchin from West Virginia on Sunday, this past Sunday, indicating he would not vote for the Build Back Better Act, creating an uncertain path, certainly, whether or not, as of today, President Biden wants to continue to see if there's any opportunity in the coming year to reconsider perhaps a revised version of the Build Back Better Act. But at the moment, Senator Joe Manchin proves to be the lone holdout, Democrat holdout in the Senate. And after much back and forth in the House of Representatives and the Senate, that path for the Build Back Better Act seems to be very much on shaky ground. But I want to particularly mention provisions that we were tracking, as noted under subtitle A, B, C, particular areas that would have impacted the Navajo Nation. Specifically, there were efforts in the House when the reconciliation package markups were occurring with the committees of jurisdiction in the House Natural Resources Committee. There was language that would have targeted Chaco Canyon. And then there was also language at the time related to a punitive 20% royalty on coal produced from federal lands. And then finally, there was a section 70709 that I emailed the committee off and on over the last 2 months that had a question mark in terms of its intent. This was particularly a section, an amendment that was a focus by Chairman Raul Grijalva in the House and Senator Heinrich in the Senate. But with the Build Back Better Act effectively dead at the moment, these provisions all, again, have a very uncertain future going into the new year. On number 12, the White House Troubled Nations Summit that was held last month, November, had a lot of crucial announcements under subtitle A, B, C, and D. There were some specific announcements that I would encourage the committee to pay particular attention to, particular sacred sites and the MOUs that were reauthorized, and then also the announcement that we're well aware of as a committee, the Greater Chaco Landscape Mineral Withdrawal decision. As I would note later here shortly, that should be a particular focus of this committee going into the new year. With that said, on page 7, I just want to redraw the committee's attention to really what some suggested areas of focus and consideration may include, and refocusing the committee, as I mentioned earlier, in this last year, as in your last year of your 24th Navajo Nation Council term. I'll start off with energy and natural resources. As discussed in the last couple of weeks, the council, the RDC committee's acknowledgement that helium critical mineral designation is going to be particularly important for the nation. We were successful 2 weeks ago to receive support and an acknowledgement from USGS for an extension for the public comment period and a request to allow the nation, and particularly this committee and chairman, at your request, for the nation to weigh in, potentially the council to weigh in on the importance of helium remaining on the critical minerals list. The details of this are in the report, but particularly, I'll remind you, Chairman, that there was a particular note that you made in your testimony back in June in front of the subcommittee on energy and mineral resources hearing, that you also noted some very strong points related to helium as perhaps not only a critical mineral, as a foundational focus for a new green energy future, but in particular the importance of this mineral to the Navajo Nation and the San Juan Basin. Under subtitle 2, I will particularly highlight the importance of hydrogen. Under the recent passage of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, there was specifically under subtitle B, language that created the hydrogen research and development focus that creates $8 billion to fund hydrogen hubs. This also comes with a recognition that the New Mexico Governor, Michelle Lujan Grisham, in addition to almost the entirety of the New Mexico congressional delegation, recognizing that the San Juan Basin could be a national center for hydrogen production. Governor Lujan Grisham in particular is focusing on making New Mexico a hydrogen hub. And I would encourage this committee to pay particular attention to this, especially to the ongoing meetings and discussions that are occurring. There was a meeting several months ago there in Farmington. There are additional meetings, as I'm aware, scheduled in the coming months. In particular, what I want to direct the committee to is under section 40314, as noted in my report. It directs the Secretary of Energy within 180 days of enactment, again, which was just recently enacted back in November, to address a 2, 7, and 15-year plan and to begin to figure out a way to disperse the $8 billion over 5 years. And I would highly recommend this committee to participate and request by and to the Department of Energy to be at the table in those discussions. And I know that Navajo Nation Oil and Gas has expressed strong interest in hydrogen, along with other interested parties, as I'm aware, that have done reports to this committee. Under subtitle 3, I'll make a note that there was also some discussion on the tribal transferability of renewable production tax credit being a focus, in particular as this committee has recently received reports from Intact and Navajo Power and other parties interested in expanding the footprint of solar on the Navajo Nation. But in particular, this concept is not new, as Senator Martin Heinrich and Chairman Raul Grijalva had developed language back in 2015 to this effect. I would say that Intact in particular has a strong interest in this particular area of focus, and it might be an opportunity for the committee to get more engaged in that discussion, especially as I highlight in my report that Senator Mark Kelly is currently working on a draft Tribal Clean Energy Development Act proposal. And as noted in my report, there's some specific provisions that he is targeting, but perhaps it might be an opportunity for the committee and the council to be more actively engaged in those discussions as the nation continues to refocus and better understand what the energy story and the energy future of the Navajo Nation looks like. So I'll transition now to item number 2. The committee is well aware of Chaco Canyon. We imagine that this will continue to be a focus through 2022. As I noted earlier, with the announcement last month at the White House Tribal Nations Summit, the Greater Chaco Landscape Mineral Withdrawal for BLM, the Federal Register is currently open that allows for public comment. And it might be a focus and should be a focus for the committee to perhaps consider providing a public comment regarding this announcement by President Biden and Secretary Holland. I will note, as noted in item number 2, that there is a cultural resources investigation ongoing. As you recall, the Navajo Heritage and Historic Preservation Department has received already a $434,000 award from appropriations that were made by the former Senator Tom Udall of New Mexico. That was appropriated back as a part of the 2021 Department of Interior appropriations package. But I'll also note that there was an additional $600,000 allocated at the end of last year to supplement the $1 million investment. And I don't think we've really ever gotten any confirmation from the Interior Department what they did with the additional $600,000 appropriation for this cultural resource investigation. So it might be something to note as a particular focus of question for the Interior Department. And lastly, there have been discussions of Senator Heinrich and Chairman Grijalva working on language targeted at sacred sites. In particular, there's informal discussions that there are two particular bills that they're working on, the Tribal Cultural Area Systems Act and the Advancing Tribal Parity of Public Lands Act. And both of those particular sets of legislation will focus on sacred sites and sacred areas. I think there are many in Congress that feel that these type of legislations potentially could be used as ammunition for advocacy groups to use this type of language and legislation to combat their interest related to sacred sites. And then Chaco Canyon would be a good example of that. Next, on to broadband telecommunications. As I mentioned repeatedly, there has been a lot of focus, both on a national level from DC, but also from our respective neighbors in Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado, Utah. I will note that I emailed a PowerPoint to Mr. Tahi that outlines the $65 billion in broadband funding that is being made available, particularly the $2 billion tribal set aside. I want to make a note that, and I know that Delegate Key Allen Begay is well aware of this as part of the upcoming January 13th meeting in Phoenix, but in particular, the state of Arizona has made it very clear that they would like to partner with the Navajo Nation, potentially as a co-applicant under the Title II Tribal Connectivity Funding. And the state of Arizona has made significant investments in broadband. As I understand, the Governor Doug Ducey, who is entering his last year in office, he's termed out in his State of the State address. It is expected he will focus a significant part of the year in his request to the legislature to invest further in broadband and telecommunications. And I would commend Delegate Keon Begay for being a voice in this process and for leading the discussion and bringing together not only the Navajo Nation, our stakeholders within the nation, but also our surrounding neighbors from counties to the state, and would commend him on his advocacy. And lastly, there's some discussions nationally that are occurring on the federal E-rate program. I don't want to go into too much detail as I'm running out of time, but I did send a briefing to Mr. Tahi as well that he should have forwarded you a copy of, that gives you some additional perspective on those discussions that are happening in DC that expands the use of the E-rate program. On to banning uranium mines. I know that this committee has focused significantly on the ongoing legacy of abandoned uranium mines, especially as the committee prepares for a work session coming up on January 3rd and 4th. At the heel of the council passing a resolution requesting a congressional field hearing to be conducted on the Navajo Nation, Senator Mark Kelly and Representative Tom O'Halloran have expressed and committed support for this effort. In particular, Congressman O'Halloran is pushing this to occur in 2022, late spring or summer. And I know that there's a lot of work, a lot of areas to discuss, in particular, as you're aware that the US EPA did announce last year the new Office of Mountain, Deserts, and Plains, which effectively combined Region 9 and Region 6 to streamline the administrative processes and bureaucracy that often was a barrier for efforts related to the ongoing mining cleanup efforts. But I know that this is something that we've discussed informally. I would recommend perhaps to this committee that a request for a meeting with the new office may be helpful, as I know Mark Kelly in particular in his office has had many meetings with this new office, and in particular interest to what Congress and its oversight, their interest in ensuring that efforts regarding the mining cleanups are made a particular focus for the nation, that there's some due diligence to move some of this effort forward. And then finally, I would raise the question that Melinda and I were working on prior to the pandemic regarding the Eastern Agency Lati consent concerns, in particular where the Navajo region and BIA office became involved in discussion, in particular with the cleanup process and the process coming to a remedial decision. But what makes the Latis particularly important and the process different for the Eastern Agency than a lot of other mine sites across the nation is the need to acknowledge the Lati right-of-way regulations and the acknowledgement of a Lati consent in this process to determine remedial decision and action. And I know there's a lot of work to be done in that particular area. And then finally, the last two areas I'll mention, obviously there's been a lot of focus on transportation. Delegate Kian Begay has spent a lot of time in DC requesting meetings with the US Department of Transportation, had a meeting briefly with Secretary Buttigieg back in November here in Phoenix. And then we had followed up with that with a conference call 2 weeks ago with the US Department of Transportation. There's a lot of work to be done, especially as the agency is set to manage to spend $110 billion of new and reauthorized funding. And I think it'll be prudent for the committee in working with the Navajo Department of Transportation to get ahead of upcoming funding announcements and grants opportunities, and perhaps an opportunity to collaborate with our neighboring states and their Department of Transportation. Now, finally, with gaming, I want to pay particular attention and focus for this committee on two large federal interests for the gaming enterprise, in particular, the need to put the Horseman's Lot property into trust. And you'll see the details of that. And then finally, the Casino property into trust as well, and the focus and discussions that have occurred with Navajo Housing Authority to fulfill the employment needs, housing needs for NNG employees, but also for students that attend NAU or Coconino Community College. So I don't want to go into too much details, Chairman and members of this committee, but happy to answer any questions. I know it's been a long day, so I will conclude my oral report there, Chairman, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Senator Begay. Certainly appreciate the work that you do for leadership as well as the great Navajo Nation. Honorable members of RDC, let's establish a motion and a second.
Chairman, I motion.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Second by?
Chairman, I'll motion. Second, Freeland. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Freeland. Any comments or questions?
Chairman Thomas Walker.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker, go ahead.
Chairman, all committee members, the presenters, Senator Begay, all the listeners that are still on the call. I got back on the call not too long ago. I had tended to other business earlier, latter part of this afternoon. The other day during the State Task Force Subcommittee meeting or State Task Force meeting, I did speak to the nation, how the nation could be take up position or an interest in land exchanges, Navajo fee land, or state lands, for the purpose of developing and lands that could be used by our Navajo people. So, I think that the Oversight Committee could probably look at that closely, hear more information on processes that entail such things. land exchanges between two governments. What does that take? What does that look like? And how long would something like that take? Everything that entails that process. I'm sure it's lengthy. I'm sure it's complicated and very legal and probably political to some extent. But then that information they gave, I think the oversight committee could use that information as it looks to the moving on, look into the future for future Navajo citizens or the next generations that would be beneficiaries of all these lands that Navajo owns. I guess I'm thinking out in the southwest part of our nation, and Senator had alluded to properties along I-40 and in Flagstaff. So Winslow is an area that have that where there's lands owned by Navajo. So I'd like to just make that comment. Don't have a request unless a committee would say, okay, let's get another report on that specifically for land exchanges in the different states. Thank you for allowing me to speak, Chairman. Yeah, back to you.
Certainly appreciate your comments. Honorable members of RDC, I'll have to see that.
Chairman Freeland.
Honorable Freeland.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Senator Begay. Just interesting comment that you made that New Mexico is going to go from potentially oil and gas to hydrogen. I guess my question is, how is hydrogen extracted? Is it fracked? Is it done the same way as oil and gas? How is that process done? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Senator Begay.
Thank you, Chairman and Vice Chair Walker and Honorable Freeland. I will first answer Vice Chair Walker's comment and suggestion about the committee beginning or becoming more involved into landed trust policies, and not only the landed trust policies of the state, but more importantly, the overlap whenever you bring up land into trust, the overlap of that particular area in water settlements, particularly the water rights settlements, focus and ongoing discussions, certainly with the ongoing drought that we continue to experience and potential shortages that will be enforced from the Colorado River. There's been a lot of interest, in particular with Senator Kelly, who's asked that repeatedly to the nation and our leadership about if there's potentially any movement on the Navajo Hopi water rights settlement discussions. But of course, I'll defer to the Navajo Nation Water Rights Commission and our attorneys where those discussions occur. I think that at some point in the future, you will see a lot of focus on this from the legislature this coming year, and the nation being at the table may be beneficial. With regard to hydrogen, Chairman Freeland, I'm not the technical expert when it comes to hydrogen production or exploration. I recognize that there are different forms of both and the science behind it. And I am also aware that at the agency level, agency councils, there have been resolutions opposing hydrogen development and exploration. To my knowledge, I will recommend that, as I understand, there is a difference in the type of hydrogen that is extracted and the science behind it and the methods that are used. But I know that it's a particular focus for many in DC and nationally as a part of our critical supply chain. Back in February, the White House and President Biden signed an executive order directing agencies to develop a plan to secure our country's supply chain and critical minerals. And hydrogen continues to be a focus of that, as evident in the investments that will be made, in particular as a result of the infrastructure package that invests $8 billion. And it's sort of a catch-22 when obviously the New Mexico delegation, congressional delegation, and the governor has targeted natural gas and oil on one hand, but it obviously looks to areas like hydrogen and hydrogen hubs being an ability to fulfill some of the loss in revenue that has been experienced in New Mexico. But I'm not the scientist, again, Chairman Freeland, but I am happy to do some research and follow up with you directly on maybe some different methods. And perhaps Navajo Nation Oil and Gas could also report on that, because I know that they've expressed interest in hydrogen production as well. Chairman?
Thank you, Senator Begay. Honorable members of RDC, any other comments or questions?
Chairman Kellen.
Honorable Begay, go ahead.
Chairman, since kudo this and all here happened this kudo report to the RDC and the work that he's doing. I know it's a lot that he's doing. Specifically in some of the areas that we have oversight. The two areas is broadband, transportation, the latest one. I did request that we support a proposal that is being recommended by Division of Department of Transportation. Legislation dropped, I think I've CC'd you, but as of today, I haven't heard anything back. Not based on Washington, not based on needs, and it the Nihon Kodona source a bit in Nita. Coco Elahit Aho Atskill Kodona source in Denigi as a RDC supporting resolution. Got that. I don't need it that as an Navajo Nation Council to Snow Kodo Ajabahanas Coco. I think the division of Navajo Nation Department of Transportation needs to really provide guidance to the committee, if not the council, to say that they're asking for $1 billion, and I'm not sure what the official position or official strategy that they're making. The Quitchi meeting with the United States Department of Secretary, having a meeting with the United States Department of Transportation. Then, as one of our tribal liaison is from among our area, Chairman, I believe that we may need to kind of aggressively have this particular listing of projects, roads, to be get a support, and then out of Nospit to Washington, and then we can continue to advocate to get these funding for roads. Should be but what end they could broadband Nigi Soda Kunana at the Quidishin Asasi Clean Kodona source Zenigi at John Physician Ednata NTIA that could open so the Kata and the not the Joe need age could open and Zenigi the chat after call that age could do Sato by the Hunka at the Anan and the door and then his Ohinda Chico Kudo to Yego Hot do up and that is Nindiki Yego in Hanan. The Kododo and the report in Chelia Kito Nahana Bishiki. I began appreciate his effort and his tireless work. to him and his family. Chairman, Chairman Nez. So we'll continue to do what we can, starting probably most likely until January. Call Chairman Nez. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Bigay, Jiggy. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any other comments or questions? Not, let me go back to Senator Bigay. Okay, Honorable Stewart, go ahead.
Chairman, thank you. Vice Chair, Mr. Carlisle Gate, Senator Carlisle Gate. Thank you for the report, the update, your insight, and your leadership as well to help us and guide us as well through the RDC, and not only RDC but the council as well, and giving us input as to what we should do and how things need to be handled at that level in Washington. So I thank you for that, and that's all I want to say. And again, just like you stated, happy holidays to you and your family, your parents as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Shitsila. Let me go back to Honorable Senator Bigay.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Honorable Delegate Keon Bigay and Wilson Stewart. I appreciate your comments, and more importantly, recognize that work for the nation is selfless in a way that we do this for our people in our communities. To that end, I just wanted to provide one more comment to Delegate Keon Bigay regarding broadband, and it could not stress more the importance of the time that we're in today. And what I see is a once-in-a-lifetime investment in broadband and telecommunications. And, I see this more so if I recommend to the committee to stress that, the nation and our chapters and communities aren't isolated anymore. We're not, we've got to find a way to compete in a global economy, and we've got to find a way to create that level playing field for in particular, the future generations of our people. And these level of investments, billions of dollars that are being set aside for broadband investments, is something that we shouldn't take lightly. I know there's a lot of effort this committee has focused on over the last 3 years. Vertical bridge work that Chris Vicente and his group have been doing, all the telecom providers, NTUA, Arcadia, and Infocom, alone is investing $140 million in long-haul fiber in the next couple of years, so on and so forth. But I think that this committee is doing a great job. But I think with a refocused effort, Chairman, by this committee to ensure that we're not losing an opportunity to get a piece of the pie that's being allocated, the $65 billion in the coming few years. Of the federal investments, and then hundreds of millions of dollars that the states collectively in our region are also investing. And so we'll continue efforts through Delegate Bigay especially, would encourage members of this committee to attend the next Navajo Nation Broadband Summit on January 13th in Phoenix. That's being hosted by the Arizona Commerce Authority. But I would commend to Arizona as well, and Jeff Sabatka in particular, who's really listened to leadership. He is committed to leadership and helping to find a way to fund Highway 160 in particular, and expanding the governor's Smart Highways corridor. And then in particular, we also look to mention, you probably saw today my note that State Senator Jemisi DePeslikai resigned effectively today, and we'll look and follow the replacement. There are a number of names bubbling up to the surface, but Coconino County is set to make an appointment prior to January 10th. And as the state task force and through Chairman Freeland and his leadership recognize that particular position is so vitally important to the nation, in particular to the investments that in particular the state of Arizona is set to make this year. with record revenue coming into the state. So, Chairman, I know it was a lot of information that we just covered today. I'll end with at least recognize to say that if anything that's in my report that you as committee or staff have questions about, I'm happy to spend more time to go through some information, or if there's anything I may have missed, please let me know. Chairman?
Thank you, Senator Begay. Any other comments or questions? I just would like to say, Senator Begay, for the work that you have done as a senator for the Navajo Nation and your continued work that you do for the Navajo Nation leadership. May God bless your efforts and bless your family as well. Merry Christmas to you and your family. Honorable members of RDC, Speaker Damon issued a letter for staff to be on administrative leave, so there's not going to be any meetings because no staff will be available up to January 5th. I just want to let you all know that. Be safe out there. Do take care of yourself and make sure you mask up if you need to. Going to town or in public, and spend your time with your family and your pets and enjoy. God bless each and every one of you. If there's no other if there's no other comments or questions, we'll go ahead and vote on this. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
Chairman, I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Begay?
Chairman Kellen, green. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Daniels?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Freeland?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Stewart?
Green.
Thank you. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. You're not voting. Thank you. We're at the close of our meeting. Any other announcements? If not, motion to adjourn.
Freeland. Motion, Kellen.
Honorable Freeland and second by Honorable Begay. Any comments or questions? Yeah. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
Chairman, I vote green.
Honorable Begay?
Chairman Kellen votes green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Daniels?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Freeland?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Stewart?
Green.
Thank you. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Just want to say thank you to all of you that were on the call. Appreciate Team RDC. Our staff, Mr. Tahi and Ms. Woody, thank you very much for helping us, as well as Ms. Siako. Thank you and have a Merry Christmas. It is currently 5:58 p.m. and we are officially adjourned.